Bang.
Rocks need no protection from the wind. Power! Spark fire! Brotherhood! Power!
You have slain an enemy! You have slain an enemy! Double kill! Mega kill!
The power of
Legendary! Double kill! Legendary! Double kill! Triple kill!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means
Game over.
but the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
Game changing.
choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga life?
Simple and smart ako. When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me! Feel me!
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme Dare to Leap.
Don't pay cash. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
To Gillette Mac 3.
Let's get this over with. I'm starting to get bored.
Mega kill!
I am only a
Monster kill! An enemy has been slain!
name in the holy light.
An enemy has been slain!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This godly power.
What is this?
Yu Zhang has combined the reverse scale and the primordial spirit. He cannot leave here.
The Black Dragon has returned. No one, nothing, can stop me now.
Let's take him from the side! Now!
Death to all who oppose me.
No!
So this is what I'm truly capable of.
Wake up! Yu Zhang! How is this possible?
You are getting rusty, brother.
No! How did it end up like this? No!
Welcome to reality, girl. Where the strongest rules them all.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
In hopes of stopping the Guardian Dragons from fully regaining their strength, Kraken sent his minions to attack the Dragon Sanctuary. The shield protecting the sanctuary was growing weak. Attack after attack, the Guardian Dragons barely had the power to guide the Dragon Warriors. How could a warrior from the Northern Vale enter the sanctuary, and what would await ahead?
Your team destroyed a turret! Mega kill! Double kill! Your team destroyed a turret! Mega kill! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Killing spree! Double kill! Godlike!
I'm perfect. Behold!
Legendary!
Behold! My
Legendary! Triple kill! Maniac!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Rocks need no protection from the wind.
You have slain an enemy! You have slain an enemy! Double kill!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
Game changing.
choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga life?
Simple eh? Smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me, feel me,
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme Dare to Leap.
Don't pay cash.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
To Gillette Mac 3.
Let's get this over with. I'm starting to get bored.
Mega kill.
I am only a shepherd.
Monster kill. An enemy has been slain.
Bathe in the holy light.
An enemy has been slain.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This godly power.
What is this?
Yu Zhang has combined the reverse scale and the primordial spirit. He cannot leave here.
The Black Dragon has returned.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for more MLBB action here at the MPL regular season week number 1. We are at day 2 and we are going to be your casters for the English broadcast. I am Butters, he is Rockhart, and Rockhart, you know what? I'm gonna ask you what happened yesterday, but first we need to thank our sponsors. Of course, our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of Giga Games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Dial *123# and choose Giga Games 99. Of course, we also have our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and #DareToBeRealme campaign. Visit their official page at fb.com/RealmePhilippines to know more. We also have our official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 razor, Vector 3 razors, and Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. #Shave the Day with Gillette. You still like that, do you? Hashtag. We also have our partner in eSports, PayMaya. Get 7% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until August 31st. And we do have our partner in TikTok. Search MLBB on TikTok to win premium skins. So, after you watch all those Renegade videos, you just search for MLBB. Our official headset partner, Logitech G. Here like a pro, and of course, this is all powered by Moonton. And thank you guys for actually making this possible. As the seasons get, as we get deeper into the seasons, MPL just keeps on getting better. And Rockhart, I know you're waiting, and I would like to ask, what happened yesterday? What were the results, and were they your expectations? Did they meet your expectations in some way?
Well, absolutely. First off, the Bren versus Onyx match yesterday, which ended in a 2-1 in favor of Bren Esports. This is what we were talking about. We knew that either way, these two teams were going to be, we're gonna go down to a coin toss, and that's exactly what happened. I think all 3 games yesterday, which were very, very long and very, very exciting, showed us that these two teams still have a lot of game. I think they still need to play a lot more games before we can find out who's actually better between these two. And the NXP Solid game yesterday versus Blue Fire just showed us the dominating force that is NXP Solid, and how badly they beat Blue Fire yesterday was a statement. I think it's a first step of their statement with a 2-0 towards their initial social media post, where they said they were going to beat all of the teams in the MPL. So that's step 1 of 8 done for these guys, and I'm very excited to see more of them. But right now, we will see more of them, obviously, with the upcoming matchup.
Yes, and we do have our groups recap in just a bit, but I do agree with you. Like, Blue Fire really just went for another route in terms of drafting yesterday, and it didn't really work. It didn't really work, but right now, before we head on to our groups recap, let's meet Blacklist International.
Break the code! Mahilig kasi ako sa MOBA games, tapos bawal ako mag-computer lagi. Kaya sa cellphone ko ako naglaro.
Nagsimula kami nung S6 Imbanat Season 2. Then, nung Season 5, kinuha kami ng Tier 1, which is yung team na Blacklist International.
Nagsimula ako dun sa unang squad ko, Salty Salad. Then, napunta ako ng Digital Devils Pro Gaming. Nagkawatak-wata kami, so naghanap kami ng sarili namin pro team. Sakto, in-approach ako ni Captain Dexter.
Kinuha po yung opportunity, tinanggap ko po yung pag-message niya sa akin.
Mix kami ng veterans at saka new bloods. Mas uhaw itong mga to, lalo na itong mga bata sa amin. Kailangan ko kasi mag full time as a pro player, so nag-resign ako.
time that they will play in the MPL-PH Season 6 regular season, we do have Blacklist International. We have Dexter, Killer, Full Clip, Aqua, Edward, and Eson.
Exactly.
Now, Rockheart Eson is not a new name in terms of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. He has been with Cignal Ultra for, 4 seasons? 5 seasons, actually. And now he's back with a vengeance. What do you think about this?
Yeah, this I think Dexter just said it right there. It's a great intro for the team. They are a mix of veteran status and new bloods, and a lot of these guys revolve around basically evolving. And as you saw earlier on their intro, they're basically slow but steady, right? They have not been considered the best or the top at the top, but they've always been forming that middle ground between a lot of the teams, where a lot of teams have to go through them first before they can actually prove themselves worthy. And I think this is a season where they're very, very poised to get to there with a better mix-up. And like you mentioned, Eson is definitely a big addition to this team with all that experience from the former champions of Cignal Ultra.
But we do have one of our newbies as well. Nexplay Solid is here. Now, for Blacklist International, we have a new player named Full Clip. He is the prodigy, and a lot of people are looking out for this player. But for Nexplay Solid, they had a very successful debut on day number 1.
Yep,
Did they exceed your expectations in any way?
Actually, when we were going through the teams, I was thinking, we'll look at the KDA right now. It's like 17.0 KDA for H2O. I think succeed might be the understatement for that game, especially since it was a 2-0 where it didn't look like there was a way out yesterday for Blue Fire. It looked like they were caught in a cage match between Nexplay Solid there, where there was no way to go. You can't win, and you were slowly losing each and every time. Although there were small glimmers of hope for Blue Fire, overall, Nexplay Solid obviously exceeded expectations. And you know what? It's backing up their statements. And I definitely want to see whether or not that's going to come true as well for Blacklist. Because like I said before, this is one of those teams like you have to really beat up, like consistently, for you to be proven to be top 4 material at least.
And that's what it all takes. But sometimes being part of the top 8 is the goal for some of these teams. Now, you know what? Just not getting eliminated off of the MPL before the MPL playoffs suffices. But then again, you really have to prove yourself, because the thing is, every champion that we had in the
Ridiculous yung ating stats
really part of
konti
the
pa lang
first
yung
4 teams
games
on our group stages, or the regular season rather. But right now, let's see head-to-head Blacklist with a total of 25 games played, NXP 2 games played, and wow, look at this. How do you see this graph going to the side of NXP?
That's true. I mean, obviously, this is going to be a big average for season 5 and season 6 stats. So, because of the game that NXP Solid had yesterday, their stats are going to be super inflated. But that doesn't take away from the fact that they are, judging from these stats, they are definitely going to be the more aggressive team just coming into this matchup based on previous games. Now, obviously, this will be the first time that Blacklist and NXP are going to be facing off against each other. But overall, the stats are really giving us a big nod towards NXP Solid so far.
And looking at the stats right now, this is actually NXP Solid only has played 1 game, so the average isn't that how do you call this? Isn't that really set up for them. But for Blacklist, this is let's say a mixture of a combination of good games and bad games.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
NXP Solid will be trying to fix or add more to their repertoire. when it comes to the next games that they will have in the NXP. And they have all season, by the way.
Yep.
But for Blacklist International, they did have a solid first half of the MPL, season 5 regular season. But when it came down to the second half, they had a lot of problems. So, do you think that in any way they could have solved the problems with Full Clip and Eson in the roster?
I mean, if it was a throwback, right? If it was a throwback to where they were last season 5, if Eson and Full Clip might have been in, that might have been a completely different story. That's something we all want to know, right? But for the overall, it might not have changed that much just because of the sheer power of the previous teams of the MPL playoffs. Like the top 4 teams, they were just super solid, right? On the head-to-head, I feel like it's a great comparison between Chester and Dexstar. Despite the lower sample size, the smaller sample size that we've seen from Chester, from NXP, Chester definitely proved that he is right there and deserving to be really on par with Dexstar, one of the most veteran players in this. And like he said himself, he is from SXC Imbalance way back season 2. And I'm very pleased to see that Dexstar hasn't really fallen. He hasn't fallen in terms of mechanics. I've seen that last season. I've seen that he still knows how to keep the team together. And that's a good sign for Blacklist.
The thing is, in terms of comparison, I think Chester is one of those players that really ranges from, let's say, a Selena, a Popol, and a Koopa. Those heroes are capable of, getting the kills, given if their lead in the early game is big. Now, they can be carries on their own as long as they can adjust, as long as they can get their goal. They have those capabilities. But I think for Dexstar, one of the things that you really have to note from him is they really stayed away from that old Season 2, Season 3 identity where they would just pick a gourd out of nowhere and play it as a support. And those are the things that you would expect from Blacklist International. 3 of their members, I think 2 of their members are still here from that Season 3 roster. And you know what? I'm excited on how Dexstar and the others will take this season, because I know that Edward has how do I say this, conditioned himself or got used to, adjusted to this certain role. Because as we all know, Edward from season 5, he was forced to adjust from core to a support.
Yeah, I think that happened over and over again with Blacklist. The changes that they've had on their roster also reflected. I think that's also one of the reasons why they also had a bit of a hard time coming into season 5, right? I mean, compared to teams that has barely made any changes to the roster, to their roles, I think Blacklist might have just needed the later parts of season 5 to get their team actually together, right? They needed some time to warm up the engine, right? Warm up the engine and get into the groove, getting into this season. And maybe that they actually just needed some help as well coming from Eson. I mean, I haven't actually seen them perform together yet in obviously all of us here in the regular season, but from other tournaments they're definitely showing up, and they still have some of that flair that they've had before. So overall, I think this will be a definite good start for Blacklist International, and I think we are very, it's very, what do you call this, dismissive. We can't be dismissive of these guys and still count them based on season 5. They definitely are starting to move away from that season 5 mid-tier team status. This might be Blacklist at least to get into top 4 this time.
I know that there are some rookies on the side of Blacklist International as well. We talked about him. His name is Full Clip, and a lot of hype has been building on this guy for quite a long time. Now, NXP Solid, whatever jitters that they had from day number 1, did they even have those jitters in the first place? I don't know. Maybe we can ask them later part or later. But you know what? Full Clip or Kyrie let's just call him Full Clip.
Right.
Full Clip needs to shake off those jitters. He needs to shake off anything, like, let's say, any fear or nervousness in his system. Because the thing is, it doesn't really help if you get put in a very tight spot and you cannot perform at your max potential. But do you think Eson and Dexter, or even Killer, do you think that these guys, can lead Kyrie or lead Full Clip in a good game for his debut match here in the MPL?
Well, I'll be honest, it's going to be very difficult, right? It's going to be difficult considering who they're facing up against. I feel like if you wanted to show off and you're doing it against a team that's also super hungry, this is this might be the worst game to do that. But you know what? It's also going to be a good measuring stand for Full Clip. He can do well, right, against a team like NXP Solid. If they watched the game yesterday, right, that is so scary. That is just so hard to live up to. If they can match up to that and they can get rid of the nerves early on, they can start getting those points a lot faster, and that gives them a better chance. Now that's why this game is so important. It's gonna set the tempo whether or not Blacklist International is going to be on the road to the top, or again they're just gonna have to stay in the middle. So other than that, Full Clip, I have full confidence in the guy that he'll be able to do well here today, if ever he does make an appearance, because we haven't seen who's gonna actually start off on the starting 5 here. And I'm really hoping that we see something good, something new from Blacklist. Because if it was based on Season 5, we all have to admit, Season 5 was a little bit shaky sometimes. I mean, their power, no one could consistently add them to their power rankings high. No one could rate them high enough on their power rankings, because they had some very good 2-0s, but their losses became really, really bad in the later parts of the season, right? I mean, the consistency was not there. So we're looking for more consistency here from Blacklist, and I'm really hoping Full Clip helps with that.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Their weakness at the later parts of MPL Season 5 regular season, they became more evident as the days went by. And the other teams, not people, but the other teams were really seeing how to deal with Blacklist International. But right now, can they actually break the code?
Yeah.
I mean, they are agents. They told us that they were agents.
Yep.
But right now, can they really break the code? Because the code for the side of NXP Solid is intimidation. They will intimidate you. These guys know how to talk. And they just showed us that they can walk the walk as well.
Yeah.
They showed us that they can play at the highest level of MPL and even dominate a team full of MPL veterans. And they also had Limbs, one of the newbies, the new bloods of Blue Fire. And this is what I like seriously about MPL, the first week of MPL regular season. There are a lot of questions that needs to be answered. And what I like about MPL the most is, as the weeks go by, those questions get answered.
Yep, slowly but surely. I feel like that's why also it's so important. These first few weeks are so important, even for us, right? We are super excited to know how they actually stand in the professional level, and we also are super we're hard pressed to do the research ourselves, right? We're comparing how they perform here versus how they perform in other tournaments versus how they do it on their streams. Like, a lot of us will definitely watch NXP streams, we will watch Blacklist streams, and we're gonna compare how they do it on stream and how they do it on the stage. And sometimes it's a big difference. Sometimes it's a big difference how they perform. Sometimes they do some very weird picks that we haven't even seen them play, and those kinds of things, they tend to happen a lot. Now for Blacklist, they're a little bit more low-key, obviously, compared to NXP, who's been in the limelight with a lot of people for a long time now. So maybe that might be a strength for Blacklist. Maybe they have not been scouted as much compared to NXP, right? So I wonder if they'll be able to utilize that. Like being in the limelight is actually a double-edged sword, right? You can use that to intimidate a lot of people. You go on social media and post stuff like this, and people are going to pick it up, and then your opponents are also gonna see it, and they're gonna be like, okay, so we gotta do better. We gotta do better. Sometimes there are teams like that, right? So I wonder if that's gonna work with Blacklist. Like they'll know they won't be too intimidated, like you mentioned. NXP is an intimidating team, right? I wonder if they'll be intimidated or if they'll be able to pick up something from games yesterday and from their NXP's live streams.
Yeah. NXP, they are clearly probably the fan favorite. But we do have very interesting interactions with the teams as well. Because if you think about it, for the longest time, Execration was the fan favorite.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, people would go nuts, right? For Chaknu and Zapnu combination.
Now, we do have a new fan favorite that really wants to step at the plate and get that certain title from Execration, the People's Champ. It's going to be NXP Solid. I mean, look at this. In a way, Execration and NXP Solid, I don't really know how will that pan out, but I'm very excited if that happens, but right now let's just focus on Blacklist International and NXP. So, let's talk about the players more here. What do you think about the players, the key players here for both teams? Who do you think should step up on the side of Blacklist International, and at the same time, who do you think should step up on the side of NXP Solid?
Yeah, obviously it's going to be up to Dexstar here. I'm super hyped about what kind of plays Dexstar is gonna do. Is he still as good as he was back then? Is he still gonna be that big tank player that sets this team up for success, which he has been doing since season 2? Or will someone else step up here? Now on the other side, Chester is doing a great job, but Yaoi is the one who's been doing a lot of plays here, making sure that everything works their way when he picks up the Kufra. And even if it doesn't, they don't pick up the Kufra, just using the Atlas as a bait has done very well for NXP Solid. So Yaoi, you gotta go for those big tanks and hoping to see more Kufra plays from this guy.
Yes, but right now, before we go for those Kufra plays, let's check if there will be a Kufra in this game as we head on to game number 1 draft, Blacklist International versus Nexplay Solid. Now, Blacklist International, they know in a way that Chester is one hell of a beast. Or Nexplay Solid plays one mean Selena, so they just take it out as well as the Uranus. They don't want to deal with that. Nexplay Solid, they go for the Yuzhong ban and the Atlas ban, just gimping the capability of Blacklist International to get a good hero for their first pick.
Yep, even more so. I feel like Dexstar is one of those guys when you give him a setup hero. Give him a hero that can do a big wombo combo. Dexstar is gonna do it, right? And in this team for Blacklist, another guy that I failed to mention earlier, who I want to see step up is Eson. I want to see him go nuts here on this team. I want to see Eson unleashed. And I want to see some of that flair from way back when they were champions. This is going to be a big boost. And he is obviously a big boost to the team, right? So I'm really looking forward to that.
Mind you, I'm actually kind of surprised that Killer is going to sit this one out.
Yeah, that's true.
He is in the 6th slot, and this is new to me in a way. Ladies and gentlemen, I've seen Dexstar and Killer play for numerous seasons together, and right now this is the first time I'm seeing Dexstar not playing with Killer. Okay.
Maybe that goes to their trust, right? Maybe that's how much they trust Full Clip going into this one. Maybe they want to test Full Clip. Is he going to do well against NXP Solid? Is he going to fight fire? The fire of the new bloods with fire of a new blood as well, I think that's what we're waiting for here for Blacklist International. And maybe that's what they're thinking about. But now it's going to be an X-Borg pick, and there you go. That Kufra's locked in already. I mean, no doubts about that. This is going to do. They're gonna play well with this lineup, and they've been playing this for a long time now.
Okay, I do like Blacklist International's second pick here, Carmilla. They know that the Kufra will be hugging them out, so Carmilla will just use that to her full potential and just use that to her advantage. Blacklist International banning out the Link. Nexplay Solid banning out the Low Yi. Rockhart, do you think that the Low Yi is the ban for Nexplay Solid here?
Yeah, I mean they look like, I think this is more of a reaction ban, and aside from the fact that Low Yi is just ridiculously powered right now, right? Despite the nerfs, we saw Low Yi do some pretty crazy stuff yesterday, and we also saw it fail like miserably. So it kind of stops the setup for the Gatot Kacha, right? Low Yi with Gatot Kacha can really set up your team if you ignore them even for like 10 seconds, 5 seconds. So I think that's what NXP Solid is trying to do here. And now, I'm not sure about the Chang'e pick for Blacklist, but I really like the Roger pick for Nexplay. This is what you should do when you are when you're given teammates that can sustain by themselves. The X-Borg, the Kufra, Farsa, very difficult to catch. It does great for your team when you pick up a Roger.
And a bit of flavor here.
Okay.
Chango and Rafaela, extra movement speed for everyone, healing for everyone. Nexplay Solid answering with a Hellcurt. I like how Nexplay Solid is drafting here. They will stick, and I've seen the main qualifiers. I know that Renegade plays one mean Hellcurt.
That's true. This Hellcurt is definitely one of the tools that I distinctly remember this, because this is one of the tools that where they were so ahead. And this Hellcurt, once you land the stingers, it was just non-stop mayhem already. So this is also the reason why it was banned out yesterday against NXP Solid. But it's really impossible to ban out the pool of NXP completely. So that's why it definitely went over to their side. And now, looking at the picks, that Hellcurt was just icing on the cake. When I saw they picked up Chang'e, and I hope that Rafaela pick isn't going to bleed well, because that's prime candidate for a Hellcurt as well.
I feel that they really need to look out for this Chang'e, because there's a lot of grab closers for the side of NXP Solid, and they can reach that Chang'e quite easily. So just protect the Chang'e. I think this is one of the checklists or the things that Blacklist needs to check for them to win this game. They have to protect the Chang'e as much as possible. I know it's going to be hard, but the Rafaela cannot leave the Chang'e in any way. They have the extra movement speed, so as long as they stun him, she can get out of harm's way. But for Nexplay Solid, the only thing I'm seeing is stick to the Chang'e, take him down as fast as possible, then you can deal with everyone. Because that's the thing. Yi Sun-shin, he may be funnel, but it really just takes time for him to, get the right amount of gold, to get the right amount of items, just to carry the game.
Yep. Anyway, we are in the game. #be legendary here for week 1, day 2 of MPL Season 6 regular season. Now, we are going to see whether or not this Chang'e is actually going to do a lot. Because if you notice, if you remove the Chang'e, Blacklist International is going to be fine. They have damage output. But overall, their lineup just feels so squishy, even with the Rafaela pick. So, they cannot actually fight full on, straight up here against an NXP Solid. So, they're going to have to find different ways to start these team fights.
Full clip here, almost at level 4. Perfect timing for him. He does have the capability to use his ultimate to get as much information as possible. H2O delaying that red buff a bit, just to get, in the range of the timing in terms of just contesting any objective onto the map. So they will be, saving that for a bit, but Full Clip just went full ham. They want to push as fast as possible. Roger here will be defending this, and Renegade is there as well. So All of the teams here almost up with their level 4, but look at that. There's Yawi going in. And wow, look at those engagements.
Oh,
Giga
man.
here at a very bad spot. He will get away just because he's really tanky. But Roger almost, taking the fall there for the side of Nexplay Solid.
Yeah, and they wonder how long they can actually sustain in a team fight, considering Ison's gonna be the only one who's probably gonna be able to take the damage output. Now Dexstar on the Rafaela is a first time pick for MPL Season 6. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see if they're gonna decide to get this more. But Aqua's in danger right now.
And Aqua here, that is one of their problems. They do have ways. NXP Solid has ways to close the gap. Gap closers, that's what they need. And they got the first blood for this game number 1.
Yep, that's actually an easy first blood. Bottom lane, Ethan's still in danger, regenerating as much as he can, even with the help of Dexstar, not going to be able to sustain fire and all of that magic going in his face.
Okay, Aqua right now isn't having the best time because a lot of the pressure is going here onto the side of the bot lane. Now, Edward here will catch 2. Look at that! Perfect play coming up from Edward. And wow, enabling his allies to get a kill out of that. That could have been 2 kills, but they should be happy with whatever they get at this point.
Yep, at this point, each and everything counts, especially for Aqua, where you're being pressured and a lot of people can jump on you. And what do you do when they do? You're gonna have to just back off and throw meteors at them, which she's doing right now, getting that turtle as well, securing that at the cost of Dexter's life, and maybe Ison. I think they're gonna be the sacrificial lambs just to make sure they can deny the turtle from Nexplay Solid, despite their very tanky lineup.
Chester was flying over Edward. Edward was charging up the taunt, trying to get away, but Renegade still got that top turret. Now look at this replay. Eson was on the back lines. He was trying to go 1v1 with Yawi, but Yawi there pulling the trigger on his ultimate. He just goes for it and he secures a kill for his team. Dexter here, not enough damage coming out from Chester, but it's a warning shot. It's if you try this again, I could actually take you down. But Aqua here, answering with his own meteor shower. They will just back off. They cannot go for the dive on that Chang'o. It would be very risky. Full Clip and the others, they just rotate. And at least, even if Blacklist International gave 4 kills onto the side of Nexplay Solid already, at least they're not falling to the pressure. They're doing whatever that they want.
That's right. And now they're going to go for more. That's a lot of low members here for Nexplay Solid. And a double kill for Aqua. That turtle buff really helping out a lot. Last is sadly by MB. Going to be missing the target. But if you notice, this is exactly what both teams want. First, Blacklist International, it's very difficult for them to disengage when Nexplay Solid goes for a fight. And on the other side of the coin, Butters, Nexplay Solid, once they also engage, they're also having a hard time running away, right? They're having a hard time killing the members of Blacklist International, which is a little surprising considering what their lineup is. Their lineup is hard CC and damage output altogether. So both teams are really playing to their strengths here.
Yes, and I like how both teams here are timing their buffs, right? Now that the turtle is up, Full Clip just got his red or his orange. So he will be at maximum fighting potential at this point on. But onto the backlines, there is a catch. Edward here using his ultimate to get out. Yawi will actually try to hug them out. He will go down, but I think he did his job. H2O here is just going to steal this. He has the Retribution and Blacklist International. They were the ones who started it, but Nexplay Solid just continued, follow through, and got that objective in the bag.
I'm actually a little surprised that Aqua didn't pull the trigger on the meteor shower when they were trying to go for the steal, but maybe they just did not want to give away the kills. They were thinking, you know what, let's give away the turtle. That is absolutely fine for me, but we must not give away kills to these guys. And so far, it is working well. They are fighting toe-to-toe right now, but H2O looking a beast here on the Roger.
Edward just defending the turrets, not really care about it. You know what? Next play solid. I'm seeing how they play, and in terms of scaling, I really like the idea of Renegade here having the high end ray, so that only means if he gets his items, he has the upper hand in terms of going for the duels. As long as Aqua is in range, Renegade can just go in, burst him down. He has the Petrify on his side as well. But for Aqua here, I think he has enough items to carry the mid game here from the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as long as he can time his ultimate, right? As long as it's lining up correctly, which is sometimes the difficulty when you're playing a Chang'e. On the other side, Renegade, we haven't seen him go for the full engage yet, but that might happen right now, Butter.
Oh, Renegade here, not going to escape. Renegade actually being very gutsy.
Wow.
He's so super brave. He just went in, tried to go for the deadly poison stingers, but he doesn't really care. Oh my goodness, a good knockup from the Avatar of the Guardian. Yawi here will go down as well. That's going to be a double kill for Full Clip and the BOD to top it off. MB going in for the last insanity. The fight's not over. MB still wants to join in, but the damage just way too much. NXP Solid, they have dropped the lead.
That is a big drop, actually. I feel like they were fighting. It's super funny to see Blacklist International hunting down the Hellcurt instead of the other way around. Let's have a look at the replay, and we're gonna see that perfect Avatar of the Guardian by Edward. Beautifully done. There was no answer from NXP Solid because people were so far away, right? I mean, they could have answered it if they were in position, but they were so far away, which made it very difficult for them to actually win a 2v4.
And that is how you shave the day. That instant replay was brought to you by Gillette, and I will not pass out. I will not pass out on any chance to say that certain hashtag. That certain hashtag is the best. That is the hashtag that I really like from MPL. You know what? MB on the other side right now. He has the Bloodlust Axe. He gets the second extra sustain. You know what? The idea here for Full Clip is just use his ultimate, just get the information. They know that NXP is there. Yeah, we cannot use the brushes to just get the perfect Tyrant's Rage to Tyrant's Revenge initiation that he wants to. Because, Full Clip, when he's in doubt and his ulti is up, he's just gonna use it.
That's right. And you know the reason why Yawi is hesitating so much? Is because if he makes one wrong Tyrant's Revenge, he's gonna suffer the wrath of Aqua. There's a lot of skills that's gonna hit him. He's not sure if he can tank them yet. And as well as Edward, look at this big team fight.
And look at this. We actually have a fight going on right now. Renegade and the others. They're gonna go down. H2O still wants Dexter. Dexter here falling very low. H2O trying to run away. MB here with a Piraga armor up. Doesn't have the last insanity, but at least H2O gets away. That could have been bad onto the side of Nexplay Solid, but at least they made it work. They got Full Clip, they got Esson, and Full Clip is the main target right now for the side of Nexplay Solid.
Yep, absolutely. Full Clip is that guy where he just like you said, he just instantly uses the ultimate, and that just gives Aqua an idea of how to set up the Meteor Shower. And have a look at that last one again. Hashtag shave the day. You're gonna see that this time around, Renegade did a great job in setting that up. But of course, the follow-up damage from Blacklist was just a little too strong, too much damage to deal with. And Aqua was playing, he's playing like a boss right now. He's playing super safe. And his timing on the Meteor Showers are great. He's not throwing it each and every time that it's on cooldown, but he is choosing his moments.
Choose your moments, that's it. Be patient. Do not jump the gun. Do be conserve anything in your resources, because right now it's very important. Esson here going on the wrong side of the map. They just run for him. Oh my goodness, but look at this. Edward catches two. Is this a good initiation? That is the question. Chester here getting a force out. Coming from that Meteor Shower. Meteor Shower really works on their favor. Renegade gets away with a sliver of HP. H2O as well. H2O as well. Nexplay Solid here. They might be getting these pickoffs. But the thing is, when it comes to, retaliating, punishing, and getting the objectives, Blacklist International is winning on those aspects.
Dude, they absolutely are. I mean, I thought Aqua was not gonna make it because he ran all the way from the bottom straight to the mid. But again, even if they were one man behind, Edward, the decision making on this guy, he knew he could still go in. And even though Essen was not there, they actually won that fight.
Okay, so let's talk about Nexplay Solid right now. There's one thing that Nexplay Solid is holding on for the longest time, and that is the mid lane turret. That first mid lane turret rather, is gone right now. And with the help of the Lord and the others, they will be forced to give up this mid or top tier 2 turret as well. Okay, so for the longest time, Chester has been using Feathered Strike to control this middle part of the map.
Right, exactly. He's been doing it, but Aqua's range is just so much farther. Like, he can do so much with the Meteor Shower, and even now, I can imagine the item set of Aqua here, and I really hope we see it. And Dexstar, I mean, even though it's a Rafaela pick, he is not giving away a lot of kills, right? He's not giving away a lot of kills to Nexplay Solid, which might be the reason why H2O can't activate the killing spree as often as he wants to. I mean, even if Eson does go down, the space between the members of Blacklist is way too big that it doesn't matter.
And to be honest, looking at Renegade here, he's gonna try his best to cut the lanes, and that's what he does best. He's one of those off-laners that he doesn't really care if he gets out or not, as long as he does his job and his team doesn't really lose a tower or two onto their inner base. It's probably one of those things that's gonna save them from just losing the game outright. So Blacklist International, they're doing a great job right now, just continuing to pressure Nexplay Solid. But Nexplay Solid, one of the redeeming factors on their side of the draft is they have the Farsa. And when there's a Farsa, you cannot just go and push straight up.
Yep. Farsa equals unlimited wave clear, right? It's such a low cooldown on the Feathered Airstrike. Plus, Farsa's whole kit, if you just add more damage output, like you get that Lightning Truncheon, right? That Clock of Destiny, max stack, these items actually just clear minion waves almost instantly. The rest of the items that you need are more for just damage on the heroes. But if you're talking about those minions, they're not gonna touch those towers as long as the Farsa's up.
But look at this, the Meteor Shower will be thrown out, Farsa will go down. And if they lose this might be the game for the Blacklist International side. But Renegade, being annoying as he is, this guy, we've seen this guy do this.
Man.
We've seen this guy do this, and the main qualifiers is doing it right now, and I think this is the Renegade specialty already.
Yep, he's just doing it so well. I mean, Blacklist International was poised to go for the push, but Renegade says, oh, no, you don't. Not if I have something to do about it. He had the ultimate. He knew he could make it out of there if ever he was put in danger. And because of that, Blacklist International's push is stopped once more.
Yeah, and if you try to assess Blacklist International's lineup, they're actually more of a poke composition rather than a head-on dive composition.
Right, exactly.
I mean, you have full clip on the Yison Shin. You have Aqua on that Chango. So that only means that you have the range. In terms of range, you have a certain advantage against Nexplay Solid. As long as those gap closers do not get that close to them. Because, I mean, of course, Nexplay Solid here, they have the gap closers. But the thing is, when they gap close, they die just because the damage output from Blacklist International is just way too high.
Yep, absolutely. There's just too much damage output here for Blacklist. They don't need to go for the full engage. Just with their long-range skills, they can do a lot of damage already. I mean, Nexplay Solid is already lowered to half before even the fight starts. And right now, I think they want to go for more. Eson feels so much more confident since he has that immortality. But look at what Renegade's doing. He is still not done cutting waves and hunting down those key targets. Getting that buff. If he finds full clip here, this could be bad.
Oh, Renegade here with the plays. Oh, Petrify won't really line up. Full clip had the Purify on his hands. He just uses it, gets away, and Renegade here. That was a good try.
This is
not
what
gonna
we were
lie,
talking about.
that was not a good try. That was not a bad try, rather. But Yao here, he's just gonna go down. Look at the damage output coming out from Nexplay Solid. I don't really like the idea of them fighting in a very narrow space because this is the Yisun Shin and the Chango that we're talking about.
Yeah.
The damage output from Blacklist International, when you stay there, it's gonna be an AOE. And this is really bad. Nexplay Solid, my goodness. They lose game number 1. And that is the victory for the side of Blacklist International.
Yep, absolutely. Congratulations. 1-0 against Nexplay Solid here, Blacklist. I gotta say, man, this is the reason, right? This is the reason why they were so confident with pushing full clip right into the limelight. You fight fire with fire. I think that's exactly what I saw there. Wow, that was amazing.
Yeah. I'll give props to Nexplay Solid as well for just, their draft really had something going on for them.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they really didn't pick their fights well. There were times that they would fight in a very narrow space, and Yisun Shin really likes that. I mean, you have your ultimate that can hit 2 people if they line up. You have your poke capability, and actually the melee form is more on the idea of just executing people.
Yeah,
it's just executing people at that point.
It's super scary because if you think about it, it's just so powerful, right? The lineup that Nexplay Solid had is so powerful when they really can get near the opponent. But if your opponent keeps running back and running back and running back, it's so hard to fulfill that win condition.
But we do have our in-game analysis that is going to come out from Wolf. So guys, stick around. MPL S6 day number 2 will be right back.
Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Welcome back to MPL Season 6 with your resident analyst, Wolf. That was a very interesting game number 1 between Blacklist and Nexplay. And ito nakagulat. We didn't think that Blacklist can play this much. And they also changed up a little bit dun sa kanilang lineup. Having Eson in was, for me, a very important factor on this victory sa Blacklist. And you can see it translate into the game. The veteran knowledge and the fact that he can rally his teammates. That is what you get from this veteran that we have, Eson eSports, mga kaibigan. Blacklist, this draft that they did was a little bit of a gamble, honestly. Who would have thought, diba? Would have thought that you can put Yisun Shin, Rafaela, Carmilla, Chango, and Garokacha in one team and be successful with it. By the way, the lineup of NXP, this is such a robust lineup that we can see from them with the Kufra, with the Hellkurt, lot of team fight early on. Very strong when it comes to picking off their opponents and in the early stages of the game, for sure. You get that from the Hellkurt, from the Roger. However, ano ba ang ginawa ng Blacklist on their lineup that they made it possible? Again, a standard hyper-aggressive lineup coming out from Nexplay, going up against a very cheeky lineup of Blacklist, but it made sense in the end. Ano nga ba yung gusto ma-achieve ng Blacklist sa kanilang lineup? And it is the answer to the ever-looming question, how do you stop an early game lineup? How do you stop an aggressive lineup? And ang ginawa dito ng Blacklist is they have this Chango on the side lanes as well as this Garokacha din. And you also have the Yisun Shin accompanied by sometimes the Carmilla, sometimes the Rafaela, sometimes both. At ang nagawa nila is na-sustain nila yung lanes nila. I think for the longest time, probably for a good 8 minutes, walang na-push na significant turrets ang Nexplay Solid. Yung mid lane turret din ng Blacklist International, they were able to keep it. And Blacklist International, they are prioritizing even putting bodies in front of the turrets just to preserve that turret. And as a result, Blacklist International stopped the snowball of Nexplay Solid. It's a very simple na theory when it comes to MOBAs, that you just have to keep your turrets intact against an hyper-aggressive lineup. And that's exactly what they did. Yan yung makukuha mo with good wave clears coming out from Chango. And actually, pag team fights na, gagalingan nyo na lang if you're Blacklist International. This is a particular fight wherein it was really good already for Blacklist International. Look at Yawi. Ang ganda sana ng kanyang ultimate. However, hindi perfect yung terrain para dun sa ultimate na yun. And it could have been really good. That's why na-turn around in a Blacklist. And also the positioning coming out from the Yi Sun Shin as well as the Chango is great for them to deal with damage. Again, going back to what I was saying, they were able to preserve all of their tier 1 turrets for a significant amount of time. Even the mid lane turret for Blacklist International, hindi nila hinayaan na makuha yun ang Nexplay with their early game lineup. That made all the difference in this specific game. If you want to win a snowball type of lineup with Helkert, with Roger, gusto mo ma-push agad yung mga tier 1 turrets as soon as possible. And Blacklist International, what they did was just to preserve all of their turrets in their early series as much as possible. Like I said, kahit pa magbato sila ng sarili nilang katawan just to defend those turrets, they will do it. And naturally, nag-progress na lang yung strength ng lineup nila, which is a Yi Sun Shin based lineup against their opponents. I also like the combo, by the way. Meron kang Mountain Shocker coming out from the Yi Sun Shin, which provides vision. And then you couple it up with the God of Kacha. That's why si Full Clip, our smart MVP of the game, was able to snowball really well in the late stages of the game. Only one death on this particular hero. And with the itemization din na ginawa niya, getting the Queen's Wings relatively early on so that the burst from the Hellcurt as well as the Roger ay hindi ganun ka-problema para sa kanya, and he's able to turn it around with all of the lifesteal in the world. So, very nice adjustment coming out from Blacklist. Breaks of the game, the reason why they won this is because of the nature of their draft na late game based, habang na-preserve nila yung mga turrets nila not to be snowballed or steamrolled by the early game based lineup of Nexplay Solid. It's very simple. By the way, guys, we have giveaway codes all throughout the days like this, and we're gonna have more all throughout the broadcast for sure. Ay magstay kayo with us, viewing and enjoying the game. By the way, dahil ang dami nga na sumali dun sa ating contest, we have a lot of entries. That's why we will have our giveaway bonus code, 20,000 entries. And maybe next time, kapag marami din ulit nag-participate, we'll have more giveaway codes for you guys. But that has been it for Game 1 of this Best of 3 series. Let's see how Nexplay Solid will adjust. And hopefully, Blacklist International will show us something that's also reminiscent of their past games performance, because if you're a fan of Blacklist, for sure, sobrang saya nang nakikita mo ngayon. Let's get back to the casters.
We did talk a lot about, Gatot, Chango, but let's talk about Gatot and Wolf. That was a very beautiful analysis. And we are your casters. I am Butters. He's Rockheart. And we are still going to shoutcast game number 2 for you guys. So let's talk about Gatot. What do you think? Concentrated energy is there.
Yep.
It was
That's right.
It was the damage. It
was,
gave damage. It gave sustain. Is it the perfect item for a Gatot at that in that game?
It really was, considering the items he already had were completed, the ones he needed at least. We have the helmet, you have the cursed helmet, we have the Queen's Wings. I mean, your items are already solid enough, and then adding on that additional light spell vamp just means you can get your HP back right after you use the ultimate. And then if you land on a lot of targets, minions plus heroes, your HP is suddenly back to full. Even, especially if you're in those moments where the Gatot Gacha is caught. Like for example, if I was Nexplay Solid and I was catching the Gatot Gacha in like a bush away from his teammates, right? He could just jump either into the creeps or into the enemy team, and then that spell vamp is gonna help get him back up to full, especially with the help of Queen's Wings, which adds additional regeneration, additional spell vamp to your skills. right? So it's a magic chess strategy, like I mentioned when we were talking off cam. That's what we did in magic chess. I mean, that's also why Gatot was nerfed in magic chess. You know. So it was really funny to watch here, being brought in by Dexstar, which is a very avid magic chess player, by the way, if you guys didn't know.
I had to say that the draft, the thought process, they put a lot into it, and right now, Blacklist International, they reap the fruits of their labor. But Blacklist International, they still need to win one game. Nexplay Solid has all the chance. They have one game.
Yeah.
To take this to game number 3.
Yep.
So, Nexplay Solid, they still have a chance to prove themselves back and just take this to a 1-1 and just prove to Blacklist International, hey, we have our own cheeky drafts as well.
That's right. I mean, I have complete faith that they can do that, obviously. But Blacklist International, I think they kind of broke expectations here with that draft. I mean, who expects a draft with the Rafaela to do that well? And for the Rafaela to be, the Rafaela is known as a squishy hero. So I'm a little surprised that with a Hellcurt on the enemy team, it did not die as often as it did. So that just goes to show the cohesion, right? The cohesion, the togetherness of Blacklist International, making sure that no one was left alone in that matchup. I think that's super important.
You know what? I'm just happy that how do I say this? Full Clip had a good debut game.
Right.
It was a really good debut game. His mechanics were showcased in a setting where he thrived and he didn't really have a hard time. So you really have to give it up for Blacklist. Whatever nervousness that Full Clip has, I think shaken off as well. And it's the same for Nexplay Solid. But Nexplay Solid will make, Blacklist International get a taste of their own medicine in game number 1 with the YSS first pick.
Yep. So maybe this is gonna be the way. Maybe the problem earlier was the Yisan Shin. If you give it to Full Clip, it's so scary. Maybe that's the reason why they could not make a good engagement, is because they were always spotted out by the Yisan Shin ultimate. Maybe if we remove that, Blacklist International might have a different time. But in this game, both teams are switching up their drafts, it looks like, completely. So here we go again with Yuzong. Yuzong, always so good to see Yuzong play in the games. Obviously, you always want to see that big dragon flying in the air, right? So, and his brother, I think that's his brother, the Baksha. Interesting, very interesting here for Nexplay.
We're actually, somewhat sticking to the lore here of Mobile Legends.
Yeah, exactly.
You're actually seeing those, videos.
The intro videos, right?
The commercials, yeah. So they're gonna go up against each other, and we still have the Chang'o here for game number 2. But it's going to be on the side of Nexplay Solid, and I really like how the Filipinos, put flavor into our own meta. We do have our Chang'o pick right here, and not a lot of people like Chang'o in the first place, but right now Chang'o is being integral part of our MPL-PH Season 6.
Yeah, especially Shinbu, right? He tried it for a bit, then he went back to the Selena. So I'm a little surprised that now it looks like Nexplay Solid is trying to do a statement game. This looks like a huge statement game for them. Like, what they're gonna do is they're gonna try to beat Blacklist International with their own lineup, right? And maybe get into the nerves of Blacklist with the Yisan Shin Angela. We're gonna make you. Their plan is we're gonna make you feel what we felt last game, and we are absolutely gonna destroy you with it. The problem is Ling is open on the other side of Blacklist, a target that is very difficult to deal with using a Yisan Shin and a Chang'e.
But you know what? Blacklist International, they have the Yuzhong. If the Yuzhong, it's so easy to gap close against a Chang'e.
That's right.
So if you think about it, just the dragon as well, but it could be a double-edged sword for that Yuzhong. It can work against his enemies, and it can work against him too. Because you know what? He has unit phasing when he actually uses that dragon form. So what Chang'e does is if he goes in a way or in a spot that's predicted by the Chang'o can make him eat all of the meteor shower, and that's going to be bad for him because when he ends up when he stops being a dragon, he is gonna have half HP, and you wouldn't really want that if you're a Yu Zhong.
That's right. I mean, the problem with that is if you're a Yu Zhong and then you dive into the Chang'e, you have to be 100% sure that you're gonna be able to do something, that you're gonna be able to fight. You can't do it just to try to engage. You need to be sure that you're gonna engage, because if you fail, there's no way that you're running out of that, right? Exactly the same reason. The same reason why Yaoi's Kufra didn't work well earlier is because if you Tyrant's Rage in, you're not gonna go out anymore alive.
And that's how you punish, ladies and gentlemen. Punish is a legit term in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. When they go in, and they don't do their jobs properly, what you do is you just take them down. And that's what happens. And if sometimes initiating, it's all about momentum. When you get your first initiation in and it works for you, then your next initiations are probably gonna be good. But when you do not get that certain momentum going for you, you just find yourselves in a very bad spot every initiation that you do.
That's right. I think a team like Nexplay Solid is one of those teams that don't want to go in when it's not sure. That's been obvious from them from the start, right? They're always so sure, and usually it gives them a good result. But now, they're being given some doubts by Blacklist International. Let's see if that's going to be different here as we head into Game 2 between Nexplay Solid and Blacklist International.
This is going to be a slobber knocker, ladies and gentlemen. Nexplay Solid. I know their fans are rallying them to take this game number 2. Blacklist International fans really want them to end this right here, right now. Eson here is on to the bottom lane. He's trying to get a bit of a XP as to get the fatal links early. Full clip on the other hand, he will secure his purple buff, and that's a good job coming up from him. But onto the other side, Renegade is actually contesting that orange buff, but there is a pause, and we are seeing Renegade go up against 2 members here of Blacklist International. So, Rockhart, I mean, seeing how it goes, like how Blacklist International is separating or dividing their economy in terms of gold, in terms of XP, they really thought this through.
Yeah, they really did. I think they know that they can leave some members on their own for a long time, especially Renegade on that FAMS. You can leave that FAMS alone for a long time, and the rest of the team can try to weave into the buffs and we use that Chang'e ultimate to its maximum potential. Obviously, we have not seen that yet, but later on, expect a lot of attempts for Chang'e to go for the buffs, which is usually how you would want to play that if you are a team that is hyper aggressive. And I think that's exactly what Nexplay is. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not they can pull off these buff steals that we saw when we are on a technical pause. So we'll be back shortly. But what I want to see here is whether or not Renegade is going to make it alive on the 2v1. This is level 2. I like the confidence of these guys, but they might be in for a little bit too hard, a little bit too deep here on the orange jungle side.
Yeah, I would just put it in a way where NXP Solid, they do have a good draft as well going on to their side. I like that Baksha off lane. It's one of those heroes that can be used in that lane, although I think they're certainly better heroes for that, or let's say S+ heroes, if I do say so myself. So
sure.
I'm seeing it as an answer for this certain game that they really just wanted to go for the Baksha at this point, because sustain is the game onto the other side of the map. So they just really need to stop them from doing that. And as we all know, Baksha is Durant's on a stick.
Yep, basically level 1, you got that anti-lifesteal already, anti-spell vamp, which if that's what they want to do, if they want to play the sustained game, you know what? I feel like NXP Solid is going to be ready for that. Now Blacklist is going to, you're going to have to really cut in deep here. They want to stump the Baksha early on. If you don't want to get overrun by the Baksha lineup, you have to attack it early on, and I wonder if that's going to be the case here. Looks like Renegades doesn't really want to get the buff. We're back in the game. He just wanted to push them back and delay it, right? Because right now, H2O is doing the buff on his own on the other side of the map.
Renegade here will actually secure that red buff, and it was actually a really good move coming out from Nexplay Solid.
Yep, beautifully done there, and that denies them. That's a very big denial in not just the buff itself, but for the experience. Now you'll see a lot more power here coming from the FAMs, and that's going to be a lot more difficult for the Yuzhong to actually win that lane because of that. He's going to get level 4 ahead unless Blacklist International does some really, really smart plays. Right now, I'm not sure what they're trying to do. They want to go for the fight right away, and looks like they have so much trust in Full Clip with this one.
Yeah. I'm seeing it right now as Blacklist International not really going ham in terms of just engaging the enemy. Just because they don't have the red buff. I mean, it's not it's really a big of a deal if you think about it. Like your potential, your capability of just joining the fight at this early. I mean, that at that engagement, if Ling had his orange buff, they would have gone in head on and they would have punished MB hard. But the thing is, they don't have it, and it really stops, Blacklist International from just being that aggressive team. And I think that is a win onto the side of NXP Solid for the early game.
That's right. I mean, early on, you remove that. I mean, we all know why. A lot of pro teams, they keep forcing those invades. They do it for a good reason. Denying a big buff, especially that buff, the orange buff, is such a big deal, especially for the main carries like Ling. If the Ling doesn't have the orange buff, it becomes a lot more difficult to take down targets because the targets can just walk away or run away from the Ling. The orange buff has the slow, which stops that aside from the burn damage. And giving it to Renegade, they imagine this, Butters. They spent only Renegade to get that, and they're getting the returns right now.
And look at this. That was literally a 1v2. And Renegade, just because he had this orange buff, it gave him the extra potential to fight. It gave him extra firepower, and they will just go back. And that is a very uncharacteristic of being a defensive side laner. Because the thing is, you should be the one who's going back. But then again, is that going to be another steal on the side of Nexplay Solid? No, Full Clip will secure it with his retribution.
So they're not super ahead, but Nexplay Solid are doing a great job in getting the area secured for their own side. Now, Yaoi is still level 3 on the hill. He's the front line here, trying to see if he can stop and zone here. Blacklist International, they want to go for it. Lolita with the ultimate, and looks like Edward's gonna steal it with Kagura. That's a big Fatal Link's fight as well, and Edward gets first blood, followed shortly by the Link.
Aqua on the other side of the map, he really takes down that Chango. And Nexplay Solid, that is one fight that they did not want to take. Blacklist International S on here, just showing his veteran moves.
Man, this is decision making, right? The question there was whether or not your heroes are strong. It's whether or not you make a good decision to go in. And that call was just beautifully done. Let's have a look at the Gillette instant replay. Razor sharp accuracy there for Edward's retribution. And because of that, 2 kills and a turtle. Going to their side, make that free. That is a lot of resources going over the Blacklist.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is your instant replay brought to you by Gillette. #Shave the day. And on to the bottom lane, there is a bit of a, scuffle there. I'm not really sure what happened, but H2O, they were just poking, and Blacklist International, I feel that they had engagement in mind. But to be honest, at that point on, it would have been really scary because a lot of the members of Nexplay Solid were preparing to go down.
Yep, I think they already were, right? I mean, oh my gosh. Next play solid. The problem there was Yaoi was also not ready to go for the fight. He was level 3. And we'll have to wait and see if that's going to result into more here. But right now, we are here. We are trading towers top for mid for Blacklist and Next play. And we'll have to find out whether or not MB and Yaoi is gonna be doing anything here in this fight, because right now they're looking really hard pressed for backup. Where's the backup?
But Yaoi going in, he just tries to steal it. Hilda isn't really working, but look at that. A 2-man Luminum Blast. Chester here will be the next target. He will go down. And that rocket coming out from that Lolita pays off. And look at this Lolita in an MPL-6 game. What is happening and what meta is this? Blacklist International. What the hell are you guys doing?
Man, remember when we were talking the qualifiers? Oh no, we're not done yet. They still want to go for it. Renegade, you gave us such a hard time earlier. Now we want to go for a fight. Aqua and Eson going in, and they're having a hard time actually getting Renegade low. But right now, without the ultimate, will he be able to fight? It's a 1v1. Those are two very big meaties. And with a disengage from Chester, will be helping stave off the attack. But on the other side, the coin, man.
Look at this. Dexter with his signature Numinous Blast catches 2 people. H2O gets away, but oh my goodness, this is a surgical extraction coming from Blacklist International. They're not letting Nexplay Solid get anything their way.
Dude, I'm super surprised here at the same time, because you remember back in the qualifiers, in Season 6 qualifiers, since last Season 5, a lot of people were dissing on the Kagura pick. A lot of people hated the Kagura pick. They're making it work so well now with Edward. I'm kind of trying to wrap my head around why, but what I'm thinking right now is because Kagura isn't the focus here. The Kagura is basically just a sidearm. Like, if you have Full Clip and Aqua as your primary weapon, you only have the Kagura as a secondary, but the secondary weapon is doing a lot of headshots. That's what's happening here.
You know what? I take it very literally. Popol and Koopa and Kagura is the same. Hear me out. You have the umbrella as a dog. When you collide with the umbrella, you stun someone. When Popol and Koopa, when Popol casts a spell against the enemy, it bites the enemy, it gives a stun.
Oh yeah, exactly. They have almost the same feature, right? Except it puts the Kagura's body in harm's way.
But then again, the advantage of Kagura is he is not limited by that stun. He has the Shogyu Mogyu as well. He has the Yin Yang overturn just to make a slow count. He has a stun, he has a slow, and it's the same as Popol and Koopa. Popol and Koopa has a thing about traps and putting the map control, and for Blacklist International with the Kagura, it's more on the idea of just having extra crowd control now and then inside this Kagura umbrella.
Yep, and for some people, it's better because usually Kagura has better damage output depending on what stage of the game it is. Popol and Koopa just has more sustain because it's 2 heroes. It's almost like 2 heroes, right? 2 HP bars. That means more sustain, but obviously it's more of crowd control, less on damage. And so far, the Kagura is definitely one of those picks that can work well as long as you don't expect it to be the main focus.
But right now, Blacklist International, they're just going in, trying to take down everything. The Mountain Shocker is here. But that information is very limited, and they know what Blacklist International is doing right now. They're just pushing in the waves. They're just pushing in the lanes. Nexplay Solid here. What can they do? They do have the Hilda, but Yaoi here is not really having the best game of his life.
Yep. I mean, the Hilda was okay. It was a good pick, but it's going into the roaming support Hilda. Don't forget, it has that mask, so it's a little softer than the usual lane Hildas that we've seen. But again, that's the trade-off. You get a lot of early game toughness, and you exchange it for late game supremacy, which is what's happening right now.
MB, in a very bad spot right now. At least he has his ultimate, and with that ultimate in mind, Blacklist International won't really go for the engage because number one, he's not really the best target at this point. Mountain Shocker will be used on the bottom lane. There is a push, pressure,
Oh my God.
pressure. Blacklist International, they're just doing it right now. And what do you think can Nexplay Solid do, Rockhart?
Man, they really have to find full clip here, but that's becoming difficult because if you'll notice, no one can crowd control the Ling. You cannot catch this Ling with anyone. And that's becoming the big problem here. No hard CC equals this Ling's just gonna fly if you do a little bit of damage to it. And that's the reason why not a lot 7-0 so far. Make that 8.
You know what? MB here at a very bad spot. Fatal Links will catch 2. And look at this. Full clip going ham. Dashing in, dashing out, poking everyone inside. And that is going to be another skirmish on the side of Blacklist International. And we still have a 0-11 score in this game.
What did Full Clip have for breakfast? And Dexter, the pick on the Lolita just nullified everything. H2O's long range, Chester's long range, and so far they cannot deal with it. I can't find a way for them to actually catch anyone. And again, I have to put emphasis on the escape mechanics, right? Because they have so much mobility, so much escape, that the decision to fight is always on the side of Blacklist here, like what we see right now.
Blacklist International, they're doing everything right. Enter the map, the pressure, all the objectives, even the buffs. It's not going to the side of Nexplay Solid. This is the first time I've seen Yisun Shin use the Mountain Shocker to, probably just try and escape ganks. It's the other way around. It just feels weird. It feels really weird.
I remember last game when they were using it to find targets that that Aqua was gonna fight. This time around, they're using it to find ways, find the areas where they have to run to, and that means that Nexplay Solid is definitely having a hard time in getting that gold and getting into the fights this time around.
And Blacklist International, man, my goodness, Rockhart, we haven't seen a perfect game from any team. This might be it. Will Nexplay Solid get a kill and stop this from being a perfect game?
Come on, man. I that's just wrong, right? I mean, the way they executed this game is just it's so bad if you make a perfect game out of this one. It'll feel really bad. So right now, they need to make a miracle work. No one can stop Full Clip. No one can hold him. No crowd controls to lock him down. That's the big problem. And now MB gonna be suffering the majority of that damage. Ren J on the backside though, looking like he wants to finish this off as well, but no.
Blacklist International, they're really being cautious here. They're not letting Yawi and the others do whatever they want, and this might be a perfect game.
Oh my
Blacklist
God,
International, it's a 0-14. Blacklist International. Surgical extraction, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude, that is, I have to say, congratulations on the 2-0 against a team like Nexplay Solid. Man, oh man. I mean, when we were getting into the day, we were talking, obviously, us casters, we talked to each other, right? I think only one guy predicted this would happen.
No one is really expecting this.
No one else expected. Right.
I mean, this is what I was expecting from Dexter, Killer, Bonchan. For the longest time, I've expected this ever since Season 5. And right now, I guess my expectations, I put it really low just because they didn't really perform way back Season 5. But right now, I just feel that Blacklist is back.
They are back. This is the way
to my goodness,
back into the regular season, man. Congratulations to Blacklist on the 2-0. And we'll obviously want to hear more of that. Because I feel like I need to analyze that. We will have to watch that replay, how they lost that, right, Butter?
But, yeah, we do have Wolf watching from the sidelines. And I think it's time to pass it on to him. Wolf, after a very short break, you will be up.
be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99. For Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga life?
Simple and smart ako.
Back in action for MPL Season 6. My name is Wolf, your analyst. And we're going to be breaking down Game 2 between Nexplay and Blacklist. Wherein Blacklist actually won it by a storm, I'd say. They have destroyed Nexplay Solid in game number 2 to a point where it was 14-0. Which is interesting because their draft is, basta sabi nating overreaction at a certain point laban sa Nexplay. Pero bakit, ano nga naman ang kahit anong draft if you can execute properly, and that's what I think is the key factor here. Dexstar as well as Ezon coming out from Blacklist, Ezon eSports and Dexstar, veterans in the scene for the longest time since the start of professional ML. Nandiyan na yung dalawang yan. They have now teamed up together, and in the meta game that we are playing right now, hindi natin masasabi na maganda ang Lolita at Atlas, let alone a 2-tank setup na meta game that we're playing. It's not gonna work. It's masyado lang talagang mabagal. But Blacklist International, they drafted it because of 2 things. One is to counter the opposing lineup, obviously. Lolita answers the Chango. It also answers the Yisen Shin for sure. And second is because they are prepared for this. Mukhang handang-handa ang Blacklist International. That's one thing that we want to point out. Okay, so bakit nga ba hindi nag-work ang isang double tank setup? That is because of the fact that it's very slow when it comes to taking the waves. In fact, in this specific game, napakaganda ng simula. Coming out from side of Nexplay Solid, they were able to invade. Nanakawan nila ng orange buff ang Blacklist. And in the start, they are really on the lead. However, Blacklist, meron silang konting adjustment kasi alam nila na talagang mas mabagal silang mag-clear compared to Nexplay. What they did was to put Ezon, which is a tank. Nag-mask po yan. Ganun siya. Ganun ka-dedicated to being a tank itong si Ezon in this specific game. But he started in the bottom lane against MB at a certain point. The back siya. So, bakit ba nila ginawa to as we are looking at the smart highlights of the game? Bakit sila naglagay sa simula ng isang Atlas dun sa may bottom lane? Well, because they needed the wave clear coming out from Edwards Kagura in the mid lane so that the first set of buffs, at least, they will match up when it comes to clearing speed. Obviously, Nexplay Solid, sila pa rin yung nauna, but the effect of the start of Blacklist International is that both of their tanks are level 4 in the first clash of the match. Nung unang clash na nangyari, na full-on 5v5 team fight, they were ready with their yin-yang overturn, with the fact that they have the fatal links as well as the Lolita ultimate. Kaya sobrang handa sila dun sa unang laban. And I would just honestly say that Dexstar as well as Ezon's in-game knowledge that they have accumulated all throughout their career in ML, full display sa game na to. If you look at the ultimate of Lolita, the way it's used, may mga times na hindi siya ka-combo ng Fatal Links kasi ginagamit nila to laban dun sa backlines ng Nexplay Solid. And there were also times where Dexstar will just pop that bulwark kahit protektahan lang yung mga minions. Kasi ayaw niyang bigyan si Chango nung chance na makakuha ng extra wave sa mid. Ganon ka-dedicated itong si Dexstar as well as Ezon on fulfilling their role. That's why Blacklist International really steamrolled over Nexplay. So this is just perfect mixture of experience and good drafting coming out from Blacklist. Full Clip is our smart MVP of the game with a 707 performance on the link. But I can honestly say that Edward on this Kagura also played well. Pati na rin yung mga supporting cast dito coming out from Blacklist. Aqua played well. The two tanks coming out from Blacklist International were also very good. At hindi lang yung kanilang paggamit ng mismong hero. It's very smart on how they were able to execute with their lineup. And I think that it's just important for us to mention kung gaano kaganda ang addition ni Eason dito sa Blacklist. For the longest time, reserved from other teams that he played in, particularly Cignal Ultra from before, as we have the giveaway codes, by the way, guys. So reserve, but now use yung kanyang experience and yung kanyang in-game knowledge paired up with another brilliant mind in the scene, which is Dexstar. I think that this is Blacklist International having a lot of preparation din. I think na-mention ng mga casters natin, ang dami nilang, mukha silang handang-handa. Yun na nakita natin, handang-handa sila sa ating laro, and it's a full display right now in this game. So very exciting to see dito sa Blacklist. Nexplay, they will have a lot of chances then to actually get back to the game for sure. Dami pa nilang lalaroin, and they would have to treat this as a lesson that anybody can be prepared against them. Nevertheless, this is MPL Season 6. Marami pa tayong mapapanood na matches today. We still have 2 series remaining. Before that, let's thank the people or the organizations that made this possible. Again, MPL-PH Season 6 is brought to us by our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Just dial *123# and choose Giga Games. MPL Season 6 also brought to us by our official sponsor, Realme. Realme, by the way, is celebrating the first Realme Fan Fest and #DareBeRealme campaign. Visit their official page at fb.com/Realme Philippines to know more. We'd also like to thank our official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. #Shave the day with Gillette. We also would like to thank our partner in eSports, PayMaya. Get 7% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, and the better way to pay, of course. Promo runs until August 31. Big thanks, by the way, to our partner in eSports, TikTok. Search MLBB on TikTok just to win premium skins. Search lang MLBB sa TikTok para manalo ng premium skins. Sobrang simple lang. Of course, MPL Season 6 with our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Hear like a pro, and this is powered by Moonton. Mga kaibigan, we still have 2 exciting series remaining, even a very important match later in the day. For now, we're going to be hopping into the break, and while we do that, why don't we enjoy the top 5 plays of this series?
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga life?
Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me, feel me,
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme, dare to leap.
don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to Fun Talk. My name is Wolf, your host, and with me, history-making champions, two-time MLBB, formerly known as Sun Sparks. Welcome. Kamusta naman? Kamusta? Sige, kasi may mga hindi rin siguro nakakilala pa or baka nagulat sila kasi nakaputi na kayo, bago na yung jersey. Pakilala nyo naman yung sarili nyo, ano yung role nyo sa team. At
ako si Christian Pifora, IGN Grace Rapisha, and ako 22 years old. Ako yung tank support ng Aura-PH.
Ako naman si Grid, Alan Jedrico Abaloy, 21 years old, tank support ng Aura-PH.
My name is Reza Olcadua, IGN Orange. I'm 22 years old, role ko 5.
Ako po si KLVJ Hernandez, IGN ko po KLVJ. I'm 15 years old, tas ang role ko po ay is fighter mage ng Aura.
My name is JP De La Cruz, IGN ko JP. Marksman Assassin ng Aura-PH, 21 years old.
Ako nga pala si Ashley Marco Cruz, IGN ko Wash, role ko fighter. I'm 21 years old.
right. Guys, first time na nagkaroon ng online na tournament, kahit yung mismong playoffs online, naglalaro lang kayo. Describe nyo naman yung feeling, ano yung difference.
Laking challenge kasi wala yung communication, yung pagsasama namin. Iba kasi pag magkakasama kami, kung walang problema sa pag-uusap, tuloy-tuloy yung command. Tapos, nung nagsama-sama kami ng playoffs, bumalik yung excitement namin dahil magkakasama kami. Tapos, nung nag-champion kami ng playoffs, parang nakaka-miss lang yung feeling ng crowd. Nawala kasi yung feeling na may sumisigaw.
Anong initial reaction nyo nung Onyx PH, JP? Sila ulit yung nakatapat nyo sa Grand Finals.
Ano kasi noong una, nang pagpasok namin ng Grand Finals, Inaantay na namin yung kung sino maglalaban sa lower bracket ng finals, kung sino papasok sa amin. Tapos nung nalaman namin Onyx, masaya pa rin kasi si Grid gusto rin makalaban yung Onyx PH. So, kumbaga, pinagandaan na rin namin. Tapos, napag-aralan din kasi namin sila kasi waiting na kami. Napapanood namin yung laban nila against Grid ng finals, lower bracket.
Grid, last time nasa losing side sa Grand Finals. This time, nasa winning side. Gusto namin malaman ano yung pakiramdam on both ends.
Ayun, syempre masaya kasi finally natapos ko yung sinisigaw ko nung season 4. Kasi nung season 4, nung game 4, sumisigaw na ako na champion na tayo. Tapos yun, naudot syempre malungkot nun after ng game nun. Tapos pagdating naman nung season 5, nung nag-champion, sobrang sarap sa feeling kasi finally natapos ko na yung sinisigaw ko nung season 4, diba?
And masaya din kasi parang may winning play kang ginawa doon. It's amazing. Natalia play. Can you describe to us ano yung nasa utak mo ng mga moments na yon? Paano mo kinausap yung mga kampi mo about that?
Sa akin kasi nararamdaman ko talaga na kahit anong gawin ko, kahit anong decision na gawin ko sa game, tiwala lang yung pating ko na parang walang mali sa amin kahit na mag-error kami, okay lang. Tapos yun, nung naramdaman ko yung tiwala na yun, nung time na yun, hindi na ako nagsalita eh. Sila nagkakagulo sila ng sa Lord, tapos sabi ko, it's my time, di ba?
Anong mas masarap na feeling para sa LVJ? Yung first championship o yung etong most recent one?
Para sa akin yung first championship kasi nung na 2-0 kami, parang tumingin talaga ako sa audience nun eh. Na parang ang dami pala namin supporters. Parang sabi ko kagad na, tara guys, pakita natin na kaya natin. Masarap din yung feeling ng sinasabitan ng medal sa stage at saka inaangat yung trophy sa stage. Guys, lahat naman na nandito deserving na mag-champion. Lahat kayo may pinatunayan. Pero isa sa mga tinitingala ng mga viewers natin ngayon, syempre si LVJ, the king. Pero before MPL Season 5, meron kang pinramis kay Mami. Actually, let's watch this video. Now. Ang promise ko, Mami, magbaback-to-back kami, tapos mag-MC tayo nila ate, tapos champion din doon sa ibang bansa.
So, Kel, yung promise mo, natupad mo na. Medyo lang kasi may konting hiccup lang. Pero ngayon na back-to-back champion na natupad mo na yung sinabi mo kay Mami, meron ka bang bagong promise?
Hindi man natupad niya sa MEC, pero pangako, champion kami ulit gamit naman yung Aura PH sa M2, buong mundo naman yung champion namin.
Captain Reflesia, solid mga players mo for sure. Pero ano yung pwedeng abangan ng viewers?
Feeling ko yung pinaka-abangan nyo lang is yung same enjoyment, excitement ng team namin pagdating sa paglalaro. Siguro abangan nyo na lang sa Aura PH yung same na ginagawa namin, yung excitement, yung saya sa game. May kita nyo pa rin, pero yung improvement namin, ipapakita din namin sa inyo.
Aura PH, your back-to-back champions ng MPL, two-time history makers, at hindi daw sila magbabago para sa MPL Season 6. Kaabang-abang for sure. This has been MPL's Fun Talk. See you in the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, after that commanding victory by Blacklist International, we are going to go over the Cignal Ultra versus BSB, one of the new teams here in the MPL. Cignal Ultra, I think they will be trying to, just prove themselves to us, while BSB, being the old dogs that they are from MPL Season 5, will just try to stop whatever Cignal Ultra is gonna try to do. But before we head into the game and before we head into our sponsors, we would like to, introduce ourselves. I'm Butters, he's Rockhart, and let us thank our sponsors right now. Our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook gaming, and more. Dial *123# now and choose Giga Games 99. We also have our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and #Dare to be Realme campaign. Visit their official page at fb.com/Realme Philippines to know more. Of course, our official sponsor, Gillette, is there as well. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. #Shave the day with Gillette. We also have our partner in eSports, PayMaya. Get 7% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until August 31. We do have our partner in eSports as well, TikTok. Search MLBB on TikTok to win premium skins. And after that, of course, we have Logitech G, our official gaming headset partner here, like a pro. And of course, this tournament is powered by Moonton. Rockhart, what do you think about Series 1 before we head into Series number 2 mode?
Well, for Series 1, that was not what anyone expected. I think no one expected such commanding victory. I mean, we were expecting a close fight, but not a landslide like that. So I will definitely be tracking what Blacklist International will be doing in this tournament for sure. And so far, I feel like we should we have to give credit as well to how that draft went in that last game, right? So that draft went super well, man. I mean, Bonchan is obviously one of the oldest players as well in Mobile Legends, so I have no doubt about the skills of that guy. That's their coach, right? And yeah, definitely looking forward to whether or not NXP can bounce back for that one. I'm sure they can, right? It's only a matter of time. And I'm also waiting to see whether or not they can still keep on their track to beating them. Because this is not the last time they'll face. They'll also face off against each other soon. And we'll have to find out about that one.
I agree with that. And right now, let's show Team A's video, A Minute to Meet, BSB. Let's check them out.
So good.
What's up? Nag-umpisa ako mag-ML nung nakita ko yung mga tropa ko nag-ML sa labas. Tapos nagkukwentuhan sila sa ML. Tapos tinry ko i-download. Tapos di ako natulog ng 3 araw. Laro ko.
Ako, na-discover ko yung naglalaro lang yung mga pinsan ko, tapos nilaro ko na din. Galing ako second team ng BSB. Tapos nung nag-ECQ, nag-uwian kami, may nagbata ako maglaro pa din. Hindi ako tumigil. Sabi ko tuloy lang. Etong Season 6 nga, sabi ko parang nag-looking for team ako. Dapat second team ulit ako. Sabi ni Shider mag-tryout ako sa main team. Kaya ayun, nakakuha naman ako.
Gusto ko lang pustahan lang talaga eh.
Indeed, #be legendary as we see BSB's new lineup. Cap 1, Trevor, Wilson, Scheider, Anna, and Drix.
So BSB, sorry.
They lost S-Man.
Yeah.
They lost Jeraxnu. But right now, I think Anna and Drix, they're really formidable replacements for these two guys.
Absolutely. I think BSB really also needed to make a change from previous season because they were a pretty good team, right? But they were lacking that oomph, that X factor, that star power, and that's also a reason why they ended up on the bottom of the barrel. I think bottom half rather, and having a change up in roster is not always going to be a good thing, right? It's always going to be a risk. It's always going to be a risk whether or not they actually work well. They might do well in scrims. They might do well on boot camp when you're practicing, but you never really know if a team is going to make it until they're here in the big stages, in the big leagues with the big boys. And this is going to be the test for BSB's new roster. Ana and Drake's very, very new faces here in the MPL.
Mm-hmm. Scheider, not a new face anymore. But talking about new faces, Rockhart, these are probably the newest faces that you can see in MPL. Cignal Ultra. You have Imba DJ, Sujin, Rhea, Bensanity, Hades, and Yebmeister.
Yeah, I feel like these are, if we're talking about new, this is the newest of the new, right, for the MPL. A very old team name, but almost everyone just getting into the groove here and absolutely dominated their qualifiers as well with some very, very clutch games. And it was not a 2-0 like a lot of people would think when you talk about dominating, but they were living up to the Cignal Ultra aura, right, of being the comeback kings. And they did that on the qualifiers with a reverse sweep on a lot of their games. So I'm looking forward to whether or not they can come out of that, because obviously going for comebacks all the time is not what you want to be doing. But for the meantime, it is working for them and has landed them to where they are right now.
That is true, Rockhart, and we did see a good performance coming out from them. Qualifier matches, probably one of the best qualifier matches that we've seen ever in MPL. That game against Archangel, you really have to give it up to them to for taking that series. But whatever happened there, I think those two teams really deserve the slot, and I'm just happy to see Imba DJ just getting the fruits of his labor. He's been trying to get into the MPL since season 5. I think since season 4, and he's doing great, and he's here already. Now this is the proving grounds. Imba DJ, what do you have for us?
Yep, Imba DJ, he's one of the most veteran. He's very veteran. I mean, you won't notice it because he's such a baby face, but he's been an esports guy for a long time, right? And going through, if you watch through the qualifier matches for these guys, a lot of people didn't know them back then, but if you're in the know here for esports, you'll definitely find that this guy is he's been fighting to get to where they are right now for a long time, and he's been proving that he can captain a team into MPL caliber out of almost nowhere. Like, these guys, you would not know them from the previous MPLs. None of these are former players from any other teams, right? They are basically just new faces and new guys who came into the MPL already guns a-blazing with seemingly veteran status on their backs.
Yeah, I mean, if you would look at Cignal Ultra, their lineup is actually kinda wild if you think about it. Why wild? Why do I use wild as a description?
Good question, yes.
For Cignal Ultra. These are players that came from different teams. They were the best of the best, and they were put inside Cignal Ultra. They've been really trying to get into the MPL for the longest time already. There were some adjustments in the roster, but now they find that perfect blend. They get the perfect chemistry, and they get the slot to MPL. So this is one of the things that BSB really wants to stop. I mean, Nexplay solid, although they lost series number 1, but that doesn't change the fact that they still had a good debut.
They really did.
Because that's what happened. Yeah. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win, but it's all part of the competition.
Yep.
You wouldn't really want to see one team just dominating everyone. Like season 1.
Season 1, that was basically Aether Main, who finished games at 7 minutes, 8 minutes, right? And they didn't look like they had an equal. The closest that we've seen to a team do that is with I think that's gonna be MLBB. They almost never lost a game in the regular season. They only failed in season 4 for the whole season 4, their debut season. And as you mentioned, this is something that BSB wants to stop. They want to stop Cignal Ultra before they become this unstoppable beast and getting so much confidence by beating veteran teams in the MPL, right? You want to stop that before it starts. And this is a big mission for BSB. As they said before, it's up.
You know what? They have to stop Cignal Ultra from having a successful debut in the MPL. But beating MPL teams, this isn't really a first time for Cignal Ultra if you think about it. I mean, there's a record on an outside tournament where Cignal Ultra actually defeated their back-to-back champions in a best of 5. Now that's right. Unheard of. That is unheard of. Because if you think about it, the last time that they did, the last time that they did lose in a tournament was probably way back M1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, everything else has been everything else. Aura PH, our previous champions, have already been steamrolling a lot of tournaments, and then they face off against a team like Cignal Ultra, and we won't share you the details of that one, but it was a brutal one. And that's why a lot of people coming into this tournament has so much hype, so much vision towards the new Cignal Ultra right now. And again, that's why both of us here as well are super excited to watch this match come into fruition. Against a team like BSB, who had a hard time beating Aura PH last season. I wonder what that means, right?
But the thing is, this is BSB's strength.
Yeah.
They will take one game from a high-profile team, and they just cut it short from taking the series. They had the capability to win one game, but right now, did they fix the tradition? Have they changed the cycle rather of BSB? You know, they really just want to stop this current trend that's happening right now, where they just lose the series just because they don't have enough firepower to just end the series there, or take a win or take a game 3 win.
Yep, we don't know, because right now they have new members, right? That could have changed the dynamic drastically for this team. Like, I think that's what happened to Blacklist, right? A few changes here and there, and look at them. They look really solid right now.
But
so
hey,
hey,
there's actually a thing about Blacklist being strong on the early parts of the tournament, because that's what happened. But I guess they changed it a bit. I do agree.
Yep, it's gonna be a big change, but we'll see if anything's gonna be changing in terms of heroes as we go into the draft here for BSB versus Cignal Ultra Game 1. Now, Imba DJ, we've seen him mostly on support roles, right, in the qualifiers. So I wonder if that's still gonna be the case. He plays a great Lo Yi, but that was way back then when Lo Yi was actually super strong. Lo Yi since then has gotten a pretty solid nerf. Will it be part of the draft of Cignal still?
I think Lo Yi is one of those picks where Cignal Ultra would really just I don't know. Like, Lo Yi right now was nerfed. It wasn't as strong as the same Lo Yi that he picked on the qualifiers.
Right.
So if you think about it, I mean, Cignal Ultra, they could just get it. I mean, it's still strong. It's Skit. She has control. She has damage. Everything in between. She actually has mobility to get his team, to get her team somewhere in the map, as long as it's in range.
Yeah.
But then again, there are certain heroes like Valir. There are certain heroes like Popol and Koopa and Selena that they could really just abuse. Well, Cignal Ultra did ban a Popol and Koopa, so I think it's more on the idea of a Selena.
Yep.
They can just pick right now instead of a Lo Yi. But let's see. It's all about their drafting and how they understand the game. Farsa will probably be their utility support.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like this Forza is going to be the good replacement, right, for Loyi. Loyi usually is drafted not just for the displacement, but a lot for the damage output before. So now it might go down in priority. Now it's going to be a question of whether or not we're gonna see some bans here for another big carry. There you go, the Roger gonna be taken out right away. So because obviously for lineups like this, you can't just leave it. I mean, a lot of teams before, they've tried the funnel Yuzong, and it's super hit or miss, especially in the qualifiers. If you have only Yuzong as your hard carry, that doesn't usually pan out. So that's why sometimes now, a lot of times actually, they pair it with either a super hard carry like a Roger or like a Ling. And both of these are going to be happening right now. Wow. So I like that the predicts are coming true here.
I mean, it's strong in a sense, but you really have to end the team fight fast. If the Yu Zhong doesn't really kill 3 people at one go, you just have to wait for another rotation or another cooldown, the skills to go off cooldown just to deal damage. I mean, he goes in front of his enemies, but you don't really see a Yu Zhong, punching or auto-attacking someone to death.
Yep. It's always about the skill execution as well, right? Like, he also needs help from a lot of teammates to get the targets in position. So he needs someone like Uranus, right? You want that Uranus to be ganged up by 3 people, 4 people, attacking, and then you go in for it and save the day, knock them up while they're all compressed. Usually that would be the case.
You know what? I'm looking at the draft right now, and I see the Cho. The Cho is probably gonna be on the side lanes and with the thumbs.
Yep.
And I'm really seeing BSB here. They just want to get in their faces. Now, here's the thing. Cignal Ultra, they have the Yu Zhong, and this is actually really good. Because if you think about it, Uranus will be the distraction. You said that, right?
Yep.
But then again, if the Yu Zhong goes in and the Glorious Pathway comes out, do you go back?
Probably not. Right,
I mean,
exactly.
It's there. There's a thought process between these 2 picks. It's all going to be about execution. I think that it's a 50-50 in terms of draft. But the thing is, who will execute it better? Glorious Pathway is a pain for a team that really just wants to engage from afar.
Especially for heroes like Yu Zhong, right? Who needs to go really up close and personal. Same with the Ling. Although the Ling can work around it, but when you're on the ground, that Glorious Pathway is still such a pain, right? Mm-hmm. So that's why this team that they drafted is very melee based. It's very hard on the face. Like, there's a Valier for anti-melee as well. So that's good. I really like that from BSB. Pretty good. That's why it's a 50-50 for me. But overall power levels still kind of favor Cignal Ultra right now.
Lot of expectations, a lot of things going on in this match. Cignal Ultra. Question is, will they have a successful debut? Or BSB, will they stop Cignal Ultra dead on their tracks? This is game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Series number 2 for day number 2. This is going to be BSB versus Cignal Ultra. Rockhard, any irregularities on the map right now?
Oh man, irregularities. People are bunching up here on the blue buff here, or purple buff of Cignal Ultra. They're already trying to force in all the pressure they can push, and that's even a flicker expended by Ana. Oh! The DJ is very low. He's gonna go down for first blood.
And you know what? I like this part about BSB. They're not afraid to go for the trade. They just want blood. And they're a very aggressive team.
Exactly. And it's boding pretty well. Although Cignal Ultra, they were able to get something back. It's actually a pretty good resource onto the Ling. Let's have a look at the Gillette instant replay. So far, they know they have a better level 1 kit. And they have no hesitation. I like that by BSB. And the problem is they did get punished by it, but that's kind of expected already. So 1 for 1, but Cignal Ultra, they have the resources on the right person here.
I just want to point it out. Ana had high-end drive. That Forza could have gone down easily with one more punch. But
Yep.
the thing is, Hades went near the Cho. So that means high-end guy didn't really proc that point. So the easy kill that Ana could have got out from became harder and he was forced to engage. It's probably do or die at that point because they had the link. The link could just jump out and take him down. So it's, I don't know. It's a really good play. It's the small things that you really need to look out for, and it makes all the difference in the game.
Yep, absolutely. Those are just small issues that usually, if it's never black and white sometimes, right? If you think about it, a lot of the decisions being made by these teams, by these players when they engage into fights, they're never as simple as they seem, especially with those emblems that can give you a really big swing, like Killing Spree. It usually does work well. Like in ranked games, usually in scrims, you don't. It's almost super justified to go for dives like that. But in the higher levels, sometimes you don't think of all the factors, right? All the external factors, and that's probably why that dive failed.
MPL is back with a vengeance, and we are back into the game. BSB versus Cignal Ultra, and Cap 1 here going for Tsujin. Tsujin and the others, they are here, and they want to take down Cap 1. Ben Sanity, is this their answer for that kill earlier? Drix will get away, but Ben Sanity, no, make that Imba DJ. He wants to get revenge. Ana here onto the back. Oh, Ana here will actually try to run away, but he gets forced out. Ana here, will he go down? No, he won't. Trebor just pushing them back, and that is going to be the end of the skirmish.
Yep.
Cignal Ultra, they really just want to control the map right now.
Yeah, a single skill actually helped really well here for BSB, and that's exactly why they drafted the Valir. You have a lineup like you have the Baksha, you have the Ling, you have the Yuzhong. One simple push can actually just save your teammates, and then you can easily disengage and then live to fight another day. So as long as they actually are careful, BSB might be ahead in terms of the mid-game skirmishes.
Hades went in. He did get the he didn't really get that purple buff. Even with the retribution, it was Drix who actually got it. But right now, a lot of members here onto the side of BSB are going down. They will stop the chase. They will be happy with 2 members going down on the other side.
Yep, 2, and that's gonna be enough for at least Cignal to threaten the mid lane push. They'll also try to go and steal up those buffs, which is definitely a very welcome prize for Cignal Ultra, not to mention it leaves the turtle kind of open. But for the meantime, Cignal Ultra will just go ahead, play safe, try to see if they can extend their influence on the top side while leaving the turtle open. That might not be the best decision here. We'll have to see.
And yeah, Ben Sanity, being the wheel that he is, he just goes and keeps on rolling.
Look at this guy.
On the area of the turtle. Imba DJ here with the feathered airstrike. It won't be enough, and BSB will secure that first turtle of the game. Rhea won't really be trying to, assist his allies at that point. He will just secure his own farm. While on the top lane, there is actually Hades there, just having the time of his life, just farming without a care in the world.
Yep, that's a whole lot of decision making that went a little bit sour there for Cignal Ultra. I feel like after that initial fight on the mid lane, after they took the tower if they took the buff, they probably could have gone for turtle, but they decided to go on the top lane and split up, which meant that was an opening for BSB to gang together, to group together, to get some resources for themselves, and it worked like a charm. They got the turtle, and now a lot of pressure on the map.
Imba DJ got that Clock of Destiny early, and that means it will be stacking up by the time we head into our mid game. There is going to be extra damage that you'd expect here from Imba DJ from the get-go. He does have Magic Worship, but Tsujin gets caught out. That is going to be an easy kill. And that's the thing about Uranus. If Uranus doesn't get hit for an extended amount of time, he will actually not be as tanky as you think. But look at this. Ana with a 2-man knock-up. Rhea will go down. And look at this. Another knock-up. and everyone is just going down. Imba DJ, Ana finding himself in another tight spot like this. This is deja vu for him. Imba DJ once more. Imba DJ, will he chase him down? No, he won't, even in the bird form.
Yeah, exact same spot. I was about to say, is this an instant replay? And apparently we'll see, Imba DJ, you cannot play around with this guy, or else you will be given a hard time. So, Imba DJ, he's not done.
This guy just pulls up. Okay. If you would look at this certain fight, yes, those knock-ups went in. But look at this. Ana with a 2-man knock-up. Actually, Rhea got a knock-up before he went down, and it's still procced.
That's right.
And the only reason why Imba DJ thought that it was a good thing to go for the feathered airstrike, because there was a sound cue. He actually heard Drix, or was that Ana recalling from that brush? So that's the time he used it, and it really paid off. It pushed back Ana. Not enough damage to take him down, but it was still good.
Yeah, interesting point there. And again, small decisions, right? Small decisions, rippling effects over the course of this fight. We'll have to wait and see if these small things are going to be the ones that will lead to the downfall of Cignal Ultra. Because so far, BSB, they are keeping up the pace with a team, with a lineup that is supposed to be a lot more sturdy, a lot stronger than their own. So we'll have to see if this Yi Sun-shin is going to be able to survive. Because right now, it's survival mode for Yi Sun-shin, right? Just spam your ultimate, then get the vision, which will kind of help you find out where the Yuzong is. You can find out where he's farming, right? Or it can also help just keep you safe. So yeah, this is small. Again, as we were talking about earlier, small decisions are becoming the bane here of Cignal Ultra. I wonder what's up with that.
It's not even about the damage, like Mountain Shocker. Information is power. Information is everything in a MOBA game. If you can get information on 5 heroes at the same time, and you can just use it to your advantage to plan out what rotations you're gonna use, then by all means just keep on using it, because there might be a time where someone is really low and you just use the Mountain Shocker and you just get the kill.
Yeah, sometimes that does happen, right? And for that to happen, you need high level of communication from your team, not just looking at the minimap, but knowing and trusting the call of your team that you have to use this right away. Someone's gonna go down, and they're just developing that. They're just playing around that, right? And because of that, Drix is 3-0-2 on the Yi Sun-shin. He's doing pretty well in this game.
Yes, and this is actually kind of this is surprising. This is an even match.
Yeah.
No one's actually getting any lead coming into our mid game, and they just back on the fact that they will be very careful. They will try to get their stuff. They will try to get their objectives, but BSB, it just goes in. Cap 1, look at this.
Oh my gosh.
This is the same fighting place. They really like to fight in this area. And I don't know what's happening, but Drix on the other side of the map, Rhea tracks him down. Can he get away? No, he won't. Rhea almost going down. Cap 1 here will go straight for that Yuzong. Yuzong will go down. And Ana here just trying to shake off Tsujin. But when the feathered airstrike was used, he just goes away. He was waiting for that timing, and really nice play coming out here from Ana. But Tsujin really still wants blood.
God!
And he will get it. He will get it.
This game is such a slobber knocker. They're fighting all the time. Like, no one's actually trying to go for farms anymore. They just want those kills. And I really like that. This game is shaping up to be one of the bloodiest games that we've seen so far this week.
And Trevor and the others, you know what? They're getting what they want. At least for Team BSB. Even if they're the ones who's actually very aggressive in getting all of this, they're not giving up anything onto the side of Cignal Ultra just because everything is happening on their side. It's Cignal Ultra. If they don't win the fight, then 100% they will have more time, or they will need more time to traverse through the turrets to take them down one by one.
Oh, look at the damage output here for Kuya Imba DJ. That's happening really quickly. While on the bottom lane, they're also getting turret takes. I think Hades is a bit delayed here on the farm, but they're making up for it by pure macro. I really like that, and they're not engaging yet because again, Hades is not ready to fight, but they're getting a lot of space created, or at least by the tower team. So Cignal Ultra, they're slowly getting the ball rolling, and I think that's just what they need to keep doing, right? They just need to keep the ball rolling, not get overwhelmed by BSB, and make sure they can balance out until the lane becomes a viable threat.
I like the idea here coming out from BSB. Whenever there's a purple buff going to the side of Cignal Ultra, they try to contest it, and they've won it twice out of the 3 times that they went in. Bensanity will miss his kill. Rhea here onto the backlines, trying to take down Grix, but Trevor will be the sacrificial lamb. Ana here trying to get away, but even with the Cho, he cannot get out of there. And Wilson will be the next target. The Tams could not do anything. And this is the time where we can say there's actually someone leading in the map.
Yep, just like that, Cignal Ultra, they are taking a lot from BSB right now. They will not be able to finish yet, but they are doing exactly what needs to be done if you have a Ling on your lineup. And again, so far so good for Hades. Rhea is a good sub carry here for the team, and they are working their way towards getting the jungle locked down, because that's exactly what you want to do, Trevor. Get locked in. Oh my god, what a bush! And that's gonna be a killing spree out of nowhere. And that's what happens when the Mount Shocker is not available. You gotta be careful where you step.
Do not check a bush when you do not have a way to face check them, or let's say check them easily in the stages of the game. You know, a lot of people are there. If you want to check the bush, you might want to use your skills before you do that. Hades, he gets knocked up by Ana, but Ana here doesn't he doesn't really have anything more to do. He needs to accept the fact that that's a Ling, and you cannot run from Ling that easily.
You cannot run from a Ling. I mean, that's like a snail trying to run away from a dog. You know, it's just so easy for the Ling to traverse the map, and especially if you have no one to help you out. Even if you're a Cho, right? If you get slowed and locked up, that's usually the end, especially for Hades. 5-1-4 so far. And Drix is just trying to play catch up here.
It's quite a complicated relationship or interaction between the two. But right now, there is actually a fight happening here. Cap1 and the others, they're trying to defend this Ling. Hades almost going down. He will get away with the Tempest of Blades, but Trevor here will be the target. Look at that knockup on 4 people.
Rhea.
But the kick is there. Rhea with a flicker. He cannot get out of that. Bensanity rolling. He keeps on rolling like the wheel he is. Feathered Airstrike will be used. Imba DJ will go down. What a nice play coming up from Wilson. Wilson here trying to get away. And look at this. This is a game of cats and dogs. Everyone is chasing everyone here. Cap1 and the others. Drix, can he get out? He doesn't have the flicker. He doesn't have anything to get away with. Just in the nick of time. He gets the dash out. He doesn't go down. Hades, that's 2 procs of the Tempest of Blades already. How long is this fight
going, man? And now they will be suffering. Sujin. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
The problem here is Hades was on a different mode. I think for the start of that fight, he was going straight for towers. I guess that was the call for Cignal. Get the tower, just keep fighting, and we will distract them. And I think they almost did a completed mission there. 1 tower in mid lane did go down. The bottom was just 1 to 2 hits away, and they kept pushing and pushing until they could no longer do it. And they will give away a few kills in there, but overall, Cignal Ultra is still definitely on the lead for this one.
A very good place coming out from Cignal Ultra. BSB, they're finding ways to stop the push, but in the process, they're losing their towers 1 by 1.
Yep, and that's basically what I like about Cignal Ultra. They never ever go for just the full wipeout. They always try to get something their way, especially towers. That's what I've noticed from them, especially from the qualifier series that I casted with these guys. So now it's gonna be super interesting whether or not BSB is going to be able to recover from this, because they have a lineup that can punish. If you notice earlier in the first push, they punished Rhea again. If since he was going 1v4, you know what? We can punish that. They did that very well. So they have the lineup that can punish a big monster like Yuzong. I wonder if they can keep this turtle going still, because it's gonna be a long game if they can.
It is going to be a long game, and right now, Hades pushing the lane and the bottom lane. He's pushing it out. On the top lane, however, Cignal Ultra is not putting any pressure onto it. That is a very big wave, and if they don't take that into account, I think that's going to be an easy tier 2 push on their top side. But right now, we are having a bit of a scuffle here. Looking at it, Lightning Truncheon is on MLBB. We actually have something here onto the side of Sujin, and he is actually using pull yourself together. So most likely his purify and the other things that the team is going through, is gonna go through, it will be cooldown. Its cooldown is going to be reduced. Kapwan, on the other hand, there's a glorious pathway there. He will be trying to chase down MLBB, but MLBB will get out with the bird form. And look at this, Drix at the wrong side of the map. Can he get out? That is the question. Cignal Ultra. Who will get it? Nams will get it. Wilson saves the game for his team. Cap1 trying to run away, and that is the command, but onto the middle lane. There is Hades. He's just trying to go for the push. He will get pushed back, but almost. They didn't even wait for the Lord. Like, Cignal Ultra, okay, I don't care about the Lord anymore. Let's just try to end the game right here. Hades going back. He wants more action. He wants to fight.
Yep, and Hades definitely almost had it. A little bit more items. He is actually still waiting while the rest of the team is pushing on the bot lane. Hades wants to finish, and I think with the help of his team, he can. Except now they are being pushed back. Trevor, they're going back and forth, back and forth. I think Hades will definitely do this. Jin will be able to clear it up, and that's the 1-0. It's a very, very messy fight, but somehow Cignal Ultra are able to clean it up from the victory. I'm actually super stressed by that game. I'm sorry, my mic muted itself in the middle of that fight. It's super funny how that game went, because you can tell that BSB were not gonna let Cignal Ultra walk all over them, especially around that Lord area, right? And when it came down to the wire, these two teams are looking like they're super matched, which is saying something. It's BSB right now looks like a different monster. Maybe it's because of the draft. They had a very, very, very good draft right now. It's very tanky, and it has the counters for, like, it has the Valir, which counters a lot of the heroes on the side of Cignal Ultra. But you know what? Even though Hades was, you could feel it, right? You could feel that Hades was a little bit behind on damage. He was trying to push on bottom lane turret, it was too slow. He was trying to push on the base, it was too slow. So even though Hades was behind on damage, they were able to make it work because of the backup from your team. And I think that's beautiful, not relying completely on one hyper carry, but making sure that you also give him some room to maneuver.
Those are very valid points, Rockhart. But we do have our in-game analyst Wolf ready and willing to give us his insights. I am Butters, he is Rockhart, and we'll be throwing it to a short break. But after that, Wolf will throw us his analysis. So, yeah, see you guys later.
Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Welcome back to the MPL Season 6, back in action para sa analysis ng Game 1 ng Cignal Ultra vs BSB. My name is Wolf, your resident analyst, and let's break down that interesting game that happened between BSB and Cignal Ultra. All honesty, BSB, okay naman yung draft nila. It wasn't an out draft at all from Cignal Ultra whatnot. In fact, if you look at the lineup of BSB, they have great answers versus Ling and even versus the Yuzong. At ang ganda rin ng kanilang mixture. And can honestly say na pwede talaga nilang i-propel into the late game itong ating Yisun Shin. Can happen for a little bit of time, but Cignal Ultra, ano nga ba yung ginawa nilang tama? What did they do to defeat BSB? First is yung kanilang mask setup. If you're looking at BSB, going for a 2-mask setup on Cap 1 as well as Trevor, hindi nila sabay kinuha. It's one after the other. But if you compare it with Cignal, they only put one on Bensanity, our Baksha. As a result, hindi to full hyper carry funnel na play para kay Hades. In fact, nabigyan nila ng counting farm dito si Imba DJ through it came to a point where lamang si Imba DJ ng 1,000 gold over Cap 1 and Trevor, which helped him have this Clock of Destiny. Meron siya agad full item compared to Cap 1, the high loss, as well as this Valier na wala pa. And during that moment, makita natin yung teamfight prowess na additional mula sa Imba DJ with this Farsa. Couple that with the fact na meron silang Yuzhong, Baksha, and Ling. Very good when it comes to early teamfights. Then Uranus was definitely a big problem for BSB for the longest time. In fact, yung damage output dito ng BSB, kitang-kita natin na kinulang even when they had the Valier and the Yisun Shin going up against the Uranus. Why? Because they opted for a 2-mask setup, which kind of disallowed the supports to have good amount of farm against other members of Cignal. Is it actually the only reason why they won? Absolutely not. Isang bagay din na masasabi kong maganda para sa Cignal is the way they handle loss of Skirp. Kung ano natalo sila sa Clash, the way they handle it is good. Look at the Lord Slane, at the Turtle Slane. Hindi laging nasa side ng Cignal because of the fact na nanako ng BSB. Pero yung other objectives na na-secure ng Cignal Ultra while they are team fighting against BSB is good. Okay, so unang-una, ang masabi kong magandang way para sa Cignal Ultra is hinabol ni Ana doon sa unang-unang clash. Eto, si Imba DJ. Correct na rin natin smart highlights of the game. Yes, napatay si Imba DJ. By the way, that's the only death of Imba DJ for about 10 minutes or even more. But the exchange is Ana, which is a core. And then BSB, they actually will win several teamfights thereafter. Sila yung mananalo sa mga susunod teamfights. And Cignal Ultra, this is the particular clash that we're talking about. Cignal Ultra are after this, nag-flip sila ng switch na sabi nila, okay, hindi yata okay na lumaban sa moment na to dahil nararamdaman natin na malakas yung BSB, particularly around the purple buff. So Cignal Ultra just opted to go for big objectives like the turrets, like the turtles, and they take the fight when they know that they can. Lalong-lalo na yung pag-peel nila sa Yisun Shin. Uranus actually did a good job doing that. Afterwards, since Cignal Ultra nag-focus na sila sa pag-take ng objectives, na-force nila yung BSB to take team fights na hindi sila ready. This is really because of the positioning din ni Imba DJ and other supports. The fact that they are able to get to the backlines, get those squishy heroes from BSB before the tanks para mas maganda yung damage output, that's also good. And afterwards, Cignal Ultra, tamang mga laban na lang kanila mga pinipili laban sa BSB. The Lord fight was interesting because it really was Cignal Ultra's Lord to take. Talagang free na. All things considered, BSB did a good job here contesting the Lord. However, they weren't prepared for the fight afterwards. Natalo sila even after getting the Lord. And eventually, they have lost control of the map. And it's interesting because they had the Yisun Shin na maganda sa late game. Then again, if you have a Yuzhong, Uranus sa side lanes, wala ka rin mapapatay as the Yisun Shin. If you have a Yuzhong and a Uranus, diba? Na maganda at solid yung farm doon sa may side lanes, dito na natin masasabi na talagang kukulangin ka ng damage as the Yisun Shin. look at the Queen's Wings, look at the itemization, di ba? Parang yung impact sa laban talaga ni Rhea as the Yuzhong as well as the Uranus ni Shujin is incredibly high. Yung Ling nga parang cherry on top na lang at the end because of the sustain na nagawa nila dun sa late game. Late game, makita natin yung Lee Sun Shin kapos na kapos sa damage compared to what the Cignal Ultra's composition can dish out. And by the way, gusto ko lang bigyan ng malapit na shoutout si Midnight na lagi namin pinag-usapan to, yung the W na combination na sobrang lakas sa meta natin. The Yuzhong plus Uranus. We always joke about it. Ito yung pinaka malakas na lineup. At least in the past month, when we were trying it sa pubs, pinakamalakas sa duo, Yuzhong Uranus, W equals win. Nakita niyo yung progression, but it's no joke kasi napakaganda nga naman ng pinapakita sa silence if you get the farm, if you know when to fight, if you use it correctly, almost automatic mananalo kayo. Para kayo para nang inakakuha ng giveaway bonus code out of nowhere. Ganon kadali manalo if you go for the Yuzhong Uranus combo. Let's actually think about how BSB will answer that. Maybe they can ban out or the other. Tapos kuha sila ng either carry or Valier or something that can dish out damage even through the resistance of both of these heroes. Maybe that's something that they need to answer. But we'll see. Tingnan natin kung anong gagawin ngayon ng BSB adjustment laban Cignal Ultras. We head to game number 2. Casters, back to you guys.
Wonderful analysis there, Wolf. And we are back for game number 2. We are still your shoutcasters. I am Butters, he is Rockhart, and a lot of things were brought up by Wolf. And what is the thing that you really agree on? That analysis, Rockhart.
Yeah, one of the things that I completely agree on is when we play together, when we all play together, and you guys always force me to go Yuzhong. Back then, I think that was a month ago. Because Uranus and Yuzhong does work well together. The UU combination, right? I mean, there's no doubting right now that the moment Yuzhong stepped into the battlefield, it became such a difficult monster to deal with, and some team lineups had to specifically adjust to accommodate, right, to deal with it. It's not undefeated, it's not unkillable, especially in professional play. But if you play it on the ranked games, it's just so difficult. It's a monster of a lineup. Because that's also a big reason why the Uranus also gets banned out a lot when you guys, if you'll notice, you're high level playing right now in solo queue. So no doubt about it. Plus, not to mention that decision making has been the biggest differences between these two teams, right? And despite the stark difference in decision making, they're still kind of dead even for some reason, especially in that last game. So I'm very excited about game 2. Will this be the difference maker, and how will they differentiate that one from game 1, where it was such a messy game?
I do agree. Usually, the smallest things in terms of, the slightest missteps in decision making, especially when it's 50-50 or it's an equal match, will really destroy your tempo and will really put you back in let's get the scoreboard, or in terms of going back into the game. Now, Cignal Ultra, on the other hand, they still have one more game, and this one game that they need is, it will build up their confidence. They can get that, Rockhart. I'm pretty sure Cignal Ultra will be dead set onto winning their next matches. But right now, it is the draft. Popol and Koopa Atlas for the side of Cignal Ultra. It's going to be banned. BSB, they have the Lee Sun Shin and the Uranus, the EU combination.
The EU. Exactly. They have to stop that again. Obviously, Lee Sun Shin is a lot of teams have rallying behind this guy. Of all the marksmen that have been, people have been stopped picking marksmen altogether. They stopped picking up Kimmy. They stopped picking up Granger. They stopped even the 1-1 is no longer being considered as much. The Yuzhong obviously is one of those picks that if you pick it up, you're obviously set for the game. If I were going to give it a win rate, I would say it's around more than 55 or 60% win rate so far in this season, and for a good reason. And Roger is a good substitute. These teams really still want that kind of marksman hyper carry in their games, and Roger is the substitute for that, or one of the alternates, if I may say so.
Mm-hmm. You know what? Roger is one of those heroes that are, he's pretty odd. I wouldn't say weird, but it's a pretty odd setup for a marksman. Because literally you have all the capabilities to duel it out. Let's say you're a special case in the border of being a marksman and a fighter.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and you can't stay in fighter mode all the time. You can't stay in marksman mode all the time. So, if as a Roger player, you need to balance it out when you have to go burst and when you have to fall back. Because if you are Roger and you go burst and dive in, okay, you're invulnerable for that 0.5 seconds when you jump in, right? But that's all in most of the time. Against an experienced team, if you jump in as a Roger, sometimes that's it. So I like the pickings here. I mean, this is Butters, just for the picks here. You already know it's gonna be a little similar to game 1. People are gonna be boxing against each other all around the map.
Oh my goodness, it's a Yuzhong and a Khalid. And man, oh man, Kufra is there as well, so you know that this is going to be a boxing match.
It will be.
From the get-go. And you know what? I'm expecting to shout a lot this game. BSB, they do have their fair share of tough heroes, and they do have the Valor. So I think it's a good pick, just to disposition some of these heroes from the side of Cignal Ultra. Well, the first 3 heroes on the side of Cignal Ultra will get affected by the Valor really hard.
For sure. I feel like these are that's a good way. This is a good time to pick the Valor. Right? You pick it up when you have a lot of heroes that need to be dealt with. So a lot of heroes that will dive into your face. And when they dive on your face, you need the Valor there to be able to push them back. That's super important and slow them down on their approach. However, of course, there are ways around that. So I'm still expecting some balance here. I would have liked the Farsa for Cignal Ultra, but unfortunately, that's banned out. So they'll need to look for a good alternative here. Considering BSB is going full fighter mode, my friend. This is gonna be a big slobber knocker of a fight.
Oh, okay, it's a Lo Yi.
Okay, that's something we didn't talk about. It's weird. We missed Lo Yi. We're talking about Farsa, we're talking about Yi Sun-shin and Popol and Gupo. We missed Lo Yi. Good catch on Cignal Ultra. And Imba DJ obviously will be the one to use that. And no doubt.
They took out Farsa. So might as well pick the other good support right now. Let's go for the Lo Yi. And this is one of the things where I would just say that the Balmond is here totally. And this is one of the games where Balmond actually makes sense. Since we know that Khalid, it's a similar hero again. It's a similar hero like Esmeralda. It's a similar hero to a Uranus. Not literally in what they do, but in what they offer in a team fight. And what a Khalid does in a team fight is it gives your team someone that can annoy people and just be extra tanky while doing it.
Yep, absolutely. Like unlimited tanking potential, because Khalid's sustain is basically one of the best in the game right now. Aside from Uranus, obviously. He can sustain that lane forever. And they are going to fight in the matchup that also has a lot of... It's gonna rely a lot on AoE damage. Yuzong AoE, Khalid AoE, and Lo Yi AoE, right? So you need basically melee versus melee. I expect a lot of big team fights from this one. Very excited about this, Butters.
Very excited, and that is true. Cignal Ultra here is excited to get that one win away from BSB. BSB, they are gonna try and take this to game number 3. So Rockhart, you know what? I have to say that Wilson is still here under the top lane. Oh,
Yeah.
on the base.
Yeah, you gotta wake up. You gotta wake up, right? They're calling for something here, and I mean, they might have encountered some issues. We'll have to wait and see if that's gonna be finalized here. But for the meantime, it's starting to look like Cignal Ultra might be ahead here because of that. So we might just have to do a remake here. Maybe, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why they would want to. So maybe he stepped on the charging cable of his phone. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see later on. So the matchup is still basically what we would expect from these guys from game one. It's gonna be super duper similar because I already know that game one felt like it was gonna be 50-50, and this one is not gonna be any different for sure. Because of the
You know what? I don't know, man. Like seriously, if you want to make the Khalid work, it's a hit or miss, to be exact. Like for the first few games of the Khalid, we did see a 0% win rate. And that last game from Bren versus Onyx, it gave him a bit of a life. It got one win, though. The thing is, BSB, they're really putting on the pressure, or they're really putting on a lot of trust in this hero. So I don't know, man. Like, it's not really proven and tested. The sample data size is really low. Like, I'd say like an acceptable amount is going to be 10 games
for sure.
But right now, at least we're getting Khalid games.
I like Khalid games because he's not the proven commodity that he is yet. A lot of teams think that he's one of the best go-tos, but some teams will say, we still like the FAMs instead, right? Sometimes a lot of teams will say, why pick Khalid when you can pick FAMs? Why pick Khalid when you can pick Uranus, right? A lot of teams are going like that. So Khalid needs a lot of more games, like you said, before we can give him like 100% win rate or 0% or 50% win rate. We need to see more games like this, and I really like that, especially in combination with very tanky lineups like what they're doing. I think we are in a meta where tankiness is a bit the go-to for a lot of teams, except obviously from Blacklist earlier. Man, that game was. They did not care if they were not tanky. They had Rafaela running. They had Chang'e running. They didn't care. But a lot of the other teams are relying a lot on the tankiness in order to survive the early to mid games and then just go crazy on the late game. So, Khalid is one of those additions to the tankiness setup that we will see, and looking forward to more from this hero.
Mm-hmm. You were using this hero a lot of times in draft. Yeah, I mean, you're our side lane extraordinaire. So what do you think? I mean, you used the Yuzong. Literally, guys, if you're watching right now, Rockhart has been playing a lot of these offlane heroes, and he's been really adjusting for our team just because some of our teammates.
You have to bring that up, right?
I'm just saying, like. In the Philippines, if you're watching abroad or internationally, you're an international viewer. We actually have a team here in the Philippines for us shoutcasters. It's been a running gag for quite some time now, ever since season 2, that we were gonna try and qualify for the MPL, but it doesn't really pull through. We don't even get into the open qualifiers, even though it's open already. So it's more on the thing of he's
qualified.
Yeah, yep. He's Rockhart is actually our offlane extraordinaire. That every time there's a new offlaner, we make him use it. Like, okay, this hero is you. Go use it. It's strong.
Mm-hmm. It happened, I think, for a lot of heroes, and I think that started with Leomord, obviously, right, when we were playing together, and. Overall, I really like the fact that we get into situations like that, and those are the best scenarios where you get into new heroes, right? You play with your friends, so that even if you don't get the grasp of the hero yet, even if you fail a few times, some of them will play and catch you, and I really like that obviously that mechanic, and that's one thing I tried, and obviously it worked out well for us. So that's why also we're both very excited for the Khaled games today.
Khaled games, will it be the best games? But before that, we will be heading into a short break. I am Butters, he's Rockhard, and we'll see you guys later.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means
Game over.
but the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
Game changing.
choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga life?
Simple and smart ako.
Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means
Game over.
but the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
Game changing.
choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga life?
Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me, feel me,
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash.
Pay Maya.
Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Yes, we are back with that short break, from that short break rather. And I am Butters, he's Rockhart, and this is still game number 2 of Cignal Ultra versus BSB. I was about to say Blacklist International for
That
some
was
reason.
close. That's fine.
But,
That's
but
fine.
yeah, but yeah, I mean, this is MPL-PH Season 6 Regular Season Day number 2 of Week 1. And we are seeing a lot of new stuff for our teams. But yeah, I mean, there are things where you really have to, brace yourself for the first week of the MPL because you'll never know what will come next. Like, we did see a Lolita coming up here for Blacklist International on game number 1.
Yep.
We are seeing a Balmond pick coming up from BSB for game number 2. So, you know what? These are heroes that were proven and tested for this certain kind of meta. But what you have to guys look at is the way that they are played.
Yeah, these are we have a lot of very surprising picks in this season so far, and I'm really liking how MPL season 6 is shaping up to be. Right? I mean, we're not going. Remember way back then when we only saw like about 12, 15 heroes being rotated around here in the meta. Now we're seeing everything. I think we're very close to a Layla pick someday. We'll get there eventually. But
I mean,
so far,
Project Next is coming.
So I'm not super surprised. I will not be. I'm preparing myself to not be surprised by the picks anymore, because especially teams like Blacklist and these teams rather as well, they're starting to really diversify and they're starting to really get ready for the 10 ban system already.
And well, yeah, that's one of the things that we really have to look out for. Like, to be honest, we still haven't touched the 10 ban system. So I'm just saying that probably during the 10 ban system, there are a lot of heroes that won't really get played in the MPL anymore. And it is a possibility. Just because you have 5 bans for each side, then that means for the certain phases of the game, you would just ban out the best heroes just because you have a way to ban out and adjust on the fly.
Right. Exactly. Adjusting on the fly. And I think they're just starting to get into it. By the way, we are back in the game. It's basically a full remake with the same heroes, and both teams agreed. So we are here. We're back because it's game 2, Cignal Ultra versus BSB.
And look at this Imba DJ dealing with Cap 1 there. Cap 1 was forced to go back even with half HP. You know what? Is still kind of scared of that Louis, because Louis can just turn you back at some point. Sujin going for Cap 1. Cap 1 will use his Revitalize just in time before he is forced to go back to base.
Yep, and that's absolutely fine at this point, right? It doesn't get used as much. I'm surprised the Revitalize doesn't get used as much. And on the other side, I still think that it's good. It's a good situational skill for a lot of heroes. It's just a little bit more. Remember back then we went through like a sustain meta where everyone's like Revitalized, everyone's playing what do you call this guy? Estes. I think that was early season 5, first half. I miss those days, right? I miss days where you could play Revitalize and you wouldn't have any problems. I like it. So, however, this time it's gonna help a lot better. I feel like it's good because, as we said before, a lot of these teams will start grouping up most of the time to go for team fights. If you're composed of 5-4 super tanky heroes, you will want to group up and then go fight together. So while they're grouped up, they need that Revitalize is gonna get maximum efficiency for the fight. So I like that they can keep that going, and I wonder if it's gonna be any use later on. We'll have to wait and see.
And you know what? Clearly, there are things that you have to look out for this certain MPL. Like, this isn't really the first time where when we're seeing Imba DJ play in the MPL or even in the
Right.
you know what qualifiers, because he has been there way back, and right now it's his dream to just prove himself that he is worthy of this MPL slot. And that's the thing, this is the confidence game for Cignal Ultra. Remember, Cignal Ultra has been here ever since season 2.
Right.
They might have lost their step from season 4, not have made it inside season 5, but for season 6, they're back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
BSB, they didn't really have a chance to, face the first Cignal Ultra lineup that we had in the MPL. But right now, BSB, they're witnessing the rebirth of Cignal Ultra from season 6.
Yep, this is absolutely the rebirth, and I'm looking forward to whether or not they can live up to the hype. And I'm still waiting if they're gonna live up to their names as well. Like the moniker of Comeback Kings. I wonder if that's still gonna be a thing, or will they go for a different route this time around? I mean, being comebacking as a champion doesn't have the same ring to it as being a dominating 2-0 champion, right? So I'm waiting for those small moments where Imba DJ can prove us wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Yeah.
your minds.
You know what? One of their trademarks for Cignal Ultra right now is that they're very calm.
Right.
Ana here, but that doesn't look like someone calm as Cignal Ultra or someone as calm as they say they are would do. They draw first blood from Ana, and Cap1 here almost going down. Imba DJ finding himself at a very bad spot. Positioning wise, that was perfect from BSB. Good punish.
Yeah, that's an absolutely great punish there as well. And I would say that BSB is they're a little bit, I'm sure they're fired up from that last game as well, because if I was BSB, I would feel like I deserved to get that. I got the Lord Steal. I did everything perfectly. We were cheesed by this link. We're gonna have to get back here. I'm pretty sure they're super duper fired up and ready to go here. And I think it's translating well into this game where they look like they are super in the mood here. They are super on fire, and they're doing that right now.
Mm-hmm. But Cap1 using that glorious pathway, and look at this, the Yu Zhong is actually going back and forth, BSB will get the turtle. Drix here, he wants blood, he knows that he can. Hades in a very bad spot, he goes in with the quad shadow. Trevor here will get the kill. Drix once more, he will go in, and that Roger will do the trick. 2-6, going to the side of BSB.
Man, BSB actually super duper like I said earlier, they're not happy with their performance earlier, right? They kind of felt they deserved it, and now they want to play to win here. Now Tsujin on the mid lane, Khalid is not it's not gonna pan out well here. They're gonna have a hard time sustaining, and this Valier is giving them such a headache.
Mm-hmm. You know what, BSB on the other hand, they are just using their prowess here in terms of being tanky. Into the early game, Wilson is here. He has the execute, so they can actually just take out one person here onto the side of Cignal Ultra as fast as his ultimate. So, you know what? For that certain replay, we did see, Wilson get one kill. He has the Festival of Blood. He's probably really happy with that.
Yeah, he really is. I feel like that's what you do. That's what you do with Festival of Blood. You just sustain out, and hopefully you get advantages on your enemy team. And the advantages that you get from that are you stay uptime, you have a more uptime, and because of that uptime, you get more farm. And man, I really like what we're seeing here from BSB. This is starting to look like we're gonna see a game free on this one, Butters. I think we are. We're absolutely done with the 2-0s from what it looks of it. Because surprisingly enough, for some people, or for most people, they look like they are evenly matched. I know history doesn't do it justice for BSB because of their debut. Obviously, their debut season is not their best. But now they look like they're making it work. They're making up for it, rather. And as a team, brand new in the MPL, that's exactly what you need to do here.
You know what? I'm trying to see this in a new perspective. We're having a bit of a technical difficulty here, so please bear with us. We are dealing with technology, and sometimes technology can just act up for some reason. And we're trying our best to, give the players an equal footing in their performances. We want them to play at their maximum potential so that we have the best games in this MPL-PH regular season. Right now, Cignal Ultra and BSB, they're really trying to win this game. Cignal Ultra, they found themselves in a very bad spot just because they lost a clash against BSB.
That's right. I feel like that is a big swing, by the way, from... They went to 2-6 real quick earlier, and swings like that should not really happen, right? I mean, I feel like, especially with lineups that are a bit evenly matched, I'm a little surprised that it's this volatile. And most of it is coming from Trevor on the Valier, man. That Valier is really a pain. That is a huge pain to our friends here in Cignal Ultra. And I'm wondering, what are they gonna do against this? How do they deal with the Valier whenever they try to go for the engage? Trevor is just always there to punch them back. Like, I think that's something that the Loyi will have a hard time dealing with, because Loyi, it kind of has a little bit of setup. It needs a little bit of setup for duality for the full proc. Trevor can just throw everything. He can just throw everything in the kitchen sink, and he can switch lanes faster, and he can back up a lot faster as well.
Probably throw his phone as well in the process, So
too much.
I mean, it is a possibility. If you can throw everything away, just throw the phone. But kidding aside, ladies and gentlemen, I do agree with Rockhard, and there are a lot of things to take into consideration. Wilson is doing great with the Balmond, and I just hope that we could see a Balmond win for at the series. But it's too early to say. Even though those are 4 kills, there is still a chance for BSB that they can drop the lead in any way. And Cignal Ultra, they're a really calm team. They're not gonna go into fights that they know that they cannot win. Maybe for that certain fight, they overestimated themselves. But you know what? Overestimating yourselves is, it's bad. But at the same time, it doesn't really put you in a position that you can just lose the game from there on out.
Yeah, especially Imba DJ and the gang, right? Imba DJ and the gang, they are pretty used to this, and we've already mentioned it, right? We've already mentioned that these guys are basically they've spending a lot of time trying to get into the MPL, and they have played with odds like this before. Like, I personally have seen them on the qualifiers. They've been beat up in the early game pretty badly, and I've seen the longest qualifier games for these guys as well. I think one of those games went on to 40 minutes, and they have the capacity to win games from a deficit. So I'm not judging this game as of yet, because we are very far from truth. Right? Yeah.
Remember, these teams are capable. They're very much capable of winning, going back, or making a comeback into the series. But you know what? Just having seen Blacklist and NXP, and right now we do have. But before I go back into that, there is a giveaway code down there. So, guys, if you have been waiting for the longest time for a giveaway code, we are just gonna put it there. It's your turn to redeem it, and have fun with these codes, because you know what? Some of these codes just give you a skin, a hero, probably.
Right.
So, it really helps you in your path to being in the MPL, because I know a lot of people really want to make it into the MPL.
Yeah.
Get those codes. Okay, going back. Like, let's say BSB, they hold their ground. They hold the lead, and they just take this to the late game. Do you think the scaling favors the side of BSB?
I think scaling is definitely gonna be. It's sad to say that I kind of like where Khalid. I kind of like to see a late game Khalid. One thing you notice, Butters, is we never saw a Khalid go into super late game. So we've never seen a Khalid go on a juggernaut, like on a killing spree or something like that, right? Because it always gets stopped and the games end so early on. So what I want to see is this Khalid go crazy, and I don't think that's. I think that's a good possibility in this game. Rather, I think that's a very, very big possibility. So BSB might be a bit hard pressed to deal with this. However, of course, I don't know why, but my instincts keep telling me that this team would revitalize. They're gonna do great on the big team fights. So my mind keeps going back to that revitalize for some reason, and yeah, this could mean that they can win team fights a lot faster, a lot easier with that additional healing.
Yeah, Cignal Ultra. It's scary to see how Cignal Ultra will adapt this. To be honest, you know what? If there's a team that I think could just win right now and come back from behind, it's going to be Cignal Ultra. Remember, the thing about Cignal Ultra is there is this running trend way back season 2 that they are the comeback kings.
Yep.
So is that pattern or that culture of just making a comeback, is it gonna matter here for the new Cignal Ultra lineup?
Well, we talked about comeback kings because of they would reverse sweep, right? A whole series inside the games themselves. Does that actually apply? Because I don't think I've seen them like play off a deficit. At least the old Cignal, right? Now the new Cignal, they're looking a bit different in terms of playstyle, so it's still hard to say whether or not that's going to be the case. But for now, we are back in the game, guys, and they are fighting off really hard against each other. Rhea on the bottom side of the field actually might have to sacrifice that tower if he wants to live, and he does. And we are still back on that 2-6 with a almost 3k deficit here for BSB.
Oh, Sujin here. He is just sustaining on that lane. Cap 1 here. He is knocked up. Bensanity will get away, and that is a kill on the Khalid.
Oh, like I said, it's gonna be Trevor's just becoming such an annoying monster, but what's more annoying? A Valir or a Hayabusa that you cannot hit for the life of you? It's gonna be the other. And Hades makes a pretty good play, a kill in a tower for Cignal Ultra.
And Rhea here just waiting for the proper time to go in. They do have the retribution, so they do not care about that. And Cignal Ultra, they are behind by 3k gold. And yeah, it kind of equates more on the idea that they don't have turrets anymore. They don't have turrets on the top and the bottom side anymore.
Yep, that's a big problem, but we are very early on, and the lead isn't that big, right, for 6.5, but it's still saying something. And I'm just gonna drill on harder and harder on the advantage that BSB has, which is of course Trevor. And because of all the fights that they're taking, Drix is 3-0-3 and farming very, very well on the Roger, with Endless Battle and Raptor's Machete completed already.
And there's a cursed helmet on Ana. This is new. A thumbs on a cursed helmet.
Yep. So more damage output. It's gonna be a fake damage output thing, right? It's like you think he's super tanky, but no, he just really hurts. He hurts a lot. And that's gonna be very interesting to see on the game later on. But for now, of course, aside from it will hurt a lot, it will also clear minion waves very, very much, right?
I guess they picked out the cursed helmet just because there are a lot of tanky heroes onto the side of Cignal Ultra. Like they're planning to just destroy them with the negative, the additional damage coming out from the cursed helmet, and the damage amplification that it gives. I think it's more that way.
Yeah, I think so. And right now, though, Tsujin on the top lane, forced to go for the desert tornado. And man, BSB, they're mad. They're going straight into the fights here. And on the bottom side, Cignal Ultra returns in kind, going for Ana, which that curse helmet not doing as much as we thought it would, especially against super tanky members of Signal on the bottom.
Wilson, you know what, Wilson and the others, they're just forcing, Khalid to... They're just forcing Khalid to go back into base or just accept his fate and go down.
Right.
That's what they're doing here. And Sojin cannot charge up anything here just because of that execute kill coming out from the Wilson Balmond.
Yep. And surprisingly, the Balmond's actually doing some pretty good... he's not doing the majority of the damage, but he's doing well in just disrupting Cignal Ultra. And because of that, they are getting huge amounts of control on the map. But DJ cannot do this on his own. He's calling on his teammates. Everyone is just recovering. Let's have a replay of that, and we'll see how well they actually took care of Bensanity on that Kufra. It looked so effortless. Even Drix, so healthy on the farm, was just taking care of business like it was nothing.
Yep. And that is one of the things that you have to look out for if you are against a Tusjin Khalid. He is really tanky and he's gonna abuse that. But when you have the Balmond, he cannot do anything about it. Look at that, the suck-in vacuum coming here from the Luyi, but it won't really matter as Khalid will go down once more. Rhea here at the bad side of the map. He goes down as well. That is going to be a double kill for Drix.
Yep. The sad thing about this is that Cignal Ultra Khalid is using the Raging Sandstorm as an escape mechanic instead of an engage mechanic, which is becoming the biggest problem for Cignal Ultra right now. They're being forced. Their hand is being forced here by BSB with their super tanky fighter lineup. There's just no other choice.
Oh, but look at that ultimate coming up from Cignal Ultra. Bensanity here. He will go down. Probably another kill here onto the side of on the side of BSB. But Imba DJ will get out with a flicker, and that is going to be another pause.
Yeah, I'm actually super surprised by the result of that. I think the only thing that Cignal was waiting for is Hades, right? I think the problem with the fights that Cignal Ultra is dealing with is because of Hades isn't there. That's the only times that they lose on the team fights. When that Hayabusa pops in the fight, when Hades gets a piece of the action, it definitely looks like a completely different story, especially if Imba DJ sets it up early on with the help of that Loyi.
And the Loyi is doing great. Like Imba DJ is really trying his best to control people, but when it comes to the vacuum wall, the vacuum thingy, it really just puts them in a spot where it should be with a follow-up, but they're not really taking advantage of it.
I mean, that's true. I mean, I feel like Imba DJ might be doing a pretty good job. Number one, he's doing a good job staying alive, right? And number two, he's also doing some pretty good setups. But the problem is, the targets that he is going for as well are not really easy. Even if you catch them in a vacuum or two, they'll still be able to most of the time get away because no one's there to burst them, right? No one's there to do an AoE burst. Most of the time, their kill off potential is mostly on Hades, which is a single target hero. I mean, Hayabusa, he has a lot of hits on the shadow kill, but that is still single target, right? So they need to wait. They really, really need to wait for Cignal Ultra they need to wait for the Hayabusa rather to get all the hits done before they can consider going in with the rest of the team.
Well, it is what it is, Rockhart, and you know what? That certain amount of control that they have against the tanky heroes here onto the side of Cignal Ultra. For the side of BSB, they're really happy with it. I mean, Yuzhong will go in. And if Yuzhong doesn't have enough damage, he will get the blunt of that, what do you call this? That execute ultimate coming out from Balmond. He is gonna get clobbered by that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Tusjin, Tsujin, he's gonna try to regen. No, that won't happen because Balmond will always be there. And when that's the thing about Khalid. Khalid has strong damage. Khalid has good utility. Khalid has good damage as well. But when it comes to, regenerating and sustaining yourself, you are stationary in a way. You are gonna stand up there and you are gonna get a lot of those skills hitting you. Even those skill shots will hit you 100% if you aren't mindful of things around you.
Yep. Honestly, I have to check up on Balmond's ultimate lethal counter here. And that is 20% through damage plus a huge amount of physical attack. And the more obviously you are lower, the lower your HP, the more damage you're gonna receive. Plus the 40% slow is not really something you can ignore. Right? That's 2 seconds of 40%. So I feel like Sujin might have a hard time here, but wow, Rhea, one hit from this Roger put him down to 70%. I wonder if they can still fight against the BSB Death Ball.
And Hades here, he gets caught out. That isn't the place where you want to find the Hayabusa hat. And BSB, they're actually making things happen. This might go to a game number 3. It's easy to say right now just because, you know what? Bensanity isn't finding the right targets for his initiation.
Yeah, that's the problem. And they're catching Hades in a different side of the map. However, Imba DJ is still not done. That is a Tyrant's Rage with no follow-up here coming in from Cignal Ultra. Bensanity cannot get the group together here. Even Imba DJ, I wonder how the commands are coming here, are looking like. And now, Scuffle's on the top side of the map. Sujin versus Ana. Here's what we're gonna see. That's gonna be the Raging Sandstorm. It slows him down, but it doesn't actually stop the attack that much. Sujin will still be falling very, very shortly here over Ana.
Hades scared to go in for the steal, but Balmond is there. This is actually the remnants of the old MLBB Balmond, where he hasn't been nerfed. He always stole those objectives, but Wilson has another thing in mind. He's gonna roll all over everyone here. That is new. A Balmond killing a Hayabusa.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super surprised. I'm as surprised as you. I didn't expect that. That came out of almost nowhere. The Hayabusa's in a pretty good spot in terms of items, but if you can't use those items, that doesn't matter at all. Minions will be spawning on the top end, the mid lane. How do they clear this out without suffering the casualties? I have no idea anymore.
And this is going to be Wilson just forcing his will down. The Balmond game is real. Bensanity getting caught out. They get pushed back. Tosjin not having the time of his life. The dragon is there, but it won't be enough. We are going to a game number 3.
Okay, there we go. A game free here by BSB. Forcing the whole thing into a very, very good situation for their team. And I'm super surprised this Balmond. I don't know what's up with this Balmond. It got a pretty good breakfast. And the Balmond must feel pretty good. Like the hero itself, not the player, right? The Balmond must feel pretty good catching a Hayabusa like that.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't really see that. You would see, it's common to see a Hayabusa running circles around the Balmond, but the other way around, you don't really see that every day. And I'm glad I'm part of a history that I saw that in MPL-PH. So, you know what? There are a lot of things to consider from game number 2. There are things that Cignal Ultra did. They had certain amounts of missteps that really went to their that really caused their defeat. But then again, Cignal Ultra, they have a chance to take this still win this.
Yep.
They still have one game, so it all goes down the line, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a best of 1 from now on. But before that, we will throw it to Wolf to show us the things that we didn't really see while we were casting the game. So sit back, relax. We will be back after a short break.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Welcome back to the MPL. Back in action, Wolf, your resident analyst para sa Game 2 ng BSB versus Cignal Ultra. This is a full 3-game series na nakabawi ang BSB sa game number 2. And I like their adjustment. Ginulat nila ang fundamentals ng Cignal Ultra by showing us that one pick that really changed the tides of this match. And that is the Balmond last pick. Who would have thought? Nasa professional play ngayon, ang pinaka-basic, hindi naman pinaka-basic, one of the first heroes that he'll ever control sa buhay natin sa Mobile Legends. Balmond ang makatalpa sa Cignal Ultra. To kind of bring it down a little bit, this is a last-picked Balmond if I'm not mistaken, and it answered a lot of the issues presented ito sa BSB. So far, yung BSB na setup nila, yung fact na meron silang Roger, they also have Hylas Valier. Very good when it comes to funneling Roger, specifically in the early game, para mapalakas siya sa first few minutes at mag-snowball from there. And that's exactly what happened. Now, Cignal Ultra kind of answered with a decent amount of control. Instead of going for the Uranus, they went for Yuzhong plus the Khalid. And ano pa yung ng heroes na to? Just Uranus, das Esmeralda. Ang ganda na kanilang sustain sa team fights. And the fact that they can survive for a long time, absorb damage, yun naging problema. However, it's the Balmond pick that really was a problem for these heroes. Problema din yung Balmond, definitely, for this Hayabusa dahil hindi ganun kadaling takedowns. One of the tankiest heroes out there. Tapos, ang ganda pa niya sa lane kasi si Khalid, normally, siya yung nagpapauwi ng mga kalaban pag kinarap mo. But Balmond is totally different. Balmond can sustain himself in the lane better than probably other heroes like the Yuzhong, for example. But I think yung pinaka key factor dito from the Balmond is that quote-unquote execute factor with the ultimate. Diba? The problem when you're facing like Uranus, the Khalid, your Yuzhong, ang galing nilang mag-regenerate or mag-sustain ng sarili when they are very low. But you cannot perform like that when you're facing up against the Balmond because of that ultimate. I always felt na ang sagot sa mga heroes na magaling mag-sustain is the execute mechanic or the actual ultimate like this coming out from the Balmond. Anyway, the smart highlights of the game, we can see that all of the team fights, the early stages now favored the side of BSB compared to the previous game. And lalong-lalo na yung mga fights around objectives, which I think is very important. Ang problema sa lineup ng Cignal Ultra is they need to have these side laners like Tsuzin as well as Ria's Yuzhong plus Khalid in the side lanes. Unfortunately, dahil mabilis yung tempo ng BSB with the Balmond, with this Roger as well as the Valier, hindi nakapag-keep up ang Cignal Ultra. The fights that were forced by BSB in the early stages of the game will require Cignal Ultra a lot of heroes para lang makamatch sila when it comes to firepower and sustain laban sa BSB. And unfortunately, hindi pa ready si Hayabusa, si Khalid, as well as Yuzhong when the fights did happen. Napakaganda sana ng idea dito ng Cignal Ultra sa fast fight with the teleportation. However, they still lost it. Hindi nila napatay si Drix. That would have been perfect for Cignal Ultra, which in turn resulted to this specific fight, the nail in the coffin, the Lord fight. Alam natin ang laki agad ng lamang ng BSB with how they started the game. If it went a little bit later, siguro pwede pa makalaban ng Cignal Ultra at siguro ihina yung Roger, but that did not happen. Drix, our smart MVP of the game, a very good performance on the Roger, knowing to go to where to go. Lagi nila napipitas actually si Louis, and even the Hayabusa, many times the Thams and the Roger catching him, actually, hindi ganun kadali yun on both those heroes. And big props to Drix picking this up. And I like how the rest of BSB showed us a different pick with a very fundamental play, which is the early game steamroll of lineups that revolve around the Roger. Now, I really like this kasi binigyan tayo ng way ng BSB para i-shake nga yung fundamentals ng team like Cignal Ultra na napakaganda nung own mechanics. The fundamentals of the game from Cignal Ultra are top-notch. And the way for you to deal with them is to surprise them with these kinds of picks. I'm sure that Cignal Ultra has been prepared before laban sa heroes like Roger as well as Balmond. Pero the way that BSB played this really surprised Cignal Ultra. The fast-paced tempo of a Roger-based lineup that we call the hyper-aggressive lineup really did favor BSB, and that might be their way to win this series if they do pick up for game number 3. Who knows kung sino nga ba ang mananalo sa ating best-of-3 match? Maybe we'll find out as we start the draft for game number 3 of this decider game between BSB versus Cignal Ultra. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you, Will, for those things that you pointed out. I do agree. And you know what, Rawhart? Game number 3. We've been here yesterday from the Bren versus Onyx matchup. Yep. Right now, I did predict this to go to a game number 3.
Oh yeah, you did. You did. Right.
I kind of know that these teams are equal at some point, but then again, it's all about execution. And I just want to say that BSB really got the first clash. And usually for those kinds of lineups, for a Balmond lineup, you just have to get the first clash to go your way, and it will snowball from there.
That's true. And I think because of the nature of the Balmond lineup is you have a lot of ways to just play safe rather. You have a lot of ways to play safe and to just take your time. And I think that's exactly what they did. They skimmed through some parts where I feel like I didn't see as many team fights as I thought I would. A lot of it was just pickoffs, unlimited pickoffs nonstop. I wasn't super satisfied with the games, honestly. So I absolutely, this game 3 is definitely super warranted, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's this is only the first week of MPL, but looking at
Things are getting hot. Yeah.
Looking at social media, ladies and gentlemen, our boys are going at it. It's only the first week of first week, but the heat is of the playoffs.
Oh,
the heat is all of the playoffs, and this is what makes MPL fun, ladies and gentlemen.
It really does.
Outside of the games, there is heat, or there are things that our teams really want to prove, and they're just gonna go at each other. I feel the heat coming out here.
Yeah, I wish we could show that, right? I wish we could show screenshots and stuff. I feel like people would be so.
You know what? I don't want to show screenshots. I just want to say, when that certain series happens, everyone will have their eyes look screens, and every team in the MPL will just try to make a name out of themselves. And that's it. MPL is really fun, ladies and gentlemen, and this might be the hottest MPL yet. But let's focus on the game right now. BSB versus Cignal Ultra 1-1. This is reset into a best of 1. Each team just needs this win to get the series.
I think we might have to rename that matchup as well. I think we'll have to talk about that later. It's gonna be a bit of a different story. I mean, it's almost the same, right? I mean, overall, I feel like Cignal Ultra and BSB are just super matched up. And do you want to see this, Butters? Do you want to see a matchup like this where they're going for super tanky heroes again? I feel like I want to see more flavor for these guys.
I would. I actually prefer, Cignal Ultra to to just go for these kinds of picks. Well, BSB, just looking at it, they're not really adding anything new to their certain setup. But you know what? I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. BSB will try to pull out something new here.
For sure. I wonder if that's going to be something that we haven't seen before, right? So, in lineups like these, I feel like something they're missing out on might be Kagura. Kagura would work well with lineups like these, or against these. Oh, we also haven't seen Al get picked up yet. I mean, what's happening? I know you personally, you really like that Alice pick. So, some things are going to not change, obviously. They still will go for that Balmond. It kind of aged well, I would say. I feel like it kind of aged well, but I'm not super convinced yet.
I mean, the Balmond doesn't have any choice but to, just age. You know what? I mean, if you get my point, the Yuzhong is still there, so the Balmond will still work onto their side.
Yeah.
But I feel that in a way, you wouldn't really pick the Balmond in front of the Farsa.
Yeah, that's a big difference. I think that's one of the biggest difference here. Because it takes such a long time for the Balmond to actually reach the Farsa or any other targets. Like, unless it's coming from a bush, this Farsa is going to... It should know that Balmond is coming from a mile away. Especially, I know for sure that Imba DJ is going to be the one to use this.
Thamos will be picked here by BSB. They take out Hades as a Ling. And by the way, they take out Cap 1's Hylos too.
Yeah.
So, a pretty even trade. I mean, you wouldn't really give the best heroes for each team here. Cignal Ultra, they knew that Hylos enabled BSB to, win game number 2. I don't really see that win without Cap 1 and his cheeky plays.
Capone, man. Of all the guys who were gonna turn this around, never would have thought Capone would be the one to show it up. Previous season, he did not really perform as good as a lot of people predicted. But right now, he is definitely showing that he can be a trump card when given the opportunity to do so.
Well, you know what, BSB here, they're just probably gonna stick with a Baksha because there's no tank anymore left. There's no tank left. Let's say that he's the next best thing.
Right.
Outside of the Hylos, the Atlas, and the Kufra. Because I noticed, Rockhard, I know you noticed this as well.
Yeah.
There is a way to deprive tanks of their heroes.
That's true.
And tanks usually rotate on 3 picks now.
Yeah. Kufra,
Atlas,
yeah.
And Hylos. That's why we had that conversation on day 1, right? Like, what's gonna happen on the 10 ban system? Like, these guys are gonna be forced to just go ham on different heroes. We'll definitely see Akai coming in soon, right? We'll see Akai, we'll see a lot more of Lolita. That's probably a reason why Blacklist picked it up as well earlier, aside from the Chang'e priority. Right? I wouldn't really contest if they bring back Akai. Like, bring back
you,
my boy.
You like that, right? You like that. For sure.
That is literally one of the heroes that I used. From season 1 to season 4.
Way back then, right.
And it made sense. It made sense back then. Then Purify came in. Then it just destroyed the hero all in all.
But yeah, definitely we are going to be seeing some pretty intense action here as we get into Game 3, Cignal Ultra versus BSB. And looking like Drake's, they're going to still go on that same route. Oh, man. Okay, we'll have to be a little bit more patient with this one. Apparently, they're calling for it once more.
Yeah, it's one of the things that you have to look out here for the side of BSB. Yes, they have the Baksha, but you know what? At times, you can telegraph a Baksha where he's gonna come from.
Yeah, most of the time. Like, it's Baksha has no stealth mechanics at all, and he really does look like you'll know when he's coming, right? And that's just how it is. That's just how Baksha works. And if you're willing to use a Baksha, that means you're willing to telegraph already what your plan is most of the time. And teams that run the box, that's why that's the reason why the Baksha doesn't get picked as much, is because it's just telegraphed so easily, right? But the only teams that use it are the ones who are confident enough that if I use the Baksha pick, we'll be able to get wins anyway. Right?
It's a good hero right now.
It is a really good hero.
Even if it doesn't have the stealth mechanics that most of the tanks utilize for themselves, like let's say Kufra. Kufra uses the bush a lot. Whatever
Right.
bush that there may be at a certain point in time, Kufra will touch that bush because he knows that he needs to be not seen initiating.
Yeah.
And I know why you're laughing.
I know. No. I saw something funny on the internet, right?
Okay. But then again, for Atlas, in a way, he would have to use the flicker into make use of that certain bush. So now you have this Baksha who just rolls on over anyone. I just think that Baksha is a good face check hero.
Yeah, because of the passive, right? Because of the toughness that he has on this passive, where there's just so much damage coming into your body, and it's reduced by a set amount. That's why it works well against Kimi, as well. So, I really recognize the validity of the Baksha pick here, and on the other hands of Cap1, no less, right?
Mm-hmm. You know what? I would like to see Cap1 have a good game with this Baksha. I really like the Baksha hero. We haven't seen a good Baksha game ever since what do you call this? December of last year.
Right.
Ana right now, they will get the kill on Sujin. And Sujin is gonna pay the price. At least it's not the Harith. Did they get the purple buff? That is the question. Because if it went to the side of BSB, that's going to be a big problem for Hades. At least Hades got it.
Yeah, he got it. That's absolutely fine for now, right? But again, we are kind of in a scenario where Hades is under a lot of pressure to perform here. And let's have a look at replay here, how they scuffled around for that. They were a little late. BSB was a little late, but they wanted to get the spoils. And they did. They got Sujin. And I think that's all they wanted to get from that fight anyway. They did not care that they did not get the buff. As long as they pushed back Sujin even more, that's basically mission complete.
Mm-hmm. And look at Imba DJ. It's true. Nobody checks that certain brush in the map, and Mentality goes in, and Imba DJ steals that orange buff, and did they actually just go in? Drix here trying to get away.
Oh my god.
No, you cannot get away from Imba DJ, and he just flies away. Like it's nothing. Flicker out. Bensanity, Ana here can't really chase. He will get bounced back by that bouncing ball. Imba DJ will go down as well. He should have just gone back. He should have known to. He should have realized that he couldn't really save Bensanity at that point because they took a lot of time. They overstayed there, and a rotation was bound to happen.
Yep. Here we are. Let's see whether or not this is going to be a good one, because I feel like BSB is getting ahead slowly around the map. You see, they're even using their stickers like so nonchalantly. Now let's have a look at the replay here. Imba DJ, a monster in positioning. He's even level 3. He doesn't even have feathered airstrike yet, and he's able to do plays like this. Absolutely beautiful.
You know what? It all happened because they didn't really check that brush.
Yeah.
If they checked that brush, it wouldn't have happened in any way. Just because, Imba DJ will be forced out of that and will be using his bird form. And right now, a fight is happening actually. Hades and the others. Sujin! They actually catch him out. That's a double kill for that Gatot, and Rhea is here to clean up the scraps of war. Wilson is not really is not really a damage dealer at this point. He still needs his allies to, just secure the kills. And Ben Sanity, once more, he goes in. Turtle has been slain. Retribution is there. Zaman Force on the middle of everyone. Cap 1 here almost going down. Imba DJ like a bird flying away. Rhea jumping back and forth. He will go down. Wilson will just dash out. And that is still a win going to the side of Cignal Ultra.
Cignal Ultra, I feel like a switch flipped on their minds here. The way they're playing around here on the map is just working out well for their side. And this is all for Imba DJ. The moment he got that Feather Airstrike, Cignal Ultra knew they could put the pedal to the metal. Hades with that Zaman Force, not even targeting heroes at this point. He just goes straight for the turret.
And they don't care at this point. You know what? It's all about the map control, Rockhart. As early as 4 minutes, you can get the map in your favor. You're gonna get it. And it's worth more than any kill on the map right now.
Absolutely. It is just working so much. That tower goal is going to be spread out for the majority of the team. And now, we might see some pretty good stuff coming in here for Cignal Ultra. Because of that gold, Rhea might be ready to fight anytime. He's 0, 1, and 3 here. And he can he's getting some gold, AoE gold at least. And despite being beaten up in the early game, he could go back here in a big way.
And his brother, Baksh's brother, is getting stalked here. And that was actually lore accurate for some reason.
Yeah.
That was actually lore accurate. I'm not gonna lie. It was an amazing feeling when I realized that.
It was the other way around, right? Not the usual that we see. It's I think in the lore, Yuzhong was the one who was like super duper OP. And now he's the one being hunted down here on the bottom lane. Top lane, though, it's a different story. Avatar Guardian by Tsujin will start it off. But it looks like the rest of Cignal Ultra can clean up pretty well here.
Okay, but onto the bottom lane. Wilson is actually giving it a push, a bit of a push. Rhea is forced to go back. And Hades here, he's having a good time. He literally has everything on the palm of his hands. Everything he needs. Purple buff, you got it. Orange buff, you got it. The kills, he got it. Oh, well, he actually has 1 kill and a lot of assists.
Yeah, that's... I thought you were gonna keep going there a little bit. So Hades...
Well, I do check, you know.
You probably could, yeah, you probably could have. But right now, it's gonna be another big team fight here. Still, Ben Sadie is not showing his face. I'm super surprised. And they saved the best for last. They are surprising BSB every turn they can. And the control of the map is just overall just on the side of Cignal Ultra. Goes in for another fight. Ana and Tsujin going for the engages. Left, right, center. Here comes Rhea. Looking super more confident right now. And on that Dragonid form will be facing and scaring off the rest of BSB while Imba DJ pays the price for the pressure here. Oh, they're not done. It's a re-engage by BSB, and oh my god, they take out Hades like there is no tomorrow.
Okay, Tsujin here, just trying to push back the waves. And at least, even if Cignal Ultra lost that fight, all the lanes are pushing onto the side of BSB.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, Rhea here will get called out by his brother, and this is lore accurate, but Roger wasn't really part of it.
No, he was not. I mean, I'm super waiting for the time that we can see Drix pop off. I want to see Drix really pop off on this Roger, but so far, it's only been small flashes. I want to see that big floodlight of action coming in from Drix. And Drix is looking, he seems to be the one who's in control of this for BSB. I like it.
You know what, BSB, they're punishing. And I feel... Rockhart, would you agree with me on this? Not Rockhart, but BSB. BSB feels that, in a way, they're actually being very, not risky, or they're trying to calculate everything that they're doing. Because we know this team, they're just very aggressive. But right now, it seems that they're calculating everything that they're doing.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. calculated, and as you know, this is what we usually see. This is the caliber that we expect from them. However, BSB cleans it up, gets that turtle buff, and I think this will be the on switch. They are keeping on the fight. They have such a tanky lineup. We're grouped up together. Throw all the AoE you can get. It's a triple kill for Wilson on the Balmond.
But the question is, will it be worth it? Because the thing is, they're winning the fights, yes. But are they getting the objectives? Because Rhea right now, he's just going straight for this tower and he's just gonna get away. He knows that he cannot force the issue anymore. Balmond is here, Capone is here as well, and Rhea knows that he needs to get away from this. Capone is there, Capone has his ultimate, and he cannot be from that. But MLBB, he doesn't have his bird form, but he does have the flame shot. And literally, this is the Swiss knife, the ultimate support Swiss knife.
That's right. Having a basically escape button, a panic button, and also a great engagement tool. Here's a Gillette instant replay, hashtag shave the day, boys, for that triple kill on that Balmond, and Wilson feeling super happy with that. Oh my gosh, Trevor. 2 hits from the feathered airstrike. Puts him very, very low. Of course, execute damage will not be there yet. And Butters, we are pretty much dead even here on the economy.
Still 50-50. This is what I like about this game. It doesn't really go to one side.
Yep.
I mean, Cignal Ultra, they might have won game number 1, but BSB showed signs of life. Game number 2, the other way around happened. BSB, they were winning, but Cignal Ultra, they were showing that they can still win this game. But right now, this is a 50-50. That nobody has a way to determine right now who's gonna win this. I mean, in terms of turrets, probably BSB is lost more outer towers, the tier 1 towers here, the turrets rather, but they lose that Farza early on, and I feel that it's time for BSB to go straight for that Lord.
Yep, they gotta go straight for it. This is their prime item spike, their power spike. They need to abuse it. Like right, you can see Hades getting pushed off. Tyrant's Rage into everything that you can throw with Rhea. But is it going to be enough? Apparently, with the help of Hades, it will be. It's a triple for Rhea. Flicker in. Trevor with a flicker. And what a play there by BSB. Controlling that game was not able to get pushed back by Cignal Ultra.
That could have been the best initiation coming out from Ben Sanity ever. But the thing is, they didn't have Imba DJ there.
Right. Oh my god.
If Imba DJ was there, look at this perfect initiation.
Beautiful.
That could have been a feathered airstrike.
Oh,
that could have been a party. They could have stacked 4, probably 2 in one person, and that could have destroyed everyone at that certain point.
That was beautifully done, man.
But then again, it's good for Cignal Ultra because they stop BSB from just taking the Lord easily.
Yep, and that just means that this game is gonna keep going even longer, my friend. Oh my gosh. I like it. The fighting power of the fighting spirit of BSB, you can really feel it. But like you said, Imba DJ was the only thing missing in the recipe of that fight. And I really feel bad. I feel like Cignal Ultra might have actually just been cheated out here by BSBs with that win in that Lord Pit. Now, we're gonna have to round 2. Wonder how this is gonna turn out, Butters.
Hades gets caught out, and look at this. The Zaman Force Synchrovision and the Chrono Dash is here. He will be using it to his advantage. They know that this isn't really the time to fight because the dragon is still up, but right now this is the perfect time. They want to do this. Imba DJ gets located. He actually gets bumped by that Baksha, but on the other side of the map, there is a fight happening near the blue buff. Trevor here almost going down, and here comes Tusjin. Tusjin here will control 2 people. The knockup is there. The Lord will actually have participation in this game.
Yeah.
In this fight. Cap 1 will be the target here of Hades. Hades still at full HP. I don't think that Wilson can do this alone. They need Drix, and Drix just goes out. They know that they can fight it, and Drix, he has the retribution. He might try to go for this. He really might try to go for the steal.
Yeah, I think... but overall, I feel like you got it right on the docket. All they needed was of course, Imba DJ, and it worked very well. Now, Drake's, though, he's very healthy. He has that wolf form. He can still go for it. So many low HP members of Cignal Ultra, and they decide to play it safe. They go for the reset. And...
Oh my goodness, this is road to 30-minute game.
Yeah, I feel like this is road to 1 hour for the way they're playing it, but I hope it's just 30 minutes because I don't think I can take an hour of these two fighting each other, you know?
You know the feeling of teams are doing something, things are going well for both teams.
Right,
then
right.
a good initiation comes out from Cignal Ultra or BSB, then they just win the fight. But when the time comes that they have to take the Lord, they don't have enough firepower for it or HP. It happened twice already on different sides of different teams. But right now, the question remains: who will get the Lord?
No one wants the Lord. Both teams are using the Lord as bait. Both teams are using the Lord to go into a big fight, force the other team to go near a wall, then go for the big Siren's Rage. So now it's going to be Cap1 going in, rolling Thunder. Mr. Cap1 here. And Vinsanity threatening with a Tyrant's Revenge. But I don't think they're going to go for the fight just yet.
And Cap1 here getting caught out. Predator Airstrike, he gets the full force of that. He got 4 of that in one sitting. Wilson, on the other hand, Balmond with the execute. Doesn't really deal as much damage as possible. Ana here going into the inside. 2-man Tyrant's Rage to the Tyrant's Revenge setup. Zeus Jin trying to control Drix. Drix doesn't have any help. He will go down as well. Ana trying to go for Bensanity. And another dribble coming here from Bensanity. It will force the bounce back on the Thams. And it saves... It doesn't really save him. It just delays the inevitable. But still, they got the extra damage up and they get the kill on Ana.
That's 1 for 4 here in favor of Cignal Ultra. Finally, someone gets the Lord, right? I mean, these teams are definitely, they know the value of this Lord and they are not letting go. But so far, because of the sacrifice of Bensanity, BSB are now on the back foot and will need to really put that death power in place.
Cignal Ultra, they're pulling out all the stops. BSB trying their best to stop Cignal Ultra from just winning this game. And right now, we do have a clear lead on Cignal Ultra. And what happened there, Rockhart? What do you think happened on the idea of BSB just having a stalemate with Cignal Ultra? What happened to that?
The thing is, they're waiting for the engages, right? The engage is all that was the difference maker there in that fight. As long as Bensanity got the right engage, everything just falls into place. And as long as Imba DJ's alive, and the same as Hades. And that's happening right now for them. Easy take on the bottom lane, inhibitor turret, and they'll start to work on that mid right now. And now, I think BSB wishes they had like a Hellcurt to cut that wave, because there is no way they're defending this.
And mind you, Rockhart, they are marching on. Wilson here gets caught out. Imba DJ, he is actually kind of mispositioned there. Ana just went and jumped on him. And Rhea is okay.
He got left behind inside the base of BSB. All of a sudden, looks like BSB will be able to go for the offensive, and they're going to chase Bensanity. Sujin will be the one to get that ready. He still has the Avatar Guardian. He could pull it off if he wanted to. Bensanity still has immortality, so they're not in danger yet, but uses the Avatar to jump out into safety.
I mean, if they got one more kill over there, that could have been the end of the game.
Yep, that's right.
The lane was pushing, the minions were pushing. It was near the area of Cignal Ultra. So if that could have been a wipe, that could have been the most anticlimactic thing that could happen for Cignal Ultra. For BSB, that's the greatest comeback of the century.
Yeah, absolutely. Comeback against the Comeback Kings. I would really like that very much on my resume. Thank you very much. Right? So BSB is gonna be doing us a solid if they do that. But again, Cignal Ultra is no pushover. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine. That's totally fine. Because right now you'll need to clear your throat for everything that's going to happen. Cap1 gets caught out with the After Guardian, and Tus Jin doesn't really connect the thought.
Again, that's the problem with Avatar of the Guardians. It's just so difficult to also just maneuver, right? I mean, you yourself, you wouldn't play Gatot that because of that, right?
Yeah. Oh, Bensanity just zoning them out, and this is the perfect play coming up from Cignal Ultra. No one is trying to be greedy. No one is trying to force any issues going to their side. BSB right now, they're trying to defend this. No more turrets onto the side of BSB. And Cignal Ultra can do whatever the hell they want. Wilson here will be the next target. Hades going at it. And right now, they cannot take down Wilson. But there is going to be a jump going to the Skufra. And will that even matter as they go straight for the base? Game number 3 goes to Cignal Ultra. Successful debut coming from this rookie team.
Yep, that's a 2-1 victory, but a victory nonetheless. Cignal Ultra, definitely what we wanted to see against these guys, right? This was a game that had no clear winners, but still was able to give us like such a commanding, such a beautiful game, right? No commanding leads, no obvious winners. This is where, this is a definition of a good, definitely debut here for Cignal Ultra. And BSB, I would say they're not the weaker team. They have leveled up, but in a big way compared to what they were last season. And they were doing this against a team that really gave our current champions Aura a run for their money in different tournaments, right? So
I would say, taking making Aura a run, giving Aurora a run for their money is an understatement. They literally took the money of Aura really at that point. But we do have Wolf on the Asus team right there, and he will run us through everything that happened here, the things that we didn't really see. And let's check what he can say. But before all that, we will be heading to a very short break. MPL-PH Season 6 will be right back. Don't go away.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99. To be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Oh, what an amazing series between BSB and Cignal Ultra. My name is Wolf, your resident analyst para sa MPL Season 6. Let's talk about game number 3. I have a very close friend, Nomad, one of our co-casters din. He's a very good racer, and lagi niya sinasabi sa isang race, it's not about who goes in first. At hindi porke ikaw yung nauuna sa laban, ikaw na yung mananalo. It doesn't happen like that. This is what we can say about this hyper-aggressive lineups from both BSB and Cignal Ultra. It was a race kung sino ang magsisteamroll sa early game. Unfortunately, palitan lang sila. Sino nauuna ngayon? Sino yung mas malakas at this certain point? Sa first 2 minutes, I'd say, yung Roger lineup yung magaling. But, when Imba DJ with the Kufra, katulong si Ben Sanity, made that play against the orange buff, it evened up the odds. And you can even feel that in the early stages, dahil dun sa play ni Imba DJ na yun, talagang napigilan nila yung pag-steamroll ni Roger. However, BSB says, okay, sige, slight mishap. Nawalan tayo ng orange buff na yun. Nagawa ni Imba DJ yung play na ginawa nila around that bush. But this is still a race. Kaya pa natin makabawi. We can see that eventually, because of the pickoffs and yung pag-punish nila sa mga ginagawa ng Cignal Ultra, they were able to get the pickoffs that's necessary for the Roger. I mean, they might have lost that buff nung ginawa nga nila Imba DJ at ni Ben Sanity, yung play nila to steal that orange buff. Pero ang sagot ng BSB, sige, patayin natin sila on their way out. And in fact, nagkaroon na ng palitan nga ng suntok dito. This was the play that we're talking about. Imba DJ with good positioning really kind of stopped BSB on their tracks. But BSB says, okay, what we can do is to punish this. Low level lang kayo, kaya nating labanan. First turtle going favor Cignal Ultra. Very nice plays. But BSB says, okay, sige, nanalo sila dito sa first na clash natin around the first turtle. Maybe we can bring it back sa second turtle naman. I think that's what's gonna happen. Cignal Ultra kind of felt that they are leading. That sometimes is the problem when you're leading in a race. Akala mo ikaw na talaga yung mananalo, but BSB really sneaks up from behind, prolonging this game, not making it sure na hindi magsusnowball yung ating Harith in the early game. Bring it back by 8 minutes, winning this fight, and eventually prolonging the match. Now, what an amazing combo from Cignal Ultra. This is really, hindi naman siya game-winning, but it's game-equalizing. Sinama pa yung stun ng Lord sa combo na ginawa ng Cignal Ultra with that 4 or even 5-man Tyrant's Rage into the ultimate from the Dujong. Really spelled the doom for BSB. This is what I'd say, yung talagang nakapanalo na sa Cignal Ultra. You would feel that BSB are actually winning this, but very nice position. Imba DJ, Hades peeling the backlines. Hindi siya yung nahuli dito. That paved the way for Cignal Ultra to wipe them out. Well, hindi naman complete wipe because Drake still was left alive. But that big victory from Cignal Ultra also allowed them to eventually win the upcoming fight, which was this specifically, as they again peeled BSB. The way I say peel is kukunin mo yung backlines, hiwalin mo yung supports doon sa mga cores at pipitasin mo pa isa-isa yung cores. This was the cherry on top for sure. And what I like about this certain matchup is sobrang intense niya na kinailangan pang manalo ng Cignal Ultra ng tatlong sunod-sunod na big team fights before they were able to completely stop the train of BSB. Harith from Hades is our MVP with its 6-2-15 KDA stat line, but we know for sure na hindi lang siya ang dahilan kung bakit nanalo ang Cignal Ultra. Props, honestly, from BSB. I would say, hindi ko pala na-mention kanina about the drafting. I think that what we really want about what we really like about this lineup is kinombine ng parehas na teams yung strength or yung winning formula nila from both of their compositions, diba? So in game 1 victory, coming up from Cignal Ultra, the way they drafted it, the way they composed their heroes, in-apply nila yung mga disciplines for game number 3. Now, BSB also applied how they won. Actually, halos nga lang hindi nila na-pick from game number 2, knowing that this might work, which kind of gave us a game number 3 talagang almost even when it comes to draft. But Cignal Ultra eventually won the game with good execution. So it's a combination of both. And wow, if this is how BSB will perform all throughout the MPL Season 6, this makes them really a team to watch out for. And by the way, welcome back to Cignal Ultra. Napakagandang performance agad. Challenged agad ang Comeback Kings. And they're showing a new flavor na talagang aabangan ng mga viewers natin for this MPL Season 6. My goodness, that's just series number 2. We still have a highlight match, our star match, coming out sa ating last series, and that's gonna be very exciting. Uncrowned versus the Crowned. Man, it's so much hype for sure. But that will be later, mga kaibigan. We will be hopping into the break, but before that, why don't we thank the organizations that made this possible. MPL Season 6 is brought to us by our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Just dial *123# now and choose Giga Games. MPL Season 6 also brought to us by our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is, by the way, celebrating first Realme Fan Fest and hashtag Dare to Be Realme campaign. Just visit their official page at fb.com/Realme Philippines to know more. We also would like to thank our official sponsor Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette Mach 3 Razor or a Vector 3 Razor or Blue 3 Simple Force pack in select pure gold soaps. Hashtag Shave the Day with Gillette. We also would like to thank our partner in eSports, PayMaya. Get 7% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until August 31. Big thanks to our partner in eSports TikTok. Just search MLBB on TikTok to win premium skins. Napakadali lang, search nyo lang yung MLBB sa TikTok para manalo ng premium skins. Our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. And of course, MPL is powered by Munton. Prepare nyo na lahat ng kailangan ninyo. Pagkain, tawagin nyo lahat ng kapamilya nyo o kabarkada o sino man. This is gonna be hype uncrowned versus the crowned. That will be up next. For now, why don't we look back at that series with the top 5 plays as we wait for our next round. Kita-kits.
To be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
game changing.
Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga life?
Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Smartphone, dare to leap.
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Right. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Dahil buhay na si Grid, yung pinaka-problema na natanggal nila, bumalik na naman. And grabe yung best na
Nagsimula yung career ko nasa Obs Gaming. Kakampi ko sila, Sire, Chak, Nu, tapos si Cap 1. Unang qualifier ko nun, hindi kami nakapasok. Nalaglag kami sa qualifier ng Season 4, nung BSP pa ako. Piniyam ako ni Siko na wag daw ako mag-alala, makapasok daw ako ng MPL. Tinupad niya naman yung pangako niya na kukunin na ako. Tapos yun, siyempre, granab ko yung opportunity na makapasa sa MPL. MLBB ako, madami ako natutunan nun, lalo na sa mga pagkatalo namin. Last championship, sobrang heartbreaking kasi lamang namin ng 2-0. Tapos naudlot yung pagkapanalo namin. Hindi nga ako masyado nakapagsalita nung after na yun, hindi din agad ako nakalis ng stage. Historical sana yung pagkapanalo namin dun kasi straight from quali kami tsaka rookie sa MPL lahat. Tapos yun, sayang. Kailangan na naming maghiwalay kasi di na gano'n nag-work yung communication namin. May mga players na hindi na din katulad nung samahan namin dati. Siguro kasi party din yun ng pag-iwalay. Siyempre, nung nagkaroon ako ng opportunity nung kinuha ako ng Sunsparks, grinab ko yun kasi kailangan ko magkaroon ng new journey. Sobrang laki ng pinagbago nung nag-champion na ako sa MPL kasi finally na-prove ko yung sarili ko na kaya ako mag-champion sa PH kasi yun talaga yung pangarap ko. Haters ko na na-prove ko sa kanila na hindi ganun kababa yung laro ko. Sobrang motivated ko din kasi i-prove yung sarili ko sa sobrang daming hate na na-receive ko ng Season 4 and sa M1. Masarap sa pakiramdam kasi nalaman kung bakit sila yung champion. Ibang-iba yung feeling pag sila yung kalaro. Sobrang goods lang maglaro. Yung good mood lang ba, kalmado lang sa laro, naghihilaan lang pataas, ganun. Ngayon, naglo-look forward ako na mag-champion sa ibang bansa. Yun naman yung tinataha ko ngayon na goal. Dito ko natutunan maging kalmado. Especially kasi yun yung naturo sa akin ng mga ka-teammates ko sa Aura PH. Hindi lang pala siya basta game. Nabibuild din dito yung kumpiyansa mo, yung attitude mo. Lahat ng positive pwede mong matutunan din para sa Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
It's our last series for the day, and man, some very good games. A shocker on our first series, but right now for BSB Cignal Ultra, it is done. It was ended in a 2-1. Cignal Ultra got the series win. But for now, we are still your shoutcasters. I am Butters. He is Rockhart, and we are still going to be your shoutcasters for series number 3. But on the other hand, we still have to thank our sponsors. Official tournament telco partners, Smart Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Dial star 123 hash now and choose Giga Games 99. We also have our special sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and hashtag Dare to Be Realme campaign. Visit their official page at fb.com Realme Philippines/Realme Philippines to know more. We also have Gillette, one of our special sponsors. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack Insulate, Pure Gold doors nationwide. Hashtag Shave Day with Gillette. Partner in eSports PayMaya, get 7% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya. The better way to pay. Promo runs until August 31. Rockhart is laughing because Shave the Day. We still have TikTok as our partner in eSports. Search MLBB on TikTok to win premium skins. And we have our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here, Reg Pro. And of course, this isn't possible without Monton. They are the ones who powered MPL.
Right.
Now, that's probably one of the longest things that I have to do in MPL. But we still have series number 3, and I feel like it is going to be longer.
We're gonna have to get used to it because again, more organizations are starting to recognize esports is awesome, and we are getting there. And obviously, thank you so much to the support. And you are absolutely right, Butters. We are gonna be in for another long one for sure. It is going to be the guys that I think these are part of the guys you were referring to earlier. They're a little bit active on social media right now, and it's gonna be Execration versus your champions or previous champions or PH. Yeah, they're called reigning champions, right? So we'll get into that very shortly. Let's talk about Execration.
Bibigay, pero lalaro.
Sa mga classmate ko, parang nainganyo ako. Pero wala pang phone, kaya nakikiaram lang.
Sa tropa ko lang. Nakita ko lang. Inayan niya akong maglaro.
So, before kasi marami na rin talagang kumukuhang iba't ibang teams dahil nga sikat yung Ops Gaming dati sila. So, maraming offers. Pero hindi yung talkingan namin, hindi as a management tsaka player. Parang tropa lang nag-end up kami sa Execration kasi sobrang tagal na rin nila sa eSports scene. Mga isang dekada na rin.
Kaya ako nag-pro kasi gusto kong makaranas mag-champion. Gusto rin may pag-competition sa ibang bansa.
The uncrowned kings of MPL. Execration, the fan favorites, Etomax, Betty Cutie, Chaknu, Sagitnu, Hate, and Zapnu.
I'll be honest, I was super surprised by like they're really starting to get into that number thing. I think Benny Cutie should have like a number 3 instead of an E, just so that we can we can get into that format. Same with Hate, a 4 for an A, and they are back, guys, and these are your uncrowned. Because the fight for today is obviously the crowned versus the uncrowned, and these guys have been going at it. They have been chasing that crown for quite some time now, and I'm pretty sure they are roaring to get more.
Etomax, Benny Cutie, the standout players from Season 5. We do have Chaknu here, the cutie, the fan favorite. Chaknu is Chakno is somewhat of the most one of the most colorful people in esports.
Yeah.
Like just him being there, everyone laughs. Sagitno is back, especially when the time he came from what they call this geek fam. But right now, he is back in the arms of Zapnu and his crew, and he has been doing great for the other tournaments. But right now, he needs to prove himself back into the MPL. But right now, we will head into this Aura video. A minute to meet Aura PH.
Na-discover ko po yung Mobile Legends nung nag-OJT ako. Nakita ko po si Mobile Legends na pwede siya libangan pag break time namin.
Nung pumasok ako sa kanila, nung kinuha ako ni JP, naramdaman ko sa kanila na kaya namin mag-champion kasi kaya nila ilabas yung potential ko, tas masaya lang kami naglalaro.
Aura PH yung pinili namin kasi madalas namin sila nakaka-scream, tapos nakikita namin sa players nila yung dedication sa paglalaro, tapos naisip namin na what if kami yung players ng team na to, ano bang mababago sa amin, anong mag-i-improve sa amin.
Kahit bata kami, kaya ko makipagsabayan sa mga veterans.
Our reigning, defending, two-time MPL champions, Aura PH. We have Raflesia, KLVJ, Kilowash, Grade, JP, and Renjo.
Again, they have done what no other team has ever done in the MPL. Win 2 back-to-back MPL titles. And they are not showing any signs of slowing down as of yet. This is the exact same lineup that we have had from the previous season, and they're one of the few teams that have retained it and are just focusing on nurturing and getting into that championship mode once more.
You know what? A lot of people might say that Aura is gonna take. A lot of people are speculating that Aura PH will take the third championship on their belt. But looking at the competition or looking at the performances that the other teams did, it's hard to say at this point. Like Aura PH, they look kind of shaky, but then again, those are for other tournaments. What if they have this natural affinity for MPL?
That's true. I mean, this is basically home turf for them, right? Maybe they had like a bit of an away advantage, away disadvantage. You know, like there's a home court advantage, there's an away disadvantage, where it's a little bit format's a little bit different. The enemies are a little bit different. Maybe that's the big difference maker. Maybe they've gotten just so used to going for that road to gold that maybe on the off court, maybe it's a little different, right? For example, like for NBA players, you're super good on the court. Maybe on the freeze on the outside, it's a little. Some people might be more comfortable there. Maybe that's what happened, or maybe something has changed within this team. Those are the things that we'll have to find out here.
Who knows? Maybe the meta isn't really fitting on their side. Maybe sometimes it just doesn't work for them. But right now, Aura PH, no matter what happens, is still the benchmark that other teams will be looking upon right now. Like, no team has done, like you've said, no team has done a back-to-back championship. But right now, head-to-head, rock hard, 29 games versus 30 games played. First blood is equal. And what can you say about the next pair of stats?
I feel like the team damage per minute, obviously, they just rely a lot on explosiveness, right? And that's what Execration does. Most of the time, they focus fire. So their overall output is not as high, but they push the button where it counts, right? However, on the other side of the field, Aura PH just excels so much more in more areas. And when talk here is on objectives, right? Usually, but somehow Execration just beats them out on the average because of the way that Execration plays. Aura PH tends to finish games a lot quicker, and Execration likes to have those chaotic games where they will definitely drag the game on for a lot longer, which I think would explain the big average that they have.
Star match head-to-head, Execration versus RPH. Well, looking at it, Execration has the upper hand versus RPH. It's a 2-1. It's a 2-1 and a 2-1 against RPH.
Record, yes.
But then again, the number of championships, the story right now is between the crowned and uncrowned. So number of championships, of course it's 0 for Execration. They're still trying to find a way to get there. But for RPH, it is still somewhat of a it is an accomplishment for them to be the first teams to do it.
That's right. And that's absolutely something that you cannot take away from these guys. Execration definitely is a very scrappy team, and I say that in a very, very good way, right? They are able to endure a lot of pain, a lot of suffering, and they're able to come out with wins on top of Aura PH. However, and of course, we'll have to talk about that the newer season. That was before. Now it might be a different story, and maybe Execration might have gotten a lot better from the off season. That's something we haven't seen, and we're very excited to see right now.
The tank matchup here, Chaknu and Raflesia, they kind of have the same hairstyle here, so this is a player head-to-head that we need to look out for. Tank versus Tanks, KDA rate is at 3.61 and a 3.81 here respectively for Chaknu and Raflesia. Net worth goes to the side of Raflesia because they end the game quite fast. So that really says a lot for the average net worth. And average tank game score, there's a lot. But right now, there is going to be a comparison between Sapnu and Raflesia.
And that's very interesting because obviously the champions would have better stats, I feel like. But neither of them have gotten MVPs. Most of the time, MVPs would definitely go over to KLVJ, the guy who keeps getting all the resources here for Aura PH. And overall, I feel like it's still a pretty good comparison between these two, where Zapnu might have gotten on the back foot. Sometimes he lets others sub in as well in his stead, right? Previous season. So the stats might be a little misleading. It might be a bit more different if Zapnu consistently played on the starting lineup here for Execration. So that's why it's so exciting to see here that at least right now.
And we did see a glimpse of Wolf there, our statsman or analyst, dedicated analyst. But right now, we have to. Okay, I have to ask. Before anything else, I was about to ask you another question. Before anything else, what are your expectations for this certain matchup?
Well, I think you guys discussed this on a previous meeting as well. If Execration can get a good tempo against Aura PH, we might find a 2-0, right? If they can win first game and then they can really shatter the confidence of Aura PH, they have the potential to do a 2-0 against Aura PH. But overall, if Execration kind of falters, even by a little bit, Aura PH is going to really take it. And that's been the trend, at least for the past how many seasons, right? Past 1 to 2 seasons. With the addition, with a bit of a change in the roster, Execration might be on a different mindset. But we will have to still base our expectations on what we have witnessed from these guys in the previous season. They haven't really shown up as much in outside tournaments, so Execration might be hiding a few stuff under their sleeves.
A few stuff under their sleeves. That is correct, Rockhart. I just feel that there are a lot of things that are gonna happen here. But for me, I'm expecting a game number 3.
For sure.
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe Execration can keep the streak up. Maybe Aura PH has something in mind and wants to break the certain streak that Execration has on them.
Yep, that would be really saying something, right? We're gonna get into the draft here. Execration versus Aura PH. I'm expecting a big emphasis on tanks here, since I feel like that head-to-head matchup definitely hit it on the nose. it's gonna be both of these guys, both of the tanks of these two teams play a main Kufra, right? Obviously, Rafflesia is championship Kufra. There's no other championship Kufra so far, right? And Chakmu has a bit more of range in terms of using off-meta tanks. I really want to see if that's gonna happen here in this matchup.
We do see a Popol and a Koopa being banned export as well, or a PH. They ban out the Uranus and the Yuzhong. Those are the typical heroes that you don't really want to see on the other side of the spectrum when you're playing against one team. Execration, though, has free reign over the Atlas. And when you first pick the Atlas, you kind of expect an AoE setup for this. It could be... Well, we did even see a Dyroth way back on the qualifiers just to, make ends meet with an Atlas.
Yeah. Dyroth, and a lot of people actually really dumped on that Dyroth pick, but it really did work out. It did the job that you wanted it to, with AoE damage and good sustain on the offlane. So those options are still pretty much good for Execration, but they also have the option of just going for some really strong AoE mages, which is the usual go-to here when you have an Atlas.
But RPH, they're happy with this Selena pick. Greed plays one mean Selena. I've seen Rafflesia pick this up on his stream. And they probably don't... Well, Execration doesn't really, have the information or on where this certain Selena pick will go. But let's say Lee Sun-shin here is on the side of Aura PH. Execration didn't really give enough priority to that. I just feel for the information battle, in terms of drafting, Aura PH has won already. In terms of information, not the whole game, but in terms of just getting information where the other team is, they just won that battle.
Yeah, double abyssal traps plus your mountain char. That's all of it. That's all the information you'll need, right? And now they'll also run. Wow, this should be very interesting. I wonder if Kiluash has. I've actually never seen Kiluash run Amasha like consistently, right? I feel like it's always a one-off. But Kiluash can also be the one to pilot the fam. So a lot of flex happening for Aura PH right now.
You know why? You know why you don't see Kiluash picking that certain hero? Season 4 was when Masha was really, rampant in the meta, right? That was the time where they were eliminated from the regular season. They didn't really have the best time of their lives.
Yeah, they didn't have it. Yeah, exactly.
And when you see Aura PH run Masha, it's usually on the hands of Renjo.
Exactly.
So right now, there is a welcome change. Welcome change.
Yeah, because Renjo's not here as well, so you have to wonder, right? So many new things could be witnessed here in this game. And on the other side, El Clasico Lunox, I think, is already a pretty good pickup here for Execration. They're one of the teams that have been consistent in picking this hero. And even though a lot of teams have already forgone the Lunox, they're very willing to go for it still.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is actually very interesting coming out from Aura PH. They even commit a Diggy to just stop the reign of the Atlas. Because, it lines up. It really just lines up. When you use the Time's Journey, the Fatal Links will be negated.
So that's very interesting, right? I mean, we've seen this yesterday. We have seen this happen yesterday. It kind of didn't work as well as they hoped to. I think yesterday Diggy only did it once, but in the hands of the champion team, the defending champions, I wonder how well it's gonna work. Not to mention, Diggy also goes for vision with those time bombs. Oh my god. Seriously. The life is gonna be lit up, right? I don't know if I said that right.
Life is gonna be lit.
Life is gonna be lit.
There, I got you.
Life is gonna be lit for sure. On the side of Aura PH, I'm super excited if that's gonna be able to make up for their, I would say, lack of tank. But we've seen this work before. Wonder if it's gonna happen again.
But then again, you have to really look out for the Diggy here. Diggy is one of those picks that a Roger can just burst down from out of nowhere, you know? So he needs to be really careful. They have the how do I say this? Advantage in terms of getting information. So if you can use that information to your advantage, then probably you wouldn't even need a tank because they cannot engage on you as long as you have information.
Yeah, because you can dodge those engages and you can shift your attention to other parts of the map, right? So maybe there is some merit as we head into game 1 for Execration versus Aura PH, though. It's going to be super duper exciting to see if we will see any major major deficits. Oh my god. Big fights happening all around the map right now. Kiluash the first on the bottom lane. Raflesia followed suit here. Answer for answer. Already so hot right off the gate.
Eye for an eye, and that is going to be a 1-for-1 or Execration. You know, an eye for an eye will make the world go blind, but Raflesia here still wants blood. Etomax getting caught out. The fight is there, and they still have it. Aura PH, they're just dominating the early game right now. Raflesia is on the wrong side of the map right now. He's probably just abusing the fact that he can, you know, be at one point in the map even when he's dead.
Gain experience and all that gold, but I don't know. I feel like they might be in for a really bad time. Raflesia might be in for round 2. Oh my god. What's happening here? This Diggy pick is really messing with my mind right now. And Greed, he's trying to help, but he can't go near because of Etomax on the Valier.
And seriously though, they're farming up Raflesia, and this is the idea where you don't really go for these kills. And I don't really know what's happening here, but he's really just, you know, sacrificing himself. Is he giving? Are they doing this deliberately? Is this another strategy?
I mean, they might be. This is full vision, and they're also gaining a lot of a lot of attention from Execration. They always commit at least 2 members to do this, and while all that's happening, of course, lots of invades are occurring all around the map. And now Raflesia goes down once more. Why? My mind is sorry. I'm a little shook right now.
Okay. I'm kind of getting this in a way, because when you keep on dying, your bounty keeps on going down. So that means right now they're probably not getting anything from Raflesia.
Yeah, look at the gold. It's 7.3k to 7.9.
They're not getting They're literally not getting anything from Raflesia right now. And what's happening is they're putting attention on the Raflesia. So Raflesia right now isn't even worth anything, but he's being a distraction. So that means Aura PH, they're getting whatever the hell they want on the map.
Oh my god, what is this? I thought that, you know what, as casters, we think we've seen everything with thousands and thousands of games that we've seen. This is the first time I'm seeing this, and it's really blowing my mind. So far, its effect is actually felt all around the map. Aura PH is still ahead, and a lot of damage is actually being dished out by this Diggy, just being such a nuisance all over Execration.
They're not even getting anything out of him right now. Literally, like, check the gold. He's not worth anything anymore. Oh my goodness. Okay, Raflesia is gonna go down once again. It doesn't even grace like for 10 gold.
Okay. So while all this is happening, what's the status of KLVJ? How is Kiluash coping with this? And is JP actually getting the farm that he needs as a Yisun Shin? I hope we'll see that soon, because right now they do look like they're dominating. Top lane tower almost out. That buff actually is always on the site. And I think it's stolen as well.
Oh my goodness, 0-11-3 Raflesia. I mean, good luck on his KDA ratios.
Obviously. That's gonna be it.
But as long as you win, stats don't matter. Oh my god.
Look at that gold! It's going to Aura! Absolutely. Like, the rest of the team is already... I think they're doing their very best to just abuse. And now, the change that Execration is doing, they're just ignoring Rafflesia altogether. But can you actually consistently keep doing that? Now, Greed is having a hard time. He's gonna get taken down by Hate. Hate is on a killing spree. And Tower in the bot lane will definitely start falling. But while this is happening, KLVJ on the top lane, have a look at that. No one is going there. What is up?
Let's check. Rafflesia here is at level 6, using the Time's Journey. He just goes in and it doesn't even raise by 100. He's just deliberately doing this.
Just hunting down Hate.
Looking at the map, no pressure is happening.
And obviously
like Aura PH, they have free reign, free control over everything. Because the thing is, it's an illusion. Rafflesia is an illusion.
He is. He absolutely is. I don't know how he's able to do this, but we definitely have a lot of stuff to research later. Man, this is beautiful plays, and Aura PH still has control of bottom lane. Top lane, KLVJ, no one can answer him right now. And item check, this is what I want to see. It really does look like it is working on the favor of Aura, despite all these shenanigans.
Okay, so they're actually winning the fight, and Exa here. Oh my goodness, this is something new. And MPL-PH Season 6, this is really something that's next level. Oh no. Oh no, okay. Okay. I just want to expect... I really wanted to expect something from Execration right now. But there is truly something that's just next level for Aura PH.
Yep, absolutely next level. And not to mention what we talked about earlier, they have full vision control of the map everywhere they want to go. If they just want to keep Execration inside the base, they can just throw those traps all over. And JP is getting all that funnel farm gold.
Oh my goodness, Kilowash here. Etomax and the others, they don't have the levels to deal with this just because you didn't really get anything from that Diggy. It's either you leave that Diggy alone and let him annoy you, let him throw bombs, and eventually you'll die from it.
Man, so other than that, you cannot, right? It's so difficult to ignore. There's just so much crowd control from a Diggy, and there's so much damage from those bombs. Like, even if he's just doing stuff like this, he's just keeping you on your base, and you're attacking the Diggy non-stop over and over and over and over again.
This is 10-19, but it's an illusion. Execration doesn't have free reign over the map. 4 people are farming onto the side of Aura PH.
What is happening right now? I didn't know this could be this effective. We knew bounty gold is a thing, and bounty gold does decrease over time, but I've never seen anyone do this. So 19-10, absolutely, we don't care about kill scores. We are still gonna go keep pressing on, keep going hard. And map control is definitely on the side of Aura PH. 8,000 gold for our defending champions. And high level ingenuity from these guys, absolutely, hands down.
Who knew that we'll find a way or a time where Diggy dying is the best thing that's ever happened? Remember remember Trevor from the Open Qualifiers?
Yep.
Season 5, he was ahead of his time.
Way ahead. And now it's happening again and again. Killing spree on the Lunox. We don't even care. Oh my gosh. However, they are losing so much gold on the map still with other members dying, so maybe the 4v5 is starting to really take a toll on Aura PH, so this might be a small opening for Execration to get back in this game.
Ingenuity at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. Aura PH, they're dealing with this in a way that nobody has ever dealt with it in MPL-PH. We haven't seen this in any way. Kilowash going in, and at least they find a way to actually get it back. KLVJ here, he has a way to, finish this, but Raflisha is there as well. Atlas will go down. They don't have the ultimate. They don't have that capability anymore. And Raflisha here doing his role. And that's the only role that he needs. And he even steals the Lord. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Oh no. What is happening, ladies and gentlemen? Oh my, oh my!
Oh,
and
man.
this is why they are the two-time MPL champions.
Oh man.
Strategy. Ingenuity. It's there.
I guess we'll have to thank Aura PH showing us something that's definitely gonna get adopted by a lot of the teams. We'll see if that's gonna be as effective as this, because this looks so perfectly executed, despite so many kills, despite so many deaths. And the other members of the team definitely are kind of suffering for this as well, right? Sometimes they will lack one guy to defend the lane and to keep the team fight going. But overall, objectives are always on their side. They have full vision of the map, and they're still going on top.
But you know what? Chakno and the others, they will take care of that Lord. And here comes the initiation. The pokes are there. They don't even have a tank. They don't even have an initiator. Well, Selena is there, but that's still a solo target. And they didn't have to, because the thing is, in terms of vision, you have Selena, you have Raflisha as a bait, as a decoy.
Absolute decoy here. So many things have gone wrong here for Execration, and now it's looking like the Aura PH just wants to bomb off everyone who wants to get near. Don't forget, the Execration lineup is super short range, so they can just keep them at bay for a long time with these bombs. With JP and the ultimate Chaknu and Sagitnu not going to be able to engage here. Fatal Links have been nullified by the time journey as well, and the backline of Aura PH even green on the select, left, right, and center. 4-man here for Aura PH are still on the push, and JP is gonna go back anytime soon. So, sorry, Felicia is gonna get back soon. So, overall, that lead is just gonna keep growing and growing and growing until later on.
Oh my goodness. You know what? There will come a time in my life that I will call someone with 0-19-5 the player of the game.
Please, please do it.
And that time is probably now.
Probably. Man, Prod, if you're listening to this, obviously we know who the MVP is for this one. The rest of Aura PH is doing everything by the book, but Revolution just, he's not faltering at all. And now the engages are happening, killing spree for greed here. Avatar Guardian trying for Execration to make something happen, but just not happening at all. I don't know.
Kate trying his best to get out. Etumax as well. There is the Valir going down, and they just go ham at the base. And Aura PH, they will win game number 1.
I was gonna say, just when I thought I've seen everything in Mobile Legends, they show us this. Aura PH are 1-0 over Execration.
The world, no, not really the world, but Philippines, we weren't expecting this. This is something new for the Philippines. And this is the first time we've seen it in the MPL-PH regular season.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
People know of the zero value bounty, right? I mean, almost zero, at least. People know this is a thing, but we didn't know it could go that low, and we didn't know it could work against a team like Execration. You can imagine the cojones of Aura PH to do it against the team that has beaten them for quite some time now as well. I'm running out of words for these guys. Absolutely beautiful game, right?
Mastery, precision, ingenuity, strategies all over. These are the strategies that makes you a back-to-back champion. Now, Aura PH, with this, they're bringing something new. This is what makes, this is the things that a dynasty.
Yeah, just not repeating the same things over and over again, and it's coming up with something absolutely new. They are truly worthy of the title. That's all I can say for now.
My goodness, MPL-PH Season 6 will be right back. And with us being back, that is going to be Wolf on the analysis deck. So don't go away. MPL will be right back.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
game changing.
Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga life?
Simple and smart ako.
Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
There's just literally not much time to explain this for sure. And even the time that I have before this post-game analysis will not be enough para explain ko ano yung nangyari na yun. But honestly, alam mo yun, hula nangyari dito. Kung paano nang-distract si Reflesha in-game laban sa kalaban nila, ganun din yung nangyari sa atin, mga viewers. We were distracted of the fact that the side lanes of Aura PH were so good. The matchups are really good. I mean, sino ba makakatalo sa Thumbs and sa Masha? Maybe each other. But if you're looking at the side lane compositions of both teams, we're gonna see Lunox as well as Gatot Kacha lumalaban sa Thumbs and sa Masha. We saw that in their 1v1 fights, nanalo yung mga heroes ng Aura. So this is the first one that I want to say in this game. Yung bagay na tinanggal ni Reflesha on this performance as the Digi away from Execration that led to the victory of Aura PH. Walang marvelous sa mismong pag-feed ng kalaban. Hindi nyo po pwedeng gawin basta-basta yan. Now the theory here is, kapag ba binigyan mo ng marami pang kills ang iyong kalaban, tapos pinatay mo yung hero na yun, do you get more gold out of it? If you think of what you get versus what you give, I'd say baka hindi nun ka worth it. What honestly is the effect of Reflesha feeding constantly against his opponents is time na nakuha nitong ating Nison Shin. Okay. You know what? I was actually inside the lobby. Nakita ko yung progression ng gold dito ng Aura PH. Dahil sa retribution na meron dito si Reflesha on this Digi, he is always a threat when it comes to invading the jungle. So which brings me to the first point. Kaya nagkaroon ng malaking gold si Nison Shin over the Roger ay dahil hindi comfortably makapag-jungle si Hate on this Roger. There's a theory na jungler talaga ang mga hyper carries na they spend most of their time clearing the jungle, and that's true. Reflesha did not let that happen para kay Roger, alright? Dahil meron siyang threat palagi ng ating retribution. You know what? Yung isa pang amazing dito as we are gonna see the highlights, laging 1v1 yung sa gilid, which of course is always favored sa Aura PH. Dahil yung supports ng Execration, busy mangolekta ng kills. Uy, libreng kill, sisiw lang yan. Kunin natin yan. And Execration, they have spent so much time, coupled it with the fact na nakakapag-steal at nakapag-invade dito si Reflesha. Well, not really steals, but the fact na lagi siya nandun, nanggugulo, nagdi-deal ng damage, at also hindi niya hinahayaang mag-recall out ang members ng Execration. talagang I'd say 90% of the time of the trio nung ating hyper carry plus the two supports of Execration spent on killing roughly siya na hindi naman ganun kalaki. You know what? This is interesting. By 8 minutes, by 5 minutes, 500 na gold lang ang lamang ni Hate, the Roger, the hyper carry over this Diggy. In fact, by 10 minutes, mas maraming gold na nakuha si Diggy over Hate. All throughout the game, mas maraming gold din si Diggy, si Raflesia over the supports of Execration. And what is the explanation? Well, nakaw siya ng ilang, nakapag-nakaw siya with Retribution and the mask. Ang pinaka-paborito nating item lahat para sa supports. Fact that this is a 2-mask setup from Aura PH, nagpapalitan kung sino lowest between Selena as well as this Diggy. Really amps up the gold in ways na hindi natin ma-measure talaga unless we look at every second dun sa gold difference ng ating mga supports. Honestly, this game can easily be a victory for Execration if not for the fact na yung supports ng Execration ay hindi busy dun sa may mid lane going for a Felicia. Who would have thought na ang MVP ng isang laban ay Tanso na may 0-21 record. But look at the damage dealt, guys. 43,000 in span of what? 11 minutes? 12 minutes or even 10? Fleeting time, all of those annoying factors coming out from the Diggy, always in front of the supports, really hampered the idea of Execration. Imagine, kung normal na laban to and there's a 5v5 team fight, you have Atlas, you have Lunox, Roger, early game for sure, you're gonna have to hand it over sa Execration dahil hindi ganun kalakas yung teamfight AoE sa early game ng Aura. And they can really steamroll from it. But the fact is, hindi talaga nakapag-farm yung hyper carry ng Execration because of the fact that the supports, even the hyper carry, is always busy dealing with the Diggy. So ano ba ang talagang moral lesson dito? Is it actually about feeding? Maybe there's a mathematical way that we can understand how this goes. Maybe we can study it after this tonight. Pag-aaralan namin kung mathematically speaking ba, mas yayaman kayo as a team if one is feeding. But I guess the main lesson for me is distractions na ginawa ni Raflesia. Raflesia, on this lonesome, he opened up the map and those 1v1 matchups in the side lanes that we know will always favor Aura PH. That is Masha, that is Thams. Blink and you're gonna die. Lalong-lalo na hindi naka-vengeance dito si Gat at Katya. Talagang na-abuse yun ng mga side laners ng Aura PH. Man, I hope that at a certain point I made sense. I hope na may naintindihan kayo sa akin. But let's now go to game number 2. Let's move on. Will this be a repeat? Or meron bang bago ang Aura PH? Abangan natin yan. Back to you, casters.
Think about it. 0-21-14. Still the MVP of the game. Goodness gracious, Execration. They are surprised about what happened. They didn't have a way to deal with it. And I know a lot of these teams are gonna follow suit.
Absolutely. Like, I know it's not right away. It's probably not this week, but maybe next week. Some teams will probably figure out how that actually worked out. Or worst case scenario is they'll definitely just copy that same strategy. I wonder if they'll do that. Of course, we'll have to find out as we head into the next match. Game 2 here for Execration and for Aura PH. First of all, I'm very happy about that. First time, I think that's the first time in history that someone with 0 kills got MVP, and it was super deserved. And it's not just 0 kills, 21 deaths. So probably a worldwide first, but I'm very glad it happened on our watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Then again, it's a Diggy special. You can never do this on another hero.
Exactly.
Because when you're
you do it on
another hero,
you're feeding.
You're just gonna feed. So if your ally in the solo rank game tells you that, dude, I'm actually doing that feeding strategy that I saw on MPL that was done by Raflesia. That's not the case. If you're not a Diggy, 100% you're not doing it properly. Okay?
So
okay.
I think they're officially calling it the feeding strat, right? Because it's obviously what it is. But yeah, ranked games are gonna be a nightmare for at least a few days. So I suggest you guys get ready for that. And absolutely, you have to watch out for shenanigans like this when you think about it. But to be honest, can you actually prepare for this? I can't blame Execration. Like any team that fights against these guys with this, they will not be ready at all, right? For sure.
You know what? Execration got Selena. Etomax should be very happy with this. And I know for Execration, they got caught off guard. But yeah, you just have to know that it's only Diggy who's going to be able to do that. And look at this! Look at this! Diggy is
banned.
literally banned out of the game.
Oh man, that's a beauty to watch, right? I mean, very rarely happens. So now, let's wait and see what's gonna be the alternate. Because obviously, Aura PH knows it's gonna happen, right? If they win with this strategy, it will get banned out. Now, what do they prepare to counter that? What do they prepare to deal with it, right? If ever it does happen, most likely they will have like plan B, automatically plan B if it gets banned out, because they can't repeat that again anymore. Especially since Execration, they got the Selena, and you're right, they must be super happy about this. They will have more vision control in this game for sure.
I feel that in a way, it's how you deal with those kinds of strategies. It may be cheeky, but it actually works. And it's probably a one-off. Like, you can't really do that in a way where, you know, you're gonna do it consistently. It's a strategy that when the other team forgets it, that it's a possibility, you should just pick it up. But for RPH right now, they don't have that capability, and they're probably gonna stick with their specialty. And if you think that was scary, I feel that Aura PH is gonna be scarier when things go around for when things become normal on their side.
Yeah. So we might actually be back to normal, right? KLVJ on the Masha was super underrated in that game. The way that he was juggling what he needed to do versus what was happening in the middle of the map, what was happening in the team fights. They have good discipline in making sure that KLVJ was not left behind. Because like Wolf said, there were actually ways that Execration could have won that very easily, right? I think you would agree with that.
It is a very... I don't know, man. Did you expect that? I didn't expect that in any way.
Yeah, no one. I don't think anyone did, right? Because, for instance, if Kiluash was put down even more, if he died a few more times, that might have been Execration with 4 men alive on the map all the time, right? So there were so many things that could have gone wrong for Aura PH in that matchup, but it didn't. So props to them for juggling that, and of course for being able to keep themselves alive while Rafflesia was doing all that stuff on the day.
It's the mind games. It's MPL. I mean, this is the most important, league in the Philippines right now. And I just want to say that thank you, MPL, for making this all possible. I wouldn't have thought that someone dying could be a legit strategy. Aura PH. Blessed Aura PH.
You're gonna start a cult, Butters. Calm down. I'm sure you messaged him right away, and he's probably not gonna reply. But man, Butters is gonna start a cult here for.
You know what? I didn't really, PM them in any way.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure that these guys are just laughing right now.
They're probably laughing in boot camp for sure. I love it. So that just goes to show Mobile Legends is just the gift that keeps on giving. Sometimes it has a super toxic community, but sometimes it just gives us games that can really make our days. So,
Rockhart, I think it's really just part of the job description from now on.
It is. It really is, right? Let's just do it.
Yeah.
So this is a very normal draft this time, right?
It is.
It is a very normal draft. Finally, we're back to normal. Unless they pull something out of the hat here, maybe Execration might be. If I was Execration on the other side, I might be super mad. I feel like I would have been disrespected by that one.
What if you know what? What if we see a feeding heal this time?
Stop it.
Okay,
Stop
alright,
it.
that's not gonna work. That's
Stop.
not gonna work. Let's
No.
look at this. Let's look at this in a way where let's deal with this as like grown men.
Yeah.
No more feeding this
No
time.
more feeding. We are going to play Mobile Legends.
We're
the
going to
me-
play
way-
Mobile Legends. We're going to play Mobile Legends.
in the way that it was meant to be played.
I mean, you can justify yourself dying now.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But then again, you couldn't really do that if you're not a league. But then, okay, let's look at this game. Let's stop with game number 1. I really like the drafting that came out from Execration, and now that they're on equal footing, I feel like this is going to be a 50-50. I know that Execration got caught off guard, but they didn't really, succumb to the pressure. They tried to make ends meet, but when they realized that they were getting played, it was Aura PH on another level of, just getting gold.
And we'll have to find out if that's going to be something that they can get out of their heads as we head into game 2, my friend. Execration versus Aura PH, possibly the last match of the night. We'll have to wait and see. But you know what? I'm never count out Execration. A lot of people have made the mistake of counting out Execration, and a lot of them have eaten their words, right? So right now, speaking of which, Chaknu, very classic there on the Popol and Koopa, and now it's going to be a pretty messy fight in the middle of the map here. KLVJ in the gist of it all, Rafflesia on the Hilda, still very much a threat.
Oh my goodness. But right now, we do have Aura PH and on a very, let's say, traditional lineup. And this is the Aura PH that we all know. Clearly, this is the Aura PH that we know. And they're the only ones right now who run a utility support X-board. You don't really see that with other teams.
Yep, absolutely. So utility support, and it's so much damage output, to be honest, to have export in the middle of the fight and always utilizing those shields. Look at that. Everyone is overheated all the time. And I really like it. I really like the... Obviously, this is another bit of... It's not a new innovation, but it's something that's super underutilized in the current meta.
Okay, so... Yeah, I mean, it's their trademark. If they want to play around with the export, they could.
Yeah.
But JP almost going down. At least Greed helped them a bit there, just tanking up and being the best utility that he is.
Yeah. So for now, it's gonna be, I feel like, Execration just trying to catch up here in the amount of farm that Aura PH has already accrued. We're already 1k ahead by just 1-to-1 kill score. There's still a lot that can still happen here, and E2 Max is absolutely great on the Selena. If you have not seen E2 Max on the Selena yet, he actually does have a lot of on-point arrows. He has a lot of good placement on. He really does provide vision on the map. And Chaknu's not going for the hard tank. He's still pretty tanky, but this time Popol and Koopa, the crowd control that it's providing is pretty similar to what he looks like when he is on the tank.
Yes. But they go for a successful, a successful invade right there. They contest that buff and they get it. KLVJ with a blue buff. They're actually running around right now. Popol will go down. KLVJ, he's just trying to scratch everyone like a scratch card. And JP JP is getting kills because of, you know what? It's a shadow kit. It's a mechanic. It's a strong way to pick off someone.
Yeah, exactly. So far, that's just what they're abusing here in this game as well. Like, the kit is right there, and overall, it's just a race for either JP to get ahead, or JP or KLVJ versus Hate. Right now, he's getting a lot of pressure here, or a lot of pressure to perform here for Execration.
But there's a kick. Cutie catches KLVJ off guard. There is a rival to just defend this tower, and they know that the importance of the side lane turrets. They're not gonna give it up that easily.
Yeah, for sure. These side lane turrets are going to stop the invades coming in from the Aura PH. And by the way, Gillette Instant Replay hashtag shaved the day here. Benny Cutie, great performance on that show. I feel like we are definitely back into the groove here where Execration is a little bit more comfortable. The chaotic team fights that they have been known for. This is, that's exactly where they look like they're thriving, even until now.
And you know what? KLVJ, he's just dealing with a well, not Kilowatt, but onto the bottom lane. He's just pressuring the Ling right here. This is Ling's hate. This is one of his favorite heroes. So right now, they're gimping him of the buffs that he needs. Remember, KLVJ got his buff. Tempest of Blades will be used as to not die with that on those procs so that it may go to Popol and so that they may have a good time. But Sagitno didn't make it over the wall and he will be a bit short into knocking up 3 people.
Interestingly. So, right now, it's still gonna be a big fan fest. It's a big, what do you call that? Brawl fest where Execration really likes, but they're not beating down Aura PH yet. I mean, even if all of these are happening, even if they're ahead by kills, the gold is actually still ahead for Aura PH, if you guys will notice. So, gold from this turtle is also gonna be big! Oh my god, Greed! Last Insanity, he did not fly inside, and I think they might have to concede that. Turtle, a little bit of a misstep there for Greed. That's a very rare mistake for us to see for this guy.
And you know what? Shaknu is doing his best just to try to control everyone here. But right now it's just way too hard. Etomax isn't even at the right spot there. He just goes down. Kilowatt on the other hand, just using the arrival to his advantage. And 75 seconds just to make it on the other sides of the map. Value! That's literally value.
That's true. Interesting. So now I feel like we're gonna have to go into a mode where Hate is going to be one who is always gonna be chased down here by E2 Max. I'm sorry, with E2 Max, and he's just gonna be trying to defend this guy, obviously. Reflecia, I don't know why he's still on that mode from game 1, where he looks like he's just being a nuisance over and over again. Probably this is actually a pretty similar strat to what we had on game 1. Basically buying time for KLVJ to bounce up, to get into a groove here on that Masha. And now it looks like the hunt is on for KLVJ with Benny Cutie. A pretty big pickup there for one of the side laners of Aura PH.
So right now we do have Kilowatt onto the middle lane. They're not giving out the turrets that easily. They gave one to the top lane, but the others, they're just trying to control it as much as possible. They know how important it is to hold on to the mid and bot turrets. But for the top turret, I like that Execration has extra escape points onto the top side of the jungle. At least they can go invade and have extra, things or tools to use to escape. But right now, that's not exactly the point that we're looking at, because Aura PH, they're dictating wherever Execration is gonna go to the map.
Yeah, I mean, they are dictating the places where they should go, but at least Execration, they're still getting some farm, right? This is still not a landslide by any means, and the gold is also reflecting that, but Aura PH are definitely ahead now. Oh, they get a catch into here, and Hate is going to be the one to get on the Hayabusa. Got kicked off by Benny Cutie, being such an important tool here for Execration. They still want to get more.
But right now, there is a knock-up right there, and look at this, Sagitnut just trying to get away. Reflecia, on the other hand, he's just way too tanky. He is not gonna back down from anyone right now. He does even have the concussive blast.
And in this game, he really doesn't want to die, right? He is 1-0-4. And that concussive blast is actually making this Hilda such a scary damage threat. Not just someone who is, like, you can't get him off, like, you can't kill him. He's also dishing out a lot of damage. And that's also a reason why the Hilda gets banned out a lot, if you guys will notice in the MPL.
But look at this. they just go in, and this is one of the things that could give JP's killing power, especially with the shadow kill. Popol and Koopa could, literally divide that into 2 targets. So, Popol and Koopa isn't really the best target for a shadow kill unless you get really lucky.
Right, exactly. So, shadow kill is kind of hit and miss, especially against Chaknu, who has I'm pretty sure he's building a tank build, right? Because normally in this stage of the game, you need to get those tanky items so that your Koopa is going to be harder to kill. So it'll provide more crowd control and even more damage. So he's not an easy target, and if you split the shadow kill damage into 2 targets, it's even weaker.
Now, the map is being spread apart here by the side of Onyx, not Onyx, but Aura PH. Both of them have PH now.
Yeah.
Both of them have Aura PH.
I know.
It's kind of confusing. I literally wanted to call them Sunsparks for some reason there. But there is the arrival. KLVJ, can he defend this? That is the question. Sagitno going in. They are trying to control this as much as possible, but look at this. Sagitno will probably be the next target. Etumax finding himself on the wrong side of the map. And he will just throw down Chaknu. Will this be his 3rd death? That is the question. Yes, it will be. But Sagitno on the hands of JP and 4 deaths on the side of Execration.
QT is even having such a hard time dealing with this Hilda. Oh my gosh, Aura PH, they're losing out a little bit on the map, but then they come back so strong with so many pickups here. So now I think they want to get that Lord low before they proceed. And JP, he is just buying a lot of time. Gillette instant replay. I actually thought that KLVJ was going to go down without a fight, but apparently the follow-up is just super strong here for Aura PH. And JP on that Hayabusa is just something. It's actually amazing. JP has been an unsung hero here for Aura PH. The way the amount of plays that JP is throwing around the map is something that we haven't noticed because he's just consistent.
He goes under the radar and that actually fits him. He's a ninja.
Exactly.
He's a ninja, and when he goes down the map, he's a silent assassin. He's doing his job. He's a ninja. Let him be. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, by the way. But the thing is, Rockhart, the skirmish capability of Aura PH is really scary. But the thing is, Execration right now is fighting as if they just want to get pickoffs.
Yeah, and right now, is that going to be enough though, right? The pickoffs, will it be actually something that you can deal with? Apparently, yes. I mean, they slow down a lot, and the push is not going to be able to be completed because JP and KLVJ fell down in that fight. And now it's Kiluash. This guy is always the one who's left behind, if you notice. And he's picking up the pieces here for Execration. No effort whatsoever for Mr. Kiluash. So many silent stalkers on the side of Aura PH that they just wait for the big team fight to fizz out, and then they sweep in to get the kills.
That is true. That is true. But you know what? I just want to see Kate have a good game. This is one of his best heroes. And just having hate on the other side of the map, just like that. And this is one of the power of this is one of the things that Execration is really strong at. They can be at one point, they can be at point A and reach point B in just a matter of seconds.
That's right, especially with the help of Hate on that lane. Don't forget, Hate, he might be a little bit behind. He is not down at all. He's 3-2-4 on that lane. And Execration are able to defend their side of the jungle. So Aura PH cannot access the jungle. They're just pushing on the lanes right now.
Sagitnu and the others, they just destroy people. And right now, 3 deaths. Make that 4 deaths all over the map. Aura PH, are they dropping the ball right now?
I guess that's happening a little bit slowly, but definitely not surely. Because there are still, if you notice, Aura PH, they're still quite ahead here by a little bit. So the push on the map is the big difference maker. Right now, Execration have minions flowing on the top. And although those cannons might be falling down though, Execration will be going for the engagement.
KLVJ is gonna go down in the hands of Execration, and look at this Execration. Are they gonna win this? They don't have minions. They will just back away. And you know what? Benny Cutie, Hate, and the others are just showing up. They're doing their job. Etamax is actually doing great right now.
Yep, the hit and miss of the Hayabusa is definitely being felt right now. Slowly here for Aura PH. Now we are on even in terms of gold on the map. And Aura PH actually being pushed back into their base by Execration so far. This game is becoming very, very intense real quick.
You know what? Whatever lead that they might have had, Aura PH, it's just, you don't feel it right now. Just because KelVJ is at a 2-7 setup. 2-7-1. He's not really getting anything from the map right now. So they probably need more time to, just hold on and just get more items. More items probably than Execration. Then just be very cautious on the fights that they take.
Yep. And maybe that's gonna work later on, but right now, Aura PH is just being picked off one by one here. Even Greed on this X-Borg is not performing as we thought it would. And even the guy who's been picking up the kills earlier now gets taken off first. And Benny Cutie, you have a lot of respect for this guy now with the engages, with the pickoffs. Like right now, he even gets another one. And that's the wipe out. That could be the push. Is this gonna be a game free? Execration looks like they are hungry for that.
And they're just gonna go in. This is going to be a 1-1 Execration here. Takes a game away from Aura PH. And whatever happened there, they just lost their they just lost every lead that they had in the early game. And you know what? Execration took advantage of that and they bounced back, getting the 1-1.
So from 100 to 0, Aura PH just got slowed down. Way too slow, right? I feel, but right now, all they need to think about here is that's probably not how they shaped that, right? Obviously, Aura PH had a different plan. A lot of times in the early games, there were a lot of moments where Execration were slumping a little bit. But there are also times that Aura PH made mistakes, especially Greed on the X-Borg, not as dominant as he would be on other heroes, to be honest. Again, that one missed last Insanity going into the Turtle Pit, it caused a lot of deaths on the side of Execration, and it caused a lot of gold to be given over to Execration. So that might have been... There are a lot of factors, there are a lot of different opportunities where Aura PH could have gone strong, but Execration definitely capitalized and they adapted well against the pressure of the defending champions.
But I think Wolf has a lot more to say about this. He's been watching the game silently in his corner. And right now, let the beast analyze. Let the Wolf analyze. I'm Butters, he's Rockhart, and we will let Wolf take you to the analysis desk. When we come back, it's going to be Wolf, and see you guys later.
Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day. For Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
When uncertainty is our reality, love with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Buti na lang mabilis mag-move on ang Execration. Well, that's what we witnessed in game number 2 of their match versus Aura PH. After a very interesting game number 1, which I'm sure ay nababaliw pa rin kayo. Madami pa rin kayong tanong. Maybe later we will explain that from Aura PH. But in game number 2 specifically, Execration did all of the adjustments that they needed. Welcome back to the MPL. My name is Wolf, and I'm here to explain game number 2, breaking it down bit by bit. All right. Honestly, a very good draw from Aura-PH. Nagulat nga rin ako. I thought that this will be an automatic win for Aura-PH because I know that they play this Thams and this Masha as an invade versus the Ling. So, my mind tells me magandang pang-invade ang Aura with the Thams and the Masha. Pero, usually, ginagawa yon individually, hindi together. Aura-PH, they actually control the early stage of the game by invading Aura. You know what? If you were watching close, the first round, the first 2 rounds of buffs, including orange and purple, apat napunta sa Aura-PH because they invaded. And that's the great idea versus the Ling. In fact, they were already winning when it comes to the tempo. Pero ano ba nangyari? Why did Aura-PH eventually lose this match? So, a couple of factors, obviously. It's not enough for you to just take away the buffs from the Ling if hindi mo siya paninindigan until the end. At the third round of buffs, Hate was already able to get the double buff, the orange and the purple, or at least yung nila kay Hate. Tapos, in that specific moment, doon na sila lumaban against Aura. And you can see some of the problems that you can attribute to Aura-PH's lineup. Una, yung team fight nila hindi ganun kalakas when it comes to comparing it as to the lineup of Execration, I mean. As you can see now, 2 minutes in, yung buffs are always invaded by Aura-PH. That's good. However, when the fights do happen, nung application na, dun sila medyo nalulugi. In fact, the AoE damage, the stuns from Selena as well, the AoE from stuns from Benny Cutie, tapos pag kinombo mo yung mga stuns na yun, man, 4 control heroes for the Ling. That's the perfect idea if you want to kill the members of Aura-PH. And that's exactly what they did. Paisa ng paisa ng paisa. Piso, paisa ng paisa ng paisa. Tapos, tinry ni Reflesh mag-deal ng damage. And that's good. Actually, maganda yung hila pick dito overall. But unfortunately, the gimmick of Aura-PH of always invading against Execration ay nalaman na ng Execration na kanilang gagawin during the mid-game. So now, Aura-PH with whatever they were able to amass in the early stages, medyo nawala when the team fights did happen like this. Imagine mo, why is Execration surviving all of these team fights when they are underfarmed? Hindi naman din ganun kalupit yung outplay na ginagawa nila sa Aura-PH. In fact, Aura-PH is also winning when it comes to outplays. But 13 minutes onwards, nung nagkaroon na ng items sa mga Execration, dito na natin nakita yung natural strength nung kanilang teamfight prowess over Aura-PH. A lot of heroes from Aura-PH are dependent on physical attacks. Gatatkacha rises because of that. A lot of heroes from Aura-PH will struggle if picked apart. Kung one by one sila, hindi sila man sa Execration. That's why you have the Selena, that's why you have the Cho, as well as the pushing capabilities of Chaktus, Popol, and Koopa. And then in the end, you have Hate. Talagang tiniis lang niya. Tiis pogi technique, basically, mula kay Hate. Hindi ganun kaganda yung simula para sa kanya, but eventually, nung oras na niya, nung nakapag-farm na siya, doon na siya lumaban and the whole team rallied behind it. Complete, moving on, coming out from Execration, Benny Cutie, the Cho, given the hero that will actually win in the side lanes. Kaya nga naman nasabi natin na talagang nag-move on ng Execration dahil yun yung una nilang inayos in this specific game. Their side lanes are actually in a very good contention, I'd say, laban sa Aura-PH, unlike nung game number 1. And this time, Hate, alam niya kung kailan siya pwedeng lumaban o kailan hindi. And that really started from the third round of buffs, which is interesting dahil inalam ng Execration kung kailan sila malas at kung kailan mahina yung Aura-PH. As good as the start is for Aura-PH, the gods of invade even from MPL Season 5, and I can make a lot of videos about it, but one thing's for sure, when may win lahat ng klase ng composition, and it's up to you on how to find that out. In game number 2, Execration was able to completely read the lineup of Aura-PH. It wasn't clean. Yung execution nila hindi ganun kaswabe, but when it mattered the most, you saw how Execration executed Aura-PH. Now we are going to be heading to game 3. Babalik ba ang Aura-PH to the usual business nila na they're going to go for invades, but yung teamfight sila, so solidify rin nila. Will we see that happen in game number 3? Or will Execration, or have Execration broken and decoded Aura PH? That's what we have to find out. Game 3 of this featured match, mga kaibigan. Back to the casters.
Last game of the day. Whatever happens here, we are going to take a break after this. My name is Butters. He is Robert, and be your shoutcaster of Execration versus Aura PH. The crown versus the crown. Actually, twice crowned here onto this series. But you know what, Rockhart? I'm just saying, in a fair fight, it seems that Execration has the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a pickle here for Aura PH here. The way that Execration are forcing them into the scenario where they are more comfortable with, right? Execration has been known to be the team that really wants to fight you. Like, they don't care as much for farming. Obviously, it's part of it, right? Part of it is still on the farming game, but whenever they can get the opportunity, they want to go for team fights. That's also a big reason why we were talking about the what do you call this? The stats before the game started. The reason why Execration is just super elevated in terms of all the fighting stats is because they do really want to fight, right? I mean, they're both 16 on First Blood, but again, most of the time when Execration fights against Aura PH, they're put in an uncomfortable situation because Aura PH, as much as they are champions, they still have a few other weaknesses, right, on their belt. And some people might say Execration might have already known. They kind of smell some of these weaknesses already.
Yeah, you really have to give Benecutie a lot of props on game number 2. He played one hell of a show. Right now, let's move on to it. Who will win between Execration and Aura PH? It's a 1-1. And will the streak of Execration live on?
That's a very, very good question to ask here as we get into the draft. Still no Diggy inside, obviously. Yeah, we all know why. The Uranus is something I've always wanted to see but used by these teams, because both of these teams actually use that Uranus very efficiently. And Kufra will be finally open here for this matchup, and I think I would prioritize that pretty much. But if they don't pick it up, if Execration does pick up the Kufra, definitely it's gonna be one of the picks here for Aura. Just because I think if Aura PH does get back into the corner, sometimes they start reverting back to their comfort heroes.
I mean, Kufra is available right now Kufra is available for Aura PH right now, and they can just go for it. But they're not really giving it any priority whatsoever.
Yep.
They have one of the best Kufra players in the Philippines, so probably they have something in mind, or something just changed from Aura PH on the inside, and they're not really giving priority to it, because way back season 5, when the Kufra is up, they just pick it.
Yep, and there's also another way to look at that, where they probably don't need to pick it up right away on first or second rotation, because I mean, Execration already has a hard engaged tank, so they think, yeah, you know what, we don't need to pick it up. But you run the risk of it being banned on the third. So very curious about the decision of Aura PH here. But you know what, they have a lineup that doesn't 100% need Kufra. It can work pretty well with other tanks, but you know what, Kufra is the best, right? So unless you want to simulate something similar to what we've seen like today, like a 3-fighter setup, which probably won't happen, but it's good to think about.
Yeah, and you know what, on the side of Execration, there's the Valir as well. So there's a way to deal with the Kufra, to be honest. Just push him back. Aura PH, on the other hand, they still have the X-Board. And I just feel that this is the Aura PH special.
Yeah, absolutely.
They really like picking the X-Board. I mean, gone are the days where X-Board was really just a hot commodity, even though he spits out flames from his hands. But yeah, I mean, But yeah, I mean, right now nobody really goes for it, even as a utility, because there are a lot of better heroes. But Aura PH says, you know what? Let's just not follow anything that comes out from the meta. Let's just pick the heroes that we.
Yeah, let's do that, right? And they're keeping up the trend. They also got the FAMs, which is obviously super meta for Aura PH. I mean, that's what they really like. On the other side, it's a bit of a squishy lineup, but it's also very similar to what Aura PH I think was trying to run previously. They just replaced like Balmond a little bit here. And Balmond, man, I gotta say the win rates of this hero is starting to be to look a lot better as time is progressing here in the MPL.
I mean, I like the idea of getting the Balmond right here. You can use it to deal with a probable sustaining Thams, and they're just gonna deal with him as fast as possible. Because that's the thing about the side of Execration here. They don't really have burst damage.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's what we are gonna be thinking about for the early game. Maybe in the game they will have some amount of offensive capabilities, like burst offensive capabilities, when the Harith gets the items that he wants, right? When the Harith gets it, and if. So we have some pretty clear targets for Aura PH to go and hunt down. Very excited about this. No one seems to be on top in terms of the drafting. I'm not sure if you think the same way.
I don't know, man. I'm gonna be a little bit 50-50 here for both of the teams. Like, I like the idea of Execration going for a Balmond because they don't have that burst damage. I mean, you can't really treat Harriet as a burst damage hero. It only happens when the Harriet has a good lead against the enemy.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's constant damage, it's DPS, but it's never gonna be burst damage as long as he's not in the lead.
Yeah, that's right. So what Execration is doing here is they're trying to see if you can get this on a good position in terms of damage output. And I think they might be a little hard pressed on this one. There's a good reason why Harriet is not super picked right now, although right now in the current season he's 100% win rate, right? So but that's because of the sample size. Now, you guys think this is going to be an Execration or Aura PH win? Let us know as well as we head into the last match for tonight. Execration versus Aura. And they already want to fight early on. Hold up.
So Execration versus Aura PH. This is going to be a slobber knocker of a game number 3. Execration, will they keep the streak alive? Or Aura PH, will they break the code? Not really, that's a blacklist. But break the streak that was given to them. Raflesia gets chased out of his own jungle.
Wow. That's a lot of pressure being output there by Execration, and mid lane clearly is going to be the rotation is going to be coming in, but is it going to be too late? Apparently so. Benny Cutie, oh my gosh, he has a lot to run, but that buff will basically just be removed. First blood going over to Aura PH.
To be honest, he didn't really make the most out of that. And Kilowash is there, he will just use the execute because he gets the extra cooldown reduction from it. So that was efficient in a way, and he didn't really give anything more aside from that.
And that's what you want to do. I think that's also part of the strengths of their matchup or their lineup rather. So, man, Execration, we'll have to have a look at that. With Gillette instant replay, hashtag shave the day. As we did see, as you mentioned, not much use from that red buff. The only thing he did was probably deny the experience that Aura would have gotten from that. But overall, paid for it with their life. Like, oh my gosh. They made up for it really quickly.
Benny Cutie scratching everyone, Greed almost going down, and that could have been a good trade if he got the Luyi. But Chaknu will go in, and he won't really hit anyone. Kel VJ here with the punish. He's not gonna go for the chase because he knows that Etomax is somewhere there.
Yep, definitely going to be a bit more conservative playstyle here for Aura PH, and Raflesia is just helping see if he can keep everyone in check. That's what he's trying to do right now, right? He's not trying to burst out as much damage as possible. He's just trying to see if he can provide some safety for this Yi Sun Shin. And that's always, you know what, KLVJ has always been one of those guys where as long as you buy, sorry, KLVJ and JP rather, are one of those guys where if you buy them enough time, they can usually carry the game for you. And I think that's what they're banking on in this matchup as well.
Okay, so JP is still at level 5. He will get his level 6 with that purple buff take. Oh, Greed here! Hot hand! Hot hand!
There you go. Yeah, and you have to give it to you gotta give it to this guy, right? Obviously, he's one of those guys where people think he's not as crucial. Whenever Aura PH says, you know, before KLVJ, JP, come on, they're the combo with the Revelation, right? But you never count out Greed, and I think it's gonna be a big mistake to do that here. And Turtle will go over to Aura PH and JP. Like I said, he's being untouched in this matchup so far. I really, really like that. With the help, of course, of their supports.
There are a lot of things happening on the map right now, Rockhard. But let's try to focus on them one by one. Okay, so Chaknu right now is does have the Fatal Links up. He does have yourself together, and he has the Flicker. So, do you think it's time for Aura PH to, if Aura PH forces a fight, they're put in a bad position already?
I think so. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm pretty sure they're aware of this, to be honest.
Yeah. I think they should know that their conditions are starting to deteriorate. But it looks like bottom lane is going to be taken care of very, very relatively shortly here by Aura PH. And Hate is having a harder and harder time as time is passing by. JP is getting the kill. Even Kiluash is doing very well on his own lane. So, Execration, they are losing a little bit of momentum from that last game. I'm actually a little surprised because Execration is usually so good when they win games. And now, you look like they are faltering one by one. Trade will be happening there for Chaknu, but another retrade by Aura PH in the mid lane for a tower.
Clearly, Greed is one of the best Selena players that we have in the Philippines.
By
And
far, yes.
He's showing it right now. He's telling you guys with this game why he is one of the best. He's putting a lot of pressure on the map, and the pressure, he's putting kills. He's putting kills on his plate.
Yep. And to think that's mostly he's doing it on a support role, right? He's actually doing pretty well for Aura PH right now. He's providing so much threats on the map by just holding on to small areas that the Harif might go to. And so far, I just feel like Greed has been so underrated for a long time now, and I'm very glad that he's so comfortable stepping into those big boy shoes and really helping Aura PH carry their games.
There is a engagement happening at the bottom lane, and they just punish Sagitno. From there on out, Raflesia, on the other hand, has the Enchanted Talisman on his hand, and that's gonna give him extra mana regen and extra cooldown reduction. KLVJ won't really get to steal that blue buff, but here comes the fight. I think this is the fight that Education wants, but Aura PH is very fast on their decision to just back out.
Very interesting that Execration being 4 versus 3 in that one, decided to just back off. I think they kind of felt that Kiluash was on the way somewhere. He's probably hiding in the bush. And it's a bit... I'm surprised to see that Execration is just playing super duper safe. I like that kind of playstyle. But again, Aura PH is just pedal to the metal all over the map. Wherever Execration's going, Aura PH is going the other direction.
Kiluash trying to get the kill. Chaknu here will be the target of Greed. But Greed will actually stop on his tracks and he will not, fight this. But Etomax will be the one who's gonna be a victim of this gank coming out from JP and Raflesia. And that is how you utilize a Loyi ulti.
Yep, absolutely. I feel like so much Loyi ultis have been wasted from the past games that we've casted. That was how you actually pull it off. Now, KLVJ, he has the immortality, but his tower does not. So that's going to go down very, very shortly if he does not do something about it. Good thing that they have a lot of wave clear. However, on the top lane, Sagitnu finally doing a solid for Execration, getting a lot of gold from that tower.
Then again, we haven't really seen a good fatal links coming out from Chakno.
Yep.
And it's not because he doesn't really use it. It's because of the idea that Aura PH doesn't go for 5-man setups. They just go for skirmishes.
They're always by twos, right?
Yes.
They're always partnered up.
Yes, and they use the Luyi to have a late arrival in the certain fight. So these are the things that you really have to look out for. I mean, man, oh man, you put emphasis on just being separate in the map. Separate yourselves, put yourselves in the different parts, and just work from there. But Greed, that arrow will hit Legolas from afar.
It's so good to see Kiluash also super dominant here. I mean, he's been such a dominant player, but he's never acted like it. So right now he's really going for the 2v1s. And speaking of 2v1s though, that is one 2v1 that he cannot take. A little bit late, but Aura are in for the backup for Felicia and JP with that two-man teleport. So when I was about to say Kiluash was great on 2v1, he gets 2v1. So once more, we are on the bottom lane here, and we are not done for the push, says Aura PH. We will get this tower soon. And the gold lead is starting to really skyrocket here for the red side.
Aura PH, they're just marching on. Execration, they cannot find a way to do this. They're really trying their best, but Etomax here, one more hit could do the trick. He gets pushed back, but JP uses the Purify. He commits a lot for this kill. Chaknu, he will get close to JP. JP here just goes out, and Sagitnu using that execute, but JP will go for the punish, and that's 100% gonna be a kill on the side of Aura PH.
Yep, so far so good here for Aura PH. 5-17 on the kill score. 8k gold lead, absolute control of the map. Now we are starting to see Hate really... A lot more pressure is being put on Hate right now, right? Because where is it gonna go? How are we going to really get into the win condition here? They're starting to lose hope here as towers are starting to take a lot of damage. Greed with... Oh my god, Greed! Seriously, the plays on that Selena.
I mean,
done there.
Have to look at Rockhart. Execration, they have collapsed ever since the start of minute 5.
That's true.
And Aura PH is just tearing all over the scattered pieces. Execration, they need to rebuild themselves one by one. But the thing is, Execration, they weren't really given time to do that.
Yeah.
It was like, I tried to fix a part of me, then someone just steps on you again.
Ooh, that sounds like it came from somewhere else, Butters. Take it easy. I'm just kidding, obviously.
All right.
Execration, again, they don't really have the time. They don't have the time to get back up. Unless there's like some miracle play that Sagitnu can do, like Benny Cutie. If he can buy a lot of time with a split push on either top or bottom lane, maybe, just maybe, Hate can get into a bit more of a good position. But so far, it's just not happening as the rest of Aura PH are starting to collapse right into the members. Oh, wait a minute! It's gonna be Hate doing the miracle instead here. Not gonna be relying on either Benny Cutie or Sagitnu. He's gonna do it himself.
Kill VJ trying to get away, but look at that corrosion site. And Aura PH, you cannot give this costly, fights on your side. You cannot give it to the side of Execration just because they still have the firepower to make it back in the game.
They really, really, really do. I feel like that's just what we're waiting for. And now, the Lord will be taken by Execration. Let's have a look at that Gillette instant replay where we saw Hate. There was like a button that flipped and he just turned on here. Almost a one-man double kill. And he just need to wait for the backup for that to be actually resolved. But now, Execration will have the Lord walking on their side, and that big goal lead that Aura PH had, it is suddenly gone.
Sagitnu needs to come back from this. They will get this turret. No, they won't. BenQt will go down. And I think we spoke too soon.
Way too soon, bro. Now,
Greed!
oh my god! Seriously. That's another Fade Link's gonna be on cooldown, so this might be a good time for Aura.PH to go for a fight if they want to. Looks like they will not. They will hold on steady. Kilowash still defending that lower tier turret, and everyone is just in the middle of it. Way too late on the Color Inferno.
Look at Hate! Look at Hate! Look at Hate! Oh my goodness, Hate here just doing everything that he can, but the damage isn't enough. Sagitnu, if only and only if he had the ultimate right there, that could have been a triple kill.
Could have been, absolutely. Imagine if Chaknu had the Fatal Links and Hate was doing all of these things. This game would be a completely different story. Now, because of course, micro-mechanics being done. Oh, here we go! Just when I said it, it did happen. And looks like that's gonna be another dub here for Execration's Hate.
Oh my goodness, BenQt and the others, they just have this thing for comebacks.
You really do. You really do. I mean, it's beautiful to watch. I mean, considering Execration is not really known for those comebacks. They're usually known for their super landslide victories from big chaotic team fights. So I really like the change I'm seeing from Execration here. This is a big adjustment. Gillette Instant Replay hashtag Shave the Day just gives us a big insight into that huge Fatal Links. I was surprised the Fatal Links was already up at that point, to be honest, but definitely made use of it in the biggest way.
I mean, a Harith is a Harith. Selena just lost all his potential to just carry the game from now on, just because the Selena actually drops when the game progresses. That's the thing about Selena. Selena can be a monster in the early game, but the thing is, that's a time when people don't actually line up or pile up in or converge in one area where he can get the pickoffs.
Right.
But right now he can't do that right now, just because the main idea is it's crunch time for these teams. And Execration, they're really tired of getting picked off.
They are. So they're the ones who are starting to get into that proactive mode. And again, Sagitnu's usually the victim, but the moment they turn off Sagitnu, everyone's super low, and that's how Execration actually cleans it up a lot. Of course, Hate, the burst damage is also real from this guy for some reason. He is on a roll here. But this is still that Aura.PH can handle. They can still make use of their crowd control abilities. As long as Greek can make good arrows, as long as Rafflesia focuses down onto Hate, they can still take him off the map. So they gotta be very, very careful.
Really strong early game coming up from Aura.PH. They command the game, but right now they cannot find anything going on their side. I mean, they can they have 100% chance to win. They have 100% chance to win this if they make the right decisions in the coming fights. But right now, Execration, they're actually surprising Aura.PH, and that makes it 50-50. Looking at it right now, Execration has the ball on their hands too. It's 46k gold on their side, 45k Aura.PH, and that is the probably biggest gold swing that we might have had in this game or in the series.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful here. And the engagement is going to be happening. KLVJ, monstrous last insanity, and everyone's just collapsing on E2 Max. Gonna be taken out there for sure after he goes off stasis, and now all of a sudden,
look at Chaknu. Look at Chaknu. Sagitnu there will go down, and whatever glimmer of hope that Execration had, that one Luyi play just changed it for the worst on the side of Execration.
Man, the late game for Mobile Legends just super volatile, right? I mean, you could have control for like the next 10-20 minutes, but if the moment you make a big mistake in the late game, it's starting to look like they can push in all the way.
And they're just gonna go for it. Fatal Links will be used. He will try to catch 5 people right now on the map. He will go down, but they don't care. Aura.PH just goes straight for it. Execration loses their series versus Aura.PH, and victory on their side. The 2-time champions defends the land.
Apparently, that dynasty is there for a reason, and they are going to keep waving that flag Aura PH 2-1 victory over Execration means that, of course, they will not be on the very top of the ladder. But obviously, this is a great start for our previous champions.
And without that Louis play,
that one Loyi Bush play, right?
If they didn't get the Harriet, I'm just saying, that might have been the turning point of the game. And everything is going great for the side of Execration. And you can't really blame Aura PH. They had heroes who actually fall down in terms of priority when it comes to the late game. It was they had a lot of early to mid game heroes, but for late game heroes they only had YSS as an assurance.
Yeah, those are the kind of games that you kind of feel really bad because you feel like you should have won that, right? This is one of those games where you tell yourself, "Man, I really should have won this," and they just lost it out of basically just lack of vision, right? So overall, a great game still, and that's a great way to finish off our day 2 for sure.
And we will finish our day 2 with the analysis of Wolf. But for us, this will be it. I am Butters. He's Rockhart. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more MPL action on the day 3 of the regular season. See you guys tomorrow.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
game changing.
Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga life?
Simple and smart ako.
Game to be great. Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
game changing.
Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga life?
Simple and smart ako.
Are you not entertained? Yan ang tanong ng parehas sa teams natin. Not only the winners are the pitch, but also the challengers, Execration. We've already hyped this matchup for over the week. The uncrowned versus the crowned. Crown Kings, of course, Aura PH, back-to-back champions in full championship form. Pero yung Execration, nagpakita naman ng kanilang challenger antics in this specific game, and sobrang ganda ng ating laban. My name is Wolf, your resident analyst. One last time, sa huling laban natin in today, it's a victory para sa Aura PH. And interesting din kasi, hindi naman ito yung mga klase ng draft na sasabihin mo, automatic, panalo na yung Aura. In fact, yung Execration, ang ganda ng lineup nila dito. With many layers, of course. You have Atlas na ibigay mo kay Chakno, solid. We also have that Masha, ninakaw mo sa Aura PH kasi ayaw mo makita out sila with the Thumbs plus the Masha combo. Ayaw mo na ibigay. Then, meron kang Balmon. Bakit ba yung Balmon? Yes, absolutely. Balmon is valid in the meta. It makes sense against X-Board as well as the Thumbs. So, it's good. Now, Harith. Bakit Harith ang pinili dito ng Execration? I think At a certain point in the game, sa mid-game natin, around 8 minutes, you felt how strong hate is with this specific Harith na carry for Execration. Lots of teamfight potential and a lot of pick-off as well. Objectives, ang ganda rin na nakuha nila. So, the story of the game started with a good aura start, I would say, dahil hindi sila nag-tank, which kind of meant that although they don't have that tank ability, ang taas ng kanilang damage output through the Serena, Louis, double mage support setup from Aura PH means that mas-stun lang ng isa to now. And then you also have this weird synergy that if there's someone na tamaan ng pana, mag-ulti dito si Eason Shin, wherever he is from the map, meron siyang ambag dun sa cuffs or the skirmishes. So, may sense din itong lineup ng Aura PH. Kaya nga lang, hindi ganun kadaling i-execute, lalong-lalo na kung hindi ka sanay. I think that not all teams can do this. Aura PH is a championship team and we can see kung gaano sila kalupit. Alright, so story of the breaks of the game, mga kaibigan. Execration lang din talaga from the mid-game. 6 minutes in, I like the diversion usages of Reflection, by the way. At syempre may game-winning diversion mamaya pwede makita. But this specifically is good para makakuha ng farm si JP on Eason Shin. With the execute, by the way, I like how they use this. Ito yung way nila para nga naman mapatay yung mga tanky heroes from Execration using that execute. By the way, I like how Execration uses their ultimates not reserved against kahit isa lang yung kalaban nila, right? In Aura PH, a certain point are leading. Pero nakabalik yung Execration by the 10-minute mark because, of course, the combo that they have, the Zaman Force as well as this Fatal Links, taas na kanilang engagement potential, I would say. Kasi meron silang way to start fights, meron silang Balmond na pwedeng bumaba dyan to soak damage and all that jazz. Tapos meron kang napakagandang, napakalupit na galawan from the Harith. This is such a winning play already from Execration. And kind of wonder, ano nga ba yung approach ng isang championship team? By the way, nice bait from Execration anyway. Ano nga ba yung approach ng isang champion team like Aura PH in this specific moment na lugi na sila when it comes to the goal, nakabawi Execration, tapos meron pang Lord Take. That diversion is the answer. Gulat mo yung kalaban and honestly, where is Atlas at all? Wala na siya gagawa because it's already over. The fight is already over when he found the angle to use his ultimate. And even the Balmond masyadong malayo sa laban. You don't do that at all. I mean, Atlas survived because hindi na siya pinansin ng Aura PH, but that was session that only championship teams, I'd say, can execute. Well done, coming out from our back-to-back defending champions, Aura PH. And I like what the caster said earlier. Siguro Aura PH lang yung natatanging champion all throughout the MPL, the story of MPL, na dominant even after being champions, and that is very scary. Smart MVP of the game is JP with the Eason Shin. But I know what you're thinking right now. Ikaw na nanonood, alam mo na ang talagang nagpapanalo ng laban na to ay ang overall na timpla at pagbibigayan ng ating mga players coming out from Aura PH. One thing that I would want to leave nga lang for my analysis is, I don't think that Aura PH will be looking as good. Hindi sila ganun kaganda tignan in this specific game if Execration did not fight. And I'm not saying this just to sugarcoat the performance of Execration. This is true. The way that Execration managed and fought against Aura PH all throughout the series is very much commendable. After game number 1's loss against that very cheeky diggy play, ginawa nila, ban it out, solidify their side lanes, win game number 2, force game 3, at mag-perform na malapit sa game number 3. And Aura PH, talagang na-challenge sila ng mga challenger ngayon. And I think I'm gonna echo what the caster said earlier. If you're a fan of Execration, do not fret. They are in a good trajectory heading to MPL Season 6. Now, syempre, Aura PH will celebrate this 2-1 victory. Probably ma-fix or may konting gawin about that specific strategy coming out from Aura PH. A very game-breaking one. Just want to say, if you're wondering kung ano ba yung nangyari doon, basically after a death streak of 8 at wala kang kills, You don't give away any gold to your opponents, even if they kill you. And Dig is the perfect one to utilize that. I'm not sure if you're still allowed. If it's gonna be allowed in the coming games. But one thing's for sure, RPH, the way that they introduce themselves once again para sa MPL Season 6, kung paano po sila nagpakilala, they are the game changers din talaga. This has been day 2 of week number 1 of MPL Season 6. And what did we say kahapon? This is gonna be the best by far season of MPL. And I think that just by day 2, nakita na natin kung gaano na kalupit at kainit. Mga kaibigan, MPL Season 6 is brought to us by our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Just dial *123# now and choose Giga Games. MPL Season 6 also brought to us by official sponsor Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and #DareToBeRealme campaign. Visit their official page at fb.com/Realme Philippines to know more. We also would like to thank our official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. #Shave the day with Gillette. We would like to thank our partner in eSports, PayMaya. Get 7% bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until August 31. Also, big thanks to our partner in eSports, TikTok. Search MLBB on TikTok to win premium skins. Napakadali lang, search na lang MLBB sa TikTok para manalo ng premium skins. Also, MPL Season 6, our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Here like a pro, organized all and powered by Moonton. Mga kaibigan, on behalf of our co-casters, sila Rob, sila Shinbu, sila Manjin, Butters, and Rockhart, my name is Wolf. We are now signing off again. Good game and good night. Enjoy this break by looking at the top 5 plays of the wonderful series. GG's, everyone.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
game changing.
Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga life?
Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me, feel me,
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash.
Pay Maya.
Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time to switch your disposable for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.